stream to get cranking on all cylinders. And it looks like we're live on Periscope, we're live on Facebook, and now we are waiting on YouTube. It looks like we're live on YouTube as well. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. Today is a very special episode because today we're talking about finally election 2020. We're almost there. We're going to be done with this thing. Hopefully by the end of the night, but I'm going to guess that may not be the exact situation. It may last longer than that, but the good news is we're just about over the hill. Today is election day. It's the day that we're going to have a good understanding of who our next president is going to be, whether it's going to be somebody new or the same as the old guy. We're going to have some more information about that coming up shortly. But before we dive into it, let me introduce myself. My name is Robert Gruler. I am a criminal defense attorney. The name of this program is called Watching the Watchers Live. And the reason why we started this program is, well, over the course of many years, my team and I, we've represented literally thousands of people facing criminal charges, and we've seen them go through the justice system. We've seen a lot of really good people who've, kind of gotten themselves into some difficult situations. They need some help through, and we do that. And, as they've been navigating through the system, we've seen a lot of problems. I'm talking about police misconduct, prosecutorial misconduct, judicial misconduct, and political misconduct. So on this channel, generally speaking, we spend a lot of time talking about those things. We've covered a lot about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, Jacob Blake. We've talked a lot about Kyle Rittenhouse. Any of those types of stories are sort of the bread and butter of this channel. But 2020 has been, one of those years that is sort of, unprecedented. The type of year that is very different, and we've seen a lot of new issues come into play. A lot about, coronavirus lockdown orders. We've seen a lot of, justice reform movements taking place, sort of bubbling up organically around the country. We're seeing a lot of political misconduct. People are saying this is the election of our lifetimes. They say that every time, but they're saying it a lot more this election season. And so we're going to be talking a lot more about that. Now, today, we're sort of setting aside some of the normal standard fare that you'd find on this channel, and we're going to be diving into the election. We are also going to be paying attention to some of the criminal justice election issues, things like marijuana reform, cash bail. Oregon has a proposition about allowing psilocybin to be used, but we're going to talk about a lot of that as the election unfolds. It is 5 p.m. in Arizona right now. That's 4 p.m. in California, and we're just getting close to 7 p.m. back east. And so as the night goes on, as we're sitting here doing this live stream with you, by the way, I'm being joined by Miss Faith. She's right back there in that room right there, helping me moderate and helping me, keeping my slide decks up to date and making sure that we have the latest information that's coming through. But we're going to be just live streaming and sort of going through the election in real time with you. And so I would love to ask you to come on over to our Discord channel. There is a link in the chat. You can just come check that out and share links. It's a little bit easier for me to click on links and to kind of moderate things a little bit over there on that channel. We're going to be experimenting with that. We're also going to be experimenting with potentially taking calls on this show. I'm not real sure how this all works. So you're going to be, kind of flying along with us as we figure some of this stuff out. I understand that you're going to be overloaded with information as the night unfolds. And so certainly, please, feel free to, leave the channel and bounce around for a little bit, go check out some other news sources and come on back. And I would ask you that you subscribe, that you subscribe to the channel so that you know where to find us when you do leave and come back. So we're going to be going on for a while. We're going to be following the polls as they start trickling closed, and I'm going to be sharing, screen sharing. We're going to be looking at reactions from the different campaign managers. We're going to be following some prosecutor races that are taking place around the country. So there's just a lot going on. And, quite frankly, I think this is the best place to be. That's obviously why you're here. So let's take a quick look at what is going on around the country. So we do know that over the next hour or so, some additional polls will be closed. But before we dive into some of the numbers, I want to just do a little bit of let's set some context on what is going on in the country, because many people, if you're like me, I live in Scottsdale, Arizona, in Phoenix, and it's a big city. It's one of the biggest cities in the United States. I think we're number 5 now, but it's not like a big city. It's really spread out. We have Mesa and Gilbert and Chandler, and so we don't, when I'm driving around, I'm not seeing a lot of people boarding stuff up. I'm not not seeing a lot of election chaos, post-apocalyptic 2020s melting down. We're not seeing that around here, specifically in Arizona. I am seeing a lot of signs, a ton of Trump signs. We're actually seeing cars that are driving sort of up and down Scottsdale Road with huge speakers that are blaring out things like "Proud to be an American." That song, I heard that literally 4 times last night up and down Scottsdale Road. Somebody was in a motorcycle just air horning this stuff out up and down the street. And so it's a little bit different for us here. There are different parts of the country, however, where things are looking a little bit more ominous. They're looking a little bit scary. People are boarding up their businesses, boarding up their residences, boarding up different local streets. This is in downtown Washington, D.C. You can see here that they're literally boarding up this entire corner of this building over here. And cities, businesses, everybody's just sort of preparing for these riots. Ms. Faith did a great job. She's actually, clipped a lot of these things. This one is from Trump Tower in Chicago. You can see that they're barricading some of this entrance over here. There's a lot of, it's empty, right? This is Chicago on election day. Where is everybody? We don't know. We can also see additional here's I don't know what the name of this company is. This is businesses in Beverly Hills. So Miss Faith found this, and we can see that people are they're boarding up literally everything. Construction workers all over the place. This is a CVS pharmacy that's getting boarded up. So it's not just high-end retail stores. It's also local pharmacies and things. We've got a Blue Mercury. This looks like a skincare spa, totally boarded up, floor to ceiling. Looks like they're actually framing out some of the windows, right? So this is, these are big panes of windows. They're actually putting in frames there, like they're framing out a wall, and they're affixing the plywood boards there. We've got more going on over here. This is Melrose Avenue in LA. So we've got some mannequins. We've got construction workers with their masks on, of course, boarding up the windows. We see here some more from DC, right in front of a Starbucks coffee. We've got more plywood going up. This is over Forever 21, New York City, also framing out the windows again. You look at this stuff and you just wonder what is going on. I don't remember this in other elections. I remember people getting concerned, but actually framing out entrances to their buildings is different. Look at this. This is from New York City, where the entire corner of this building has been just barricaded in because of fear about the protesters. So that's New York City. We have some more from Washington, D.C. We've got all these braces, and these are full out framed walls. They're not just boarding up windows. I mean, they are really building walls here, and they're bracing them for impact. We have more that it just kind of keeps going on. And we have here outside the visitor center. This is in Beverly Hills again. We've got more going on in Beverly Hills. And you see it's just, it's everywhere. Nobody is immune from this. This is over in New York City. Club Monaco looks like is getting boarded up. We've got CBS News, Skechers. We've got all these different businesses. It's just all around the country, and it's kind of a weird thing to see. I'm not sure if this is something that happens every election. I don't remember it happening to this extent. This is over in Rodman's. Employees taking pictures against their businesses, which are being literally locked up right now. More American flag hanging there, plywood literally on the day of the election. Kind of a powerful photo, the American flag hanging in the window, and we're covering it up in the middle of our election. So this is some context that is taking place around the world. We got a rainy day out there near this CVS pharmacy, and the streets are empty. They are just empty around the board. And, this is sort of, it's kind of a strange day in this regard. It's been sort of a little bit of a depressing year for a lot of people, for most of the world, I would say. Lockdowns, and we've had just a lot of extra deaths, and we've had a lot of stress. Businesses are losing people, businesses are closing. We've had riots in the street that are ruining people's businesses, a lot of unrest, a lot of just dismay all throughout the entire country. And then, on a day that is supposed to be sort of remembered and recognized as one of the pillars of American democracy of our country, this idea that, yeah, every 4 years we all stop what we're doing and we engage in this civil dialogue and we have a transition of power from one party to the next, or from one person to the next, or even from one administration to the same administration, right? It's continuity of government. It's something to be celebrated. We should be just thrilled that we have these elections that are taking place and that we're, a part of this amazing experiment, which happens to be the United States of America. It's pretty damn impressive. And, that's what gets me excited about being a part of this country, being a part of this process, being a part of democracy, being a part of voting. It's pretty cool. And then we have to sort of face some of the realities of boarding up our buildings, boarding up windows, and having this really sort of sense of unease. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this out there, but today at our office, things were quiet. Things were pretty kind of slow, right? A lot of people were just a little bit, phones were a little off. All of the people coming through just sort of had this like little blanket kind of over them, kind of muting things a little bit. And I felt that when I was out and about this morning as well, when I was running around running some errands. It just feels sort of just a little bit off kilter. And I think that's normal, right? Most elections are a big deal for a lot of people. And I don't think that is something that it should be unexpected, but it feels a little bit more, maybe more so than this year. So that's the context. We're going to keep talking about this. Now, we are looking around. Ms. Faith is doing an awesome job in pulling up some different reports, different information from different sources that she's found on Twitter and all over, sort of the country. And this was posted on Facebook, but it's looking like there are pallets of bricks that are showing up mysteriously over in Detroit. So this post came from this user here, who goes by the name of, why is that not moving? Who goes by the name of Trump Q76. So that is a heck of a handle. He's saying that there was posted on Facebook that there are pallets of bricks that are showing up in Detroit today. They're getting ready for riots. If you see these, call the police or whoever it takes to get rid of them, retweet and let everyone know. So somebody's saying that there are literally pallets of bricks showing up.
I was already down here at Detroit for a union meeting, and I had to come see this shit myself, or else I wouldn't fucking believe it. But I want to show you guys something. See these pallets, black saran wrap around them. They're fucking full of bricks. Full of bricks. Another one over there. Right here at this Marathon gas station, right? And I don't know about you, I work construction. There's a little bit of construction going on right there. But what fucking brick paver wants to walk all the way over here to get his bricks if he's doing construction over there? Don't make no sense. So, you're gonna get off at 94 and Woodward, hit this gas station, right? Get you a handful of bricks, take your ass down Woodward, fuck up some small businesses, and riot and do whatever you want to do after this.
All right, so I forgot to give you a content warning on that. Apologies if you have any children in the room. This is a family program where we have rational, level-headed discussions. Some of that profanity was unexpected, but you have your content warning that this is probably going to be a profane show in large part. Well, it depends how the night goes. Could be profane, could be not profane, but just a content warning for anyone out there. This is election season. Things get a little bit heated on this day and on this evening. So back to that gentleman's point, right? Weird that you have bricks just showing up in the middle of the road. Now that guy's handle, I think it was Trump QAnon 76 or something like that. So anytime you see a handle like that, you have to be, a little bit questioning. Where'd that come from? Is that a new video? Is that an old video? Maybe there was a legitimate reason to have pallets of bricks there on the corner. I don't think so. Before I went to law school, I used to be in construction, and we try to put our materials very close to where we were doing the work. You certainly don't want to walk across a gas station. And why are they saran wrapped in black. What is going on with that? Now, there's a lot of that going on today. There's a lot of weird things, and we're going to break some of that down here in a little bit. I want to talk a lot about voter suppression and voter fraud. There's a pretty big distinction between the two of them, and I want to sort of flesh that out and say what that looks like, just so that we can understand sort of what we're going to be hearing about in the next coming days. So we're going to get there in a minute. We want to run through some more information about, some of these protests that are now percolating around the United States. There's an organization called Shutdown DC, which looks like this. This is their Twitter profile. Let me move myself out of the way here. So Shutdown DC, we see here that they're organizing a space where individuals and groups can come together to organize direct action and in the fight of justice. So this is looks like a picture from one of their protests. We have a, go vote, Trump Pence out now, White House bounce. Looks like some of these signs say. If J. Michael Waller here on Twitter says the spontaneous in quotes riot planners have Washington D.C. mapped out with transit nodes and targets to shut down D.C. along with targets of Trump boosters. There's also an app with maps to identify the homes of all Republican campaign donors during the riots. Wow. So it's like formal doxing going on from Shutdown DC. Very, very strange. Let's take a look at some of the chat. We have CB who says bricks have been showing up like that for a long time now. Happened in my state, but cops got them first. Very interesting. Yeah, so some other information that's been going on. We've got USA Libertarian who says, look at remember the T800? That's when he found the minigun. That's me. Yeah, remember the look on the T800 when he found the minigun. Yeah, I remember that. That was Arnold, right? Arnold was the T800. The liquid guy was the T1000, who was also a hell of a character. All right, so we have Shutdown DC, who is, we got pallets of bricks. We've got this organization that has mapping out transit nodes and targets, and they're going to be identifying the homes of all Republican campaign donors. Yeah, that's some scary stuff. That's some legitimate doxing that is happening right there. All right, we are going through. We're taking a look at some campaign reactions from some of the people. So the polls are going to be closing here soon. So like I said, it's 5 p.m. Some of the polls were closing at 7 p.m. We are going to be taking a look at some of the... Actually, let's do that right now. It's about 5:15. Let's pause. Let's pause from some of this. And let's take a look at what is going on in the polls. And let's get this chat back up here in a quick minute. All right, so we've got some polls we want to take a look at. I'm taking a look at, we'll start with all of them. Actually, let's just run through all of them and let's see what is going on here. If we start over here with Fox News. All right, so Fox News, it looks like they've got some results coming in from the back east. We're seeing that Kentucky looks like they're going to give that over to Trump. We have 17% of the vote in there, but they're still going to be giving that to Trump, 18 now. Virginia is going over to Joe Biden, even though Donald Trump has more votes right now. So only 1% are reporting in over in Virginia. We have Vermont's been called with 0% reporting, and that's just on Fox News. Last time we had a big national election, I think Fox was actually one of the quicker ones to come up with results. So you can see here over on the Washington Post that you have, they're not calling some of the same races that Fox was calling. So Fox is down here. They're calling several races already. We have Washington Post is not yet. They're still saying that Indiana is going to go to Trump. Then we have over here at the Huffington Post, they're giving results on Kentucky and Vermont. And then we've got over here on the New York Times, still sort of stuff is still sort of trickling in. So quick poll check on that. Not a whole lot to report. Now we've got some other polls that are closing 8 p.m. in Michigan, some other polls at 9 p.m., which is going to be in about an hour and 40 minutes from now. So we'll have more information as it continues to go on. All right. Some people from the chat say, never trust a lawyer, says bricks are a poor choice of weapons. Fire does more damage and it's easier to accomplish. SOAR says Pennsylvania is full of fraud. Montgomery County's election board made many people ineligible to vote. I was a victim of it and had to file a provisional ballot. I doubt it would be counted. RAS Illusion says literally every person in Illinois could vote for candidate A, but if candidate B gets the national vote, then all of Illinois ballots would go to candidate B. Pure nonsense. NPV legislation. Interesting. Yeah, Silver Sharky says bricks are great because the ATF is not involved. So Donald Trump today was actually visiting over in Arlington. He was in Virginia, and he said that the election night war room will not actually be in the White House. So he's not going to be there at the White House today. They're going to be next door in the Eisenhower Executive Office building. And he said that he would not declare victory prematurely because there's no reason to play games. So remember back during the actual, meat of the campaign, many people were very upset with Donald Trump for not making a commitment to a peaceful transition of power. They're saying that no, you need to be a little bit more unequivocal in your statement during the debate. You actually, need to say, yep, no matter what happens, I'm going to transfer power. And Donald Trump certainly wouldn't do that because that's just not his style. He comes out and he says, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll leave. Maybe I won't, more or less. A lot of people had some issues with that, including myself, right? It's one of those things that's sort of a staple of our democracy. We want to make sure that there is a peaceful transition of power. Now, I never once thought that Donald Trump really would actually refuse to leave the White House. We're going to see pretty soon if that happens to be the case. But I just have never thought that, watching him for years, I've never thought that he would be the dictator that would suddenly seize control of the executive away from the rest of the country. I just never thought that would happen, but we will certainly see. He said that he's not going to declare victory. He said Trump is predicting that he's going to win by more than 306 electoral votes. It's a pretty bold prediction. The White House is planning to hold election night party tonight, but is not on the president's schedule just yet, at least not yet, because there isn't a victory yet. And they said that the press secretary Kayleigh McEnany said that we'll be there at the White House and we will be together. Here is President Donald Trump today.
No, I'm not thinking about concession speech or acceptance speech yet. Hopefully we'll be only doing one of those two. And winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not. But I think we have, when you see rallies, the likes of which in the history of this country, probably in the history of the world, nobody's ever seen before. There's a tremendous love going on in this country, and there's really a tremendous unity.
All right, so that's Donald Trump today. So, I think that's right. You want to make sure that all the joking aside, all the braggadocio, all the bravado that you would normally expect from Donald Trump, maybe today is not the day for that. Maybe if he actually loses, he concedes. If he actually wins, he's gracious and graceful in his win. We would like to see that one way or the other from both sides, not just Donald Trump, from both sides of the campaign. All right, so that's Donald Trump running around today. Joe Biden, as on the flip side, he actually returned back to his hometown of Scranton. He was talking about restoring decency to the White House. So that has been the big line from a lot of the Democrats, sort of the soul of America talk. And so Joe Biden is doing that deal today. He said he pledged to unite a country and rebuild a middle class hollowed out by economic inequality. And then it looks like he signed his bedroom wall. Well, here he is talking.
Number one, I said when I announced I wanted to restore the soul of the country, but I wasn't being melodramatic. All I meant was restore basic decency and honor to the White House. And that's why we ran. The second reason we ran is we got to restore the backbone of the country. You all know it. The middle class built this country. Wall Street didn't build it, the middle class built it. And unions built the middle class. And they're getting clobbered right now. They're getting clobbered. The third reason I'm running is what I want to talk upbeat about today, and that is uniting this country. We have to unite the country. We can do it. I think the country's ready.
Well, I mean, comparing that crowd size to Donald Trump's crowds, it's kind of surprising. So anyways, it looks like the photo of Joe Biden. So Joe Biden went to his home and actually signed the wall. My understanding was he did this back in 2008 when he was running with Joe Biden. Looks like we have another one here. From this house to the White House with the grace of God. Looks like this one was signed by Joe Biden 11/3/2020. So he's doing it again. And that's it, right? That's from the two candidates. So that's what we are going to be seeing. Now, as the night unfolds, we're getting close to 5:30 hour. We're going to do a check back in with the polls. As this night continues to unfold, you know, the way that this has worked historically, at least from the elections that I have been a part of, I've never done a live stream on an election before. This is kind of fun and new for us. But, you know, I've seen a lot that as the night sort of progresses, both sides just sort of continue this slow meltdown until we start to see some hysteria from one side or the other. And so we're going to talk about, coming up next, we're going to be talking about a lot of the voter suppression and the voter fraud issues, as well as some of the this late last minute litigation that's taking place with lawsuits all across the country. And we're going to dive into that. But before we do, I want to establish a couple rules, or let's say some guidelines for how to maybe not be so hysterical as this election continues to proceed. So here are just a couple of, if you're hearing these phrases being bandied about on the news or with your family or with whomever you're spending time with, then, have a little bit of caution, because this person may be getting close to hysteria. They may be borderline hysterics. And so if there's any hope, you want to reel them back into reality and just remind them a little bit. Say, hey, listen, the country's been doing presidential elections for a long time, right? Over 200 years, we've been having these things. We've been doing a pretty good job at them. Remember, we've survived World War I, World War II, global wars going on. The United States, we got through it all right. We had the Civil War, we had slavery, we had, the Reconstruction era. We've had multiple assassinations of presidents. We've had a lot that we've gone through in the United States, and we all seem to survive, right? We all make it through. And so when people start, literally screeching at their phones, recording their little TikTok videos and blowing gaskets all around the country, maybe this is a good time for us to just be a little bit more graceful and say, yeah, I know what you're going through. I know it's hard, but we're going to be okay. We're going to make it through this thing. There's no reason for you to put that video out there, get spammed around by a million different people, and sort of live in infamy for the rest of your life. Just take it easy. Just go sit down and have a drink of water. You're going to make it through. So if you start seeing any of these phrases, if these things are popping up around your local circles, this may be time for you to act. So let's take a look at some of them. The election night guidelines for no hysterics. No hysterics. We don't want any hysteria going on. So if you hear somebody saying, for the sake of our democracy, so if they come out and they say, listen, whatever, you have to go vote. It's very important because this is saving our America. You have to do this for the sake of our democracy. Well, that's probably a little hyperbole. I think it's probably a little hysterical. Whether Donald Trump wins or whether Joe Biden wins, can't really say that our democracy is over. I haven't seen any evidence to support that claim. The next one is, if somebody says this, and I'm guilty of saying this, is the most important election of our lifetime. You know how they do that on the news media? They say, this is the most important election of our lifetime. Well, yeah, okay. So every election that we have is the most important of our lifetime. Then I have not lived in the future yet, so I can't tell you how the next election is going to be. But I'm pretty sure that when we get to the next one, they're going to tell me it's the most important election of our lifetime. And it might be, because it's the most recent one in my lifetime, right? Every time we have an election, somebody's on the media saying, this is the most important election of our lifetime. You have to vote. It's the most important election of our entire lifetime. And if you don't vote, you are ruining our country. So if you hear that person might be borderline hysterical. Okay, the same one, closely related to the first one, our democracy is at stake. If you don't get out and vote, our democracy is at stake. I've heard a lot of this one, same sort of closely related to the sake of our democracy, but our democracy is at stake. Literally, it's hanging in the balance. If this person wins the presidency, it may be the end of democracy as we know it. Probably not. Probably has been said every time we've had a presidential election. we always make it through, right? Never before seen this in the history of our country is the next one. We have never seen this before in the history of our country. And you're going to hear a lot of that. You're going to hear unprecedented this. You're going to hear, out of control that. Never seen this before in the history of our country. It's probably going to be surrounding voter fraud and voter suppression and the changing of dates. And, somebody somewhere is going to find some ballots that aren't going to be counted, or they are going to be counted. And both sides of the aisle are going to be screeching and screaming at each other saying, we've never seen this before in the history of our country. Well, the fact is we probably have. The fact is it probably was something we just dealt with and moved through and wasn't that big of a deal. But we're going to hear a lot of that. When you do hear some of that, going to have to ask yourself, is that person being a hysteric? All right, we already talked about this next one, the peaceful transition of power. Okay, there's a lot of that talk going on right now. Certainly because Donald Trump is about to get blown out, according to the general consensus. The question is there going to be a peaceful transition of power? We've already talked about that. Not going to spend much time on it. There's another response here that we've seen a lot on Twitter, this idea of refusing to accept the results. So who is going to be accepting the results? Who is refusing to accept the results? Is Donald Trump going to refuse to accept the results? We're going to see. And are all of these boards on windows, or all of these closed up businesses, are all of these going to be necessary in order to prevent the riots, the civil war, the secession from the country? There's talk about this stuff. It's all hysterical. It's all ridiculous. The country is going to be just fine. And this idea that we're fighting for the soul of America, right? Both sides are trying to do this. Both sides want to take that mantle. They want to define that. They want to say that they're fighting for the soul of America. Donald Trump is fighting for the soul of America to prevent socialism and to prevent mobs and not jobs and, all of these things. And the Democrats are saying that Donald Trump is, he's uncivil and he's a bully and he's a buffoon and he doesn't know what he's doing and he's an amateur hour. And we need to restore the soul of America back into the White House. So both of those sides, it's just typical election hyperbole. But there are a lot of people out there who are saying things like, they really believe this thing. If either one of these two people wins, America has had her soul ripped out from under them. And so we're going to see a lot more of that. Now, I want to spend some time talking about the distinction between voter suppression and voter fraud, because I do think we are going to see a lot of it in the upcoming days, unless today is just a total blowout. But before we do that, let's hop back on over to the polls. Let's check out some of the polls. It's been 15 minutes or so, and we're going to have some new information that we need to dive into. Then we'll take a couple of chats. So here is the latest from, let's go back over to Fox News. Fox News has a new one on the board. They called West Virginia for Donald Trump again. So Fox News is quick on the draw. You can see some of these others are not. Yeah, well, they called it too over here at the New York Times. New York Times saying West Virginia, Kentucky going over to Trump. So Trump's got 13 to Joe Biden's 3. Now it's still super early. A lot of these polls are going to be closing here soon. So Arizona's closing at 9. That's about an hour and a half from now. And we see some of these other numbers. Florida is looking like they're about 63% in, and Joe Biden is up there. So Joe Biden is up by about, what is that, 100, well, just over 100,000, almost 200,000, 180,000 or so votes out in Florida. Georgia, Joe Biden is up as well, 4% reporting in there. Florida is looking like, it's leaning Joe Biden. Now, a lot of people are saying that Florida is going to start to see this encroachment of red votes that are coming in because a lot of those early votes, the ones that were initially counted, are going to be the early mail votes. So we'll see how that looks. Then when we go over to the Washington Post, we'll see here, they're not really calling much of anything, but their Florida numbers look a little bit different. So see here, 3.4 to 3.3. They've got Donald Trump on top. Back down here, Fox News actually has more votes counted, but they have Joe Biden on top. So that's interesting there. All right, let's take a look back over at the Huffington Post, see what they've got cooking on over here. And not much different in terms of numbers. All right, so let's take a look at some of the chat. So Philip Lord says that Dems want to stack the court, make D.C. a state, make Puerto Rico a state, amnesty for illegals, along with open borders, reinforce media censorship. This adds up to a one-party system. Yeah, that's a big concern, right? Let's say that hypothetically that Donald Trump, loses, right? Joe Biden wins the presidency. If Donald Trump loses the presidency, it may be the case that he also, the Republicans lose the Senate. So now if we have a situation where it's Joe Biden who's the president, we have a Senate that is full of Democrats, and we have a House that's controlled by the Democrats, now they could theoretically pack the court because they control the other two branches of government. So if they did just pass a law to reform the judiciary, which they're allowed to do, then they could just expand the court up to 5, add an additional 5 justices, and they make it a 13-person court. And yeah, is that right? So 5? No, I think they would add 7 justices, 5 or 7, whatever that would be. But they would make it, a left-leaning court, and then technically they would control all 3 branches of government, and you have a one-party rule of all 3 branches of the government. It's a scary thought for a lot of people. We'll see what happens with that. All right. Yeah, Momo Paintball said headlines from 4 years ago today, Hillary to win by a landslide. We have Silver Sharky who says, was there a peaceful transition of power in 2016? And many people would argue no, right? Many people would say no, there actually really wasn't. Donald Trump won, his campaign was being investigated, and he was then put through, 2 years of the Mueller investigation and a lot of just, kind of nonsense surrounding an investigation that was largely proven to be mostly fabricated in my mind. All right, the Nito God says, why do people assume Puerto Rico would be consistently Democratic? They have a Republican governor and most socially conservative than those on the mainland. All right, Elias Diaz says, is it bad news that Trump is trailing in Florida? So again, I think, I'm not real sure how bad news, that is. I think it's still fairly early. So, we've got now Fox News is reporting 66% is in. And there was another poll. Let's see here. If we go over to Twitter, we have... Poll Watch was down over here. So Poll Watch is somebody I think I follow on Twitter over here. They had this post by this fellow here saying that the R's now lead at 143,000 and increasing when accounting for expected add-ons from late reporting. It could top 300K. Trump should win Florida by 5 points. Now that's what this person posted back at 1:14 p.m. And so I think what they're saying is that in Florida, all of the early ballots are going to trend Democratic. And as this trickles down past 6 p.m., those numbers should ultimately flip. I think that's what people are saying about those numbers. And it does look like it's actually closing a little bit. So the Nito God says the Florida results are actually good news from Trump. Miami-Dade County is way closer than it was in 2016. That's bad news for Biden. So yeah, we'll see. We'll continue to follow and see what happens in Florida. All right. So now let's swing back over and let's talk about some voter suppression. So voter suppression, we talked about, not being hysterical. I do want to run through this because there is, I think, some interesting points here about voter suppression, stuff that I actually didn't know, and I learned a lot about this recently. So let's take a look. This original post comes from Catherine Herridge over at CBS. Election Day, she posted this morning. She said, new update from a senior CISA government official. The CISA is the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is actually monitoring a lot of this stuff. A lot of the election stuff is being, monitored by this agency, which I had never actually heard of before today. They're saying issues facing a limited number of electronic voting systems in Ohio, Georgia, Missouri, New York. They were typical challenges with technology that are seen on Election Day, considering there are hundreds of thousands of polling stations around the country. They don't have anything that leads them to believe that bad actors are involved. You may remember that the Iranians, there's a lot of allegations that they were, taking people's information and all sorts of stuff. They are in touch with state and local officials regarding activity from the Iranians. Officials suggested that the alleged Proud Boys email was the first time that the Iranians entered the field of American elections interference this cycle. Regarding potential attacks throughout the day, officials said that they could see some adversaries try to undermine confidence through website defacements or denial of service attacks. Our message to the American people is to stay calm, plus treat sensational and unverified claims with a healthy dose of skepticism. And so that is sort of a good synopsis of a lot of my opinions on this voter fraud stuff, the voter fraud, the voter suppression stuff. we hear a lot about it, but I've always sort of been of the mindset, where's the evidence of a lot of this, right? A lot of it seems like it's kind of a stretch. Like both sides are playing the game and both sides are claiming foul. Everybody claims foul. It's sort of in, what is it? It's in soccer, right? I don't watch a lot of soccer, but you see these soccer games where somebody is actually, they slightly bump into somebody and that person flops. Or you see this in the NBA, people flop on the ground. Because any type of infraction, it serves you to just really amplify those, to magnify those, to turn the volume up really high and to make a big deal out of it. And so for a long time, I've always been kind of skeptical of these claims. Everything is voter suppression. Everything is voter fraud. It's probably a lot, less of a bigger deal than it is, but I do want to run through it. And show you sort of how it breaks down. All right, so a couple questions. Watching You Daily says, at R&R Law Group, if the Republicans don't win the House, maintain the Senate, and maintain the presidency, I foresee our Second Amendment rights being eroded. Yeah, I think that's probably a foregone conclusion. If they control all of that again, I think they are going to ram through as much as they can. I think the Second Amendment has been on their list for a very long time. Valentino G says, just a quick reminder that back in 2016, the margins for Trump to win each of the battleground states was very close, even though it looked like an electoral college landslide. That's right. It was like 44,000 votes in Pennsylvania. I think it was a few thousand votes in Wisconsin and some of these other states. So yeah, it was razor thin in 2016. And Donald Trump likes to come out and say, yeah, it was a landslide. On the electoral college, it looked pretty big, but the battleground states were so close, it could have gone the other way for sure. All right. So USA Libertarian says, yeah, always need a boogeyman. I think he's talking about this voter suppression, voter fraud stuff. Emilio is saying Trump looks down. We have Bill Waldron who says, finally get to catch this live. Thanks, Robin Faith, for this series. Thanks for being here, Bill. So glad that you're here. Gigi's in the house. Good to see you, Gigi. Thank you for doing this. Looks like you did a lot of research. Much love. Love you back, Gigi. Thanks for being here. Okay, so let's talk about this imperfect system that we have. And I want to show you this little diagram that I made this morning. And I don't know if I created this or where this came from or if I have seen this somewhere, but I want to tell you that I was watching actually the show from Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz is a very well-known lawyer. He just started a YouTube show on he calls it the Dersh Show. It's on YouTube. I was watching it and listening to him explain some of this about voter suppression. Now, he is, in my understanding of him, Alan Dershowitz he's a lawyer and he's somebody who is pretty left wing in his political opinions. Now he's I think a reasonably fair guy. There's been a lot of allegations about him and Epstein and all these different people sort of involved in that. But setting that aside, he's a well-renowned lawyer. He's been around a long time. He's been involved in a lot of cases, and in particular, some election cases. And so he was giving his review on this concept between voter suppression and voter fraud. Okay, two totally distinct concepts, which are very important to tease out. I would sort of lump them together before I really started looking deep at this issue and just say, okay, anything that impacts people voting is voter whatever. It's voter, manipulation. And we just kind of put them all into the same bucket. But when you start to break this out a little bit, when you start to think of voter suppression, separate and distinct from voter fraud, which is separate and distinct from procedural process problems that we can see taking place during elections, it's actually a pretty interesting little breakdown, and you can understand why both parties are so invested in trumping up these claims. Not to use that was unintentional. Let's just say that. So here is this diagram that I sort of came up with, and I want to explain it. And this may be I'm sure this idea is not new, but this is how it made sense to me, and I want to share it with you. All right, so here is our imperfect system. We're talking about the United States. We're talking about the Electoral College, how we vote, this idea, one person, one vote. We want a lot of voter, enfranchisement. We want people to vote. And what we're talking about here are these two parties, right? The Democrats and the Republicans. And this is sort of how they prioritize, in this column here, how they prioritize voting, right? What's important to them in a democracy. And so here, this is what their priorities are. And let's just take a look at how they call things. So let's say here in this first row, we're talking about quality over quantity. So here specifically, we're talking about really prioritizing quality votes. And what does that mean? That means, and this is just my synopsis of this, but what is a quality vote, right? It's a good vote. It's a legitimate vote. It's somebody who's alive. It's somebody who's a United States citizen. It's somebody who lives in the district that we say they live in. It's somebody who's of the voting age. It's somebody who, is not a felon or have any limitations on them because of what we have as a society have said that they can't do when it comes to voting. And so that's it, right? It's a quality vote. And we want those. Every American wants those, right? It would be kind of ridiculous to say that we don't want those. We don't want non-citizens voting. We don't want underage people voting. Most people don't. We don't want a lot of, sort of the low quality, felons. A lot of states say felons can't vote. They've sort of forfeited those rights, which I disagree with, but that's a separate issue. But this is the point, right? What is a quality vote? We want more quality votes over a huge quantity of less quality votes. So it's quality over quantity. So that's what we're talking about prioritizing over here in this top row. And so if we're doing that, well, the Democrats will call that specifically voter suppression. They'll say, okay, well, anything that you're doing to ensure that you have quality votes is going to be suppressing votes, right? If you make people bring their identification card before they vote, that's suppression, because maybe they don't have an ID card, or maybe they don't know how to do that, or they don't have access to this, or they can't afford a $5 driver's license, or all of those things. So they're saying that when the Republicans are trying to ensure that there are high quality votes, that people are who they say they are, that leads to voter suppression. Republicans, on the other hand, are saying, no, wait a minute. That's just election integrity. That's all that we're talking about. All we want is just the people who say that they are that person. And we just want to verify that they are who they are. We want to verify that they're, legitimate citizens and that they have a legitimate reason to vote. That's part, that it's authentic. It's credentialed. It's called election integrity. That's what the Republicans are saying. And so you can see here how quickly that sort of devolves into an argument about the distinction between voter suppression and integrity. And certainly we want quality votes. We want people who are actually supposed to be voting. On the flip side, if we look at the other side of that argument, we'll see here that there's another way to view this. We just flip this equation. Okay, we want quantity of votes over quality of votes, right? The quantity of votes means in America, we want as many people as possible to vote, right? We see that every year. Every time you open Facebook, Twitter, DoorDash, anything that you're doing in your life, have you voted? Have you voted? You sure you want to vote? Here's how to register to vote. Did you send your ballot back? I've gotten maybe, 25 text messages today. Did you vote? Did you vote? Did you vote? From who knows who anymore, right? It's ridiculous just how sort of in our face it is to vote. But the reason we do that is because as Americans, we want a lot of enfranchisement. We want a lot of people to go to the polls. We want them to participate in America. That's a healthy thing. Okay, just like high quality votes, people who say they are, we want to make sure that people are who they say they are. Just like we want those, we also want a lot of people to vote. We don't want people to not participate in this beautiful thing that we have. We want everybody to get to the polls, make your voice heard. Be sure that you stand in line and that your ballot is counted, right? We want every single ballot to be counted. There's no question about that. We want both of those things. But it's not always that simple, right? The Democrats do a nice job framing this argument. They say, well, it's just the right to vote. Okay, we want a lot of people to vote. We want more quantity over quality. We want them to have the right to vote. The Republicans just turn around and they say, yeah, but that's voter fraud. Okay, if you're just having too many people vote without ensuring that they're quality, if you prioritize quantity of them over quality, then that's going to lead to voter fraud, is what the Republicans say. So when we're talking about, high quality votes, the Republicans call it election integrity. When they're talking about low quality votes, they call it voter fraud. The Democrats, when they're talking about high quality votes, they call it voter suppression. And then when we talk about a lot of people voting, they talk about the right to vote. And this is when I laid it out this way, it made a lot of sense to me. I thought, okay, so now both sides have the cards they play, right? If it benefits them, they're going to call it election integrity, or they're going to call it the right to vote if you're a Democrat. If it hurts you, if you're a Democrat, you're going to call it voter suppression. You're going to say, oh, they suppressed my vote. The Republicans, by contrast, they're going to call it voter fraud. So both sides have the different tools and the different tactics that they want to use to secure an advantage. And this is all about the election process. And we're going to see a lot of this. Now, the question that we need to ask ourselves as Americans and as people who value democracy is this idea that, how do we find the balance? Okay, if you have on the one side, if you ensure that every single vote is the highest quality, that everybody has the right signature and everybody has a witness, so that we know that nobody else was filling their ballot out for them, and that every single person votes in person, and that every single person has an identification card that matches their photo to them, and maybe we even give them voter numbers, or we give them DNA tests, or ridiculous things to ensure that it's 100% foolproof. It's the highest quality vote that you could ever imagine. It is exactly tied to that person. There's no potential for fraud. Nobody's going to be able to forge this thing, right? It's 100% quality. Well, naturally, that is going to mean some people don't get to vote. Somebody somewhere is going to not, have an ID card when they go show up to vote, or they're not going to be able to sign it, or they're going to sign the wrong signature, or they're going to use the wrong address, or they're going to use the wrong envelope, or they're not going to be able to get a witness, or whatever those different quality compliance rules are in place. They're not going to be able to follow them. And so that's going to mean that they are suppressed, right? That's the downside to that. So if you really focus on high quality votes, you're naturally going to disenfranchise a certain segment of the population. And the reverse of that is true also. So if you now flip that and you say, okay, the quality of votes is really not that important, but we want everybody to vote. That's really what we want to prioritize. That's more important. We want more people participating. And if they don't fill out their ballots correctly, or if they're a little bit late on a deadline, or if their signature doesn't match, or if it's postmarked after Election Day, that's okay. That's not what we're concerned about. We're concerned that their vote counts. It's more about their vote. It's more about democracy. We want everybody to be heard in this election. And if we don't do that, then we're really undermining the nature of our country, right? That's the soul of America. The soul of America is voting. And if we don't allow everybody to vote, then we're wrecking America. The Republicans, on the other hand, say, no, that's just voter fraud. You're going to have a lot of people coming in. What do you mean? You mean they can't sign their ballot? They can't sign the signature correctly? They can't follow these simple instructions to open the thing up, put it in there, and put it in the mail prior to Election Day? What's so complicated about that? What's so complicated about going and getting your driver's license and a photo ID? You need it for everything else. You need it to go buy a bottle of booze, right? You need it to get into certain, venues and things like that. You need it to stay at a hotel. You need an ID card, right? They don't just give you an ID card or tell you to stay at a hotel when you can't prove who you are. You need it for everything. So what's so difficult about requiring Americans to just go out and get some of this ID stuff and then come and vote? If they don't do that, if we have anybody showing up with any ballot they want, putting it in the mail with no postmarks, no signatures, whenever it just feels convenient for them, well, that's going to lead to rampant voter fraud. And we've talked about that here on this channel, right? What enables a lot of people to do things that are not so good for society, right? It's motive, means, and opportunity. If they have those things and they're literally facing somebody in the White House who they think is Hitler, okay, this is both sides, right? If you have a stack of ballots and you think the person in the White House is Hitler or socialist, Chairman Mao from, the Chinese Communist Party, if you think that is these candidates, and you have the motive and the means, and you have the opportunity to, throw some ballots out or do something or sign somebody else's ballot, or you have grandma who doesn't really know what circle she's filling in there, but you tell her that Hitler's in the White House and you take her ballot and you throw it in the mail for her. Okay, so that is what the Republicans are concerned about. This is voter fraud. And both sides are pointing the finger at each other right now, dramatically saying that this stuff is happening on both sides of the aisle. And let's go through some of what that looks like. Now, before we do, I just want to share one concept with you, okay? In criminal law, when we talk about these issues, we talk in law school a lot about this concept of, the free man or the innocent man. It's this concept that if we have a justice system, we want to set it up in a way that no single innocent person ever gets convicted. We want to default towards innocence. We would rather 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person get incarcerated, right? That's something that we talked about a lot in law school. A lot of people agree with that. A lot of people disagree with that. I happen to agree with it, right? We don't want any innocent people going into custody. We don't want any people serving time for something they didn't do. That is the epitome of injustice. And so in our justice system, it doesn't work this way. I think it should. In my opinion, most of our justice system is actually set up to say that you're kind of guilty, even though we live in a system where it's innocent until proven guilty. When our clients walk into a courtroom, everybody in the building thinks they're guilty because they've been conditioned that way. Even though our law says otherwise, every juror who sees somebody who walks into a courtroom, they just look at him and they go, that person's guilty. And you can even get jurors to admit that. When you ask them, does anybody here think that our client's guilty? Half the room will raise their hand and say, well, yeah, he was charged with a crime. Cops are here. Obviously, he's in court. He must have done something wrong. That's not our legal standard, but that's what people believe. But the idea is that we want no innocent people going to jail. We'd rather 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person go to jail. And it's the same concept with this voting stuff. We'd rather 10 fraudulent ballots come in than one illegitimate ballot not be counted. Okay, that's the argument for this right to vote concept. That's the argument for a very low standard to ensure that we don't disenfranchise any people. They want more votes coming in because they subscribe to that idea that we'd rather, more fraudulent or more incomplete ballots come in than incomplete or than disenfranchise those people from the voting process. So that's how this whole thing shakes out, and you can decide where you stand on that, right? Are you more towards this right to vote? Do you believe that more people should be voting, even if some of those ballots are not authentic, they're not legitimate? Do you think that they should still be coming in and we should still be counting them? Or are you on the opposite side of that, where you think that really a lot of this stuff is more about quality of votes? If people can't follow basic rules, if they can't, put the envelope in the right thing or put it in the mail by the deadline, they're out of luck. Okay, everybody else follows the rules. Why are they not following the rules? So we're going to go through some examples of voter suppression and voter fraud, but let's take a look at the polls. Let's take a look at the chat. Let's hop back over there. See how everybody is doing. All right, so Anders Gamio says at no point should a bad vote be counted. One fraudulent ballot disenfranchises one valid ballot. We have Kim Possible who says, hi. Yeah, good points from USA Libertarian. Good question, or good point from Anders. All right, Gigi's asking how PA is going right now. So let's hop back over there and take a look. So Fox News is reporting nothing on Pennsylvania right now. It looks like we also have, so we have some coming in Pennsylvania. We've got 1% of the votes counted according to Washington Post. We have the Huffington Post. We've got nothing counted over there. Get rid of that one. Back up top here on the New York Times. Yeah, Pennsylvania is still less than 1%. So they put Virginia over in Joe Biden's camp. So he's got Virginia, which I think was to be expected. Indiana's looking like it's going to go over to Trump. Ohio's got 20% reported, and Joe Biden's way up. All right. So, not much more here. Texas just changed. Okay. Let's get rid of the Huffington Post. Washington Post and Fox News, I think, are really going to be the best spots. Okay, we got a super chat from Isaac Castillo. Thanks, Isaac. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. He says, what's your thoughts on voter ID and that other counties that have it, or probably talking about other countries that have it versus the U.S.? So I certainly think that voter ID is important. I think I am more of the mindset that we want quality votes rather than quantity of votes. That's my position on it. I think that the standard is so low for what constitutes a qualified vote. I think that everybody should be able to comply with that. I think that if there's basic standards on it, and you can't even follow those basic standards, like getting a voter identification card, then quite frankly, I really don't think that it's that important to you to be a part of this whole system, and your vote shouldn't count. Honestly, I understand that it's a right to vote, but if you are not even, willing to do the bare minimum to make sure that it's authentic, the idea that we're going to have votes that just, anybody can just show up and write their name down and cast a ballot is insane to me. I think we live in a world where there is so much potential for malfeasance. I see it all the time. That's why we started this channel, because there's so much misconduct going on in the world that it was, pertinent that we actually discuss that here. So there's so much room for problems, and we've covered a lot here with the lawsuits that I think, having some voter ID, having some additional rules that people, need to abide by, I think it is important. All right, so Matthew Self says, can you explain a bit on how Biden is awarded Virginia with votes still out and Trump is up? So that comes from Matthew Self with a super chat. It's a $5 super chat. Yeah, thanks, Matthew. It's a good question. So let's dive into that a little bit. Better. And we have Florida just changed. Yeah, Florida just changed. Watching You Daily is saying that the AP has better results here. Let's take a look. Okay, they're saying it's going to be delayed. Let's go over to election 2020. Let's see what they've got. Where are those at? All right, we'll find that out. Okay, so let's go back and let's answer Matthew Self's question. So let's take a look at Virginia. So Virginia, it looks like they're going over to him. So I don't know much about local politics in Virginia. But what I'm going to guess is that, 8% is reporting. Let's back out of that a little bit. We'll go down here to Virginia. So 39%, 14% is in. Polls are closed. Probability meters. They're sending that over to him. So let's take a look at their methodology. Well, we can't see it. All right. So it's a good question. I actually don't know why they're calling it. What typically happens in my experience on these is they'll actually measure them from like a lot of population areas. So let's say, for example, that like all of these are low population counties, but these are the big population counties, wherever the big city centers are. They may be counting a lot of the rural votes, and they'll say we have all of those votes in, but we know that the big votes are going to be coming from the mega city centers, and those tend to lean Democratic. So it does seem like it's a little early to call that, but it looks like maybe they're not alone. So 18% over here, Washington Post. They actually have Donald Trump up. They have not called that one yet. And then we have the New York Times. They've called it. So Fox News and the New York Times are both calling it for Joe Biden, which is interesting. All right, so Florida just changed. Thanks for the question, Matt Self. All right, CBS Local has fast results coming in. Fox News just called a bunch of states. Let's take a look over there. Oh, wow, you're right. They did, yeah. So Fox News just called Oklahoma, Missouri, Kentucky, West Virginia, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee. So nothing surprising there, right? Those were all expected to go. They're also giving Maine over to Joe Biden. They're giving Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, Rhode Island. They're going to be giving Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey. No surprises here. Illinois, yeah. So this is all basically what they were expecting anyways, right? There's always a big rush for people to go in and start, the media wants to be the first to call these things. Let's see if I can pull up this Associated Press election results and actually see where this is going. I can't find it. The AP, I cannot find their stuff. All right. Yeah, Illinois, you mean Chicago. All right. So it looks like the New York Times is calling some of that also, some of the same stuff. A lot of these blue states up in the Northeast. We have Illinois, / Chicago coming in, and the rest of these. Let's see when the next polls close. So we're going to have another bout here in about an hour, it looks like. So more polls closing. Polls close at 9. Okay, so let's go through and let's talk a little bit more about some voter suppression. Well, let's run through here some of the chat. So South Carolina called for Trump, somebody says. Yep, that just went over for Trump. My vote should count without me having to submit it. That comes from Chris Clements. What's going on in Michigan? Lorenzo Greasybottom says. So we have New York Times saying nothing reporting yet. Fox News says nothing reporting yet. Gigi is asking, is Arizona going to Biden in your opinion? I don't think so. So Gigi, I think it's going to go to Donald Trump. I have seen just sort of a massively outsized response, I think, for the Trump campaign in Arizona. There are signs everywhere. We have these, massive cars. The level of enthusiasm in Arizona is very high, much higher than I've seen for Joe Biden. But I don't know. Yeah, Kim Possible says, Robert, remember the midterms in Arizona? I was like, oh my gosh, Sinema? Yeah, Kristen Sinema won. Yeah, in Arizona, last time during the midterms, we had a weird situation where Martha McSally, who is up for re-election this year against the astronaut Mark Kelly, she was winning on election night, and then a few days later, all of the absentee and mail-in ballots and all the late ballots were coming in and being counted, and Kirsten Sinema actually beat Martha McSally sort of on the day after the election. It was a little bit wild. Arizona on the ground is wild. Trump everywhere. Same in northern Nevada. That comes from the G Child, and I've seen a lot of that. I actually have. I actually agree with that. I've been in all different quadrants in Arizona, and it's basically Trump across the board. Zulu is saying, if Trump loses, is it a scam? No, I don't think so. If Trump loses, then he loses, and we just continue on with life, right? All right, so we have Texas. We have 16% reporting in, and Texas is 53% for Joe Biden. California, their polls don't close for a while. Polls for them are going to be closing in 3 hours, so we're not going to know that. Washington, Oregon, and California, they almost always go blue. I don't expect that to change this year. Texas is showing blue right now. 16% are reporting in. I'm going to guess that this number closes up pretty quickly. See if some of these others have anything different, and they don't. So the Washington Post actually, they're late on calling some of these other states, right? Fox has already called them, and the New York Times has already called a lot of these upper northeast states. Texas, 10% in. All right, RAS says Trump has a lot of support in New York, and a lot of people have left there too. Kim Possible is saying, come on, Texas. He is doubtful about Arizona. Only early votes right now, says Las Vegas. Yeah, so a lot of stuff slowly rolling in, but no real data. I mean, the ones that we're actually watching are going to be Florida, which looks like Trump just took the lead over there. So 82% reporting in there, 83%. Trump actually sort of increasing the distance there, 49.9 to 49.2. So he's up. This one's going to be hot right here. Polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so that was an hour and 7 minutes ago. So they've been counting. They're reporting 83% in, and Trump is up by, what is that? He's up by about 66,000 votes. All right. Let's go over here. They're showing Trump up about 30,000 votes over at the Washington Post, and over at the New York Times, Trump is up by a lot less. All right, so yeah, bad news for Biden to lose Florida. That would be a pretty big one. Now the big one here looking like we're getting a 1% result on Pennsylvania. So these are the real big ones. So Georgia's, I think, going to be very important. If Georgia, Florida, or Pennsylvania, if any of those go to Joe Biden, it's going to be, I think, a tough road for Donald Trump moving forward. I think he's got to win all three of those. North Carolina, yeah, I mean, we'll see. The far west panhandle is 1 hour behind. It is across time zones, and it is all R. Okay, interesting. So I didn't know that about Florida. Trump has more votes, but the state is called for Biden. So yeah. So somebody else asked about that, and I was curious as to why they called that. Now, the Washington Post has not called Virginia yet, but Fox News and the New York Times have. RAS Illusion says he thinks Donald Trump wins Michigan and Wisconsin. Do you think votes should go completely digital? That comes from Amanda Warfield. What's up, Amanda? It's good to see you in the house. Thanks for being here on the program. So, that actually makes me very nervous, this concept of just completely digital votes. I don't like that idea a whole lot. I like the idea of having a paper trail and not so much making it all digital. I think there's a lot of room of malfeasance there. I would like to see, so in criminal law, we call it like a chain of custody, right? You want to be able to see where one item goes from one person to the next. So we talk about, A gives it to B, B gives it to C, C gives it to D, and D gives it to E. Well, we want a chain of what that looks like. So you can see that a lot when you're signing electronic documents and things of that nature. Like if I sent an electronic fee agreement, say somebody wanted to hire our law firm and I sent them a fee agreement, then what that document will do is it'll create that chain of custody, and it'll say it was sent through this server to this server to this server to that server, and you can connect that chain and then you can authenticate it and you can get really dialed in. So if there were a voting system that looked like that, then I might be open to that. But I want to make sure that it is really quality votes, and I don't want somebody to be able to go in and just manipulate a couple spreadsheet numbers and flip 100,000 votes one way or the other. So, in my mind, that would require some sort of maybe like a blockchain technology where all of this stuff is just hard encoded into the blockchain. But I think there's a lot of interesting, technological solutions to it. I just don't know enough about them to comment on that. But Miss Amanda Warfield, if you're in Scottsdale and you ever need a good haircut, take a look at Amanda Warfield. She's pretty awesome. She's responsible for this. Look at this. You see that? Outstanding. Thanks for being here, Amanda. All right. Paul Fun says blockchain is traceable. Yeah. I think that's the problem with some of the blockchain stuff. You can't do a recount on it. I don't know enough about the blockchain to see if that would be possible or not. All right, so Momo Paintball says, I've been comparing with the 2016 electoral map, and I actually found that map. So as a reminder, this is pretty amazing. So in 2016, this is what it looked like. And this is a pretty red country. Okay, this is, when we're talking about voter suppression, this is what I wanted to point out, right? So many people will say, well, I've never, voter suppression, it's not that big of a deal, or, voter fraud, it's not that big of a deal. But this is the 2016 map, right? So this is Trump versus Clinton. You can see the country is pretty dang red. And let's say, for example, you are a Republican and you want to make it even more red. Well, you wouldn't go and you wouldn't try to suppress votes, here in dark red Oklahoma. You wouldn't go and try to suppress votes in the middle of Kentucky, right? There's nothing to suppress here. It's all red. But let's say you were a Democrat in Arizona and you wanted to flip this state. Arizona is a battleground state. So you can now, go in here and you can say, okay, my Pima County's good. Looks like my Graham County's okay. Gila County's not bad. Okay, Coconino County. All right, this one, there's a lot of votes down here in Pima. And what we need to do is we need to go in here and we need to flip some of these. So we can see here, that's a pretty small precinct. But some of these, they might have some more people in them. But if you can go and you can suppress some of these red areas in Pima County, you can find a highly populated area. Or if you want to go into Phoenix and let's say we want to flip Maricopa County, from red to blue, well, you would just go and identify some of these precincts that have a lot of people. So like maybe this one. So this one voted for Donald Trump basically by double, 67 to 26%. So if you're a Democrat and you want to flip Arizona, this is a pretty hot precinct. So if you just suppressed this precinct, let's say you made it very difficult to vote, you were able to cut voter enfranchisement in half, then you can knock out, let's say, 1,600 votes out of that county. Or out of that voting precinct. So now you just go around and you do that in your different locales. And, that's where this concept of voter suppression and voter fraud becomes so important, because you can literally, like, this is so granular that you can just go in here and you can just start adding up the votes. Okay. This one was 52 to 39%. That would be ripe. That would be ripe. All of these different precincts would be ripe, but you wouldn't want to spend any of your efforts in here trying to flip these precincts, because this would be very, these are already going in your favor. So So that's where I think you get a lot of the benefit on the voter suppression stuff. And this is, this is maybe literally exactly, what they're working off of in order to come up with results here. All right. So somebody, looks like Watching You Daily, sent us over a link on the Discord. If you're not already a part of Discord, come check it out. All right. So this is the Discord link. The Associated Press has not called this race. And can I blow this up? How do I make this bigger? Nope, that didn't do it. All right, so it looks like total vote count. Trump's up in the national popular vote. Look at that. Wow, interesting. Florida, 85% reporting. Let's go check that out again. So Florida's up to 85. Donald Trump looks like, that lead is narrowing now. So actually, no, it's not. It's actually increasing, it looks like. Yeah, it's actually increasing. All right. Which county are you in? That comes from Gigi. I'm in Maricopa County. So we're over in Maricopa County. It is, I think it's transitioning right now. Maricopa County is sort of transitioning. So we'll see how it ends up tonight. We will see. We have Glenn Shelton says, I don't agree with gerrymandering. What are your legal thoughts on this? Yeah, gerrymandering, I think, is totally wrong, right? Gerrymandering is this concept that you are weaving your jurisdictions in a way that is going to serve whatever political party that you want. So let's say, let's say that you have a state or a city that has, a certain contingent of people that are Republicans. And so you literally will draw the election boundaries around all of the Republican in that district so that you can always win a Republican seat there. And I disagree with that. I would like to see states carved up equitably, but it's a complicated issue that I think is ripe for a lot of malfeasance there as well. So I'd be curious to see, I would be very, very open to entertaining other ideas on how to deal with the gerrymandering problem. Okay. Rudy Rhodes says, watch the Dems go quiet on the national popular vote when it isn't their candidate. I'm not sure that's going to hold. So the popular vote is kind of fun to laugh at right now, but I don't think that is going to hold. Remember, California is going to add, I think, 3 million. I think it added 3 million in 2016 to the total popular vote. Hillary Clinton won it basically just based on California. John Doe says we had a gerrymandering amendment on the ballot in Missouri. It was one of those questions to try to trick you where yes means no and no means yes. How can they call these states when mail-in votes have not yet been counted? So good question, Catherine. So some of the states have actually counted the mail-in ballots. Some of them were counting them as they were coming in. Some of them, they're counting them right now, right? Or they started counting them this morning. And so I think when they're saying, like when you're looking here at Florida and you're saying 86%, that's all of them, right? That's all of the votes. I think that's all the mail-ins. That's everything. I think that we should have an answer on Florida by the end of the night, unless it's unless it's going to be like a recount type of a situation. All right. Let's take a look at Twitter. What's going on in the Twitter world? What's everybody having to say right now? So Tucker hitting how Hispanics going for Trump in Miami-Dade. Bloomberg, the latest Miami-Dade margin in Florida is great news for President Trump. That comes from Bloomberg Business. Trump got 334,000 votes in Miami-Dade. He's got more than 450 there already. So that is looking good according to Bloomberg. That's a nice little graphic there. Presidential results. How many votes have been counted? They're midway through the vote count process. Let's go over to Bloomberg. See how they're doing. Okay. Florida election results. So, yeah, Trump flipped that. Now he's up by, looks like 160,000 votes. Joe Jorgensen not playing much of a spoiler there. We have, so a lot of these panhandle states, another commenter said that a lot of these are coming in later. This is a nice little website here. This is a nice breakdown from Bloomberg Really well done. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I mean, if that is accurate, and it's looking like it might be, then Florida is looking pretty good there for Donald Trump. We got 86%. How many votes have been counted? Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Let's take a look back over here. They're still stuck there. Yeah, so Bloomberg's looking good. Let's see if we can find... That's some good data there. If you have better data that we should be looking at, send those my way. All right, let's take a look at the full results. Interesting map. Twitter is going crazy, CB says. Bloomberg says, I like their visuals. Yeah, this is nice. How many votes have been counted? 14 to 15%. So we still got a ways to go there, folks. We've got Trump is leading in a couple of these states. All right, let's go back over to Twitter. So we've got The Blaze is announcing Florida goes to Trump. Let's see if anybody else is calling that. Nothing yet from Fox News. Nothing yet from the Washington Post. Nothing yet from the New York Times. But The Blaze is calling it, so that's good. All right. The Political Polls is also saying it. They're calling it. Decision Desk. So we have somebody else who is calling Florida. Polls close in the Florida Panhandle. We can now make our first key state projection of the night. Donald Trump is going to Florida. So that is over at Political Polls. And it looks like the People's Pundit is calling. Let's check him. People's Pundit. I nailed Florida again. So, Nate Silver is sort of in the crosshairs for a lot of people out there, right? A lot of people really would like to stick it to Nate Silver. I don't have a dog in that game, a dog in that fight, but we got People's Pundit who's saying it's going over to Florida. We're going to follow him. We're going to throw him in the Twitter follow. All right. Let's go back over to Twitter. Let's see what else is going on here. They believe they have won Florida. Over 80% of the votes are in. Remaining area to hear from is the Panhandle, which is all Trump country. I've seen enough. Stacey Abrams wins Georgia. President Trump wins Florida. That's according to his team. Polling error in 2020 is looking very similar to what Americans saw in polling in 2016. It doesn't indicate how things will eventually pan out yet, but is shaping up for there to yet be another questions about the polling industry. So Georgia is a battleground state, and it's looking like forecast that Trump wins that. Wow. So that is another pretty important state. Georgia's pretty important. Georgia gets overlooked a lot, but I'm not sure that that's wise, right? If this is a big state, Georgia's a pretty big state. 16 electoral votes, pretty close. We still got 85% of the vote left here, according to the New York Times. So Georgia's 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania's 20. It's very close. And Georgia, according to Washington Post, 15%. So still way too close to call for many of them. 18% over here on Fox News. About a difference of 100,000 votes. Ohio's looking blue. Pennsylvania's looking blue with 4% in, according to Fox News. Yeah, Mark Marquez is saying, I heard Trump took Florida, yes. And so the major news sites have not called them just yet. Washington Post has not called it. New York Times has not called it. Bloomberg doesn't look like they've called it. But some of the other websites have. So The Blaze, the People's Pundit, some of the others are saying that it is now going to Donald Trump. He's up by over 170,000 or so votes. So he's moving and grooving there. Okay. So over at Bloomberg, they also have not called anything for Donald Trump quite yet. 17% of the votes. We have Preston Byrne says the New York Times currently forecasts Donald Trump to take the state by 5 points. Oh yeah, let's take a look at some of the the scales, right? So Georgia here. I love these little gas dockets. Anybody remember this from 2016? Okay, I remember watching this literally live. The New York Times was doing this in 2016, and I watched it go from Hillary Clinton all the way at the end and just slowly go all the way towards Donald Trump. It was pretty crazy. Okay, so Florida, 89%. They're that gas meter is looking like that's going to Trump. Georgia's looking like it's leaning Trump. North Carolina, which is a pretty big one also. I think that's a battleground. North Carolina is the state that actually they will keep counting votes up until 9 days after the election, which is just bizarre. Okay, we've got probably Trump tilting Biden over in North Carolina. Let's see. Okay, Paul Fun says, yeah, if North Carolina goes blue, ouch, it's going to be difficult. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I think North Carolina's sort of a must win. And that's looking like it's looking pretty close. 60% reported. And the election needles are moving slowly. Very, very close. Never Trust a Lawyer says, I remember the media crying in 2016. It was such a fun night that night. I remember that, very, very vividly. It was a weird night. But I had a lot of fun. It was interesting to watch everybody just slowly melt down over the night. I know this. So Joe Doe says, I know this. Many states will not comply on Biden's promise to ban assault rifles if he wins. Somebody's saying some prayers out there. We have the Freedom Party. Kim Possible is in the house. The New York Times from Gerardo A1. All right, let's pop back on over to Twitter. Okay, we've got Kevin says Medicare for All has been a consistent winner. Shut down DC, so they're back in action. A non-scalable fence has been erected around the White House ahead of the Election Day results. Let's take a look at Shut Down DC. Let's see what they have to say. Well, let's check out all these people. So these are some of the Twitter people that we follow. People's Pundit. So he says that he nailed Florida again. Florida leans toward Trump. So he's pretty rock solid on that one. We've got Catherine Herridge over at CBS. So she was the one who posted about some of this election interference type of stuff. Poll Watch. So they retweeted this. They said Matt Schlapp says, please hear this. Both Florida and Ohio coming in with higher Republican turnout and lower Democratic turnout after Dems stumbled on the early vote. I believe both Ohio and Florida will go for Trump in a race that we were told was unwinnable. He says the media and the polling are broken. And it's looking like that. It's looking like that's not far off. Let's see how Ohio is doing. So it looks like he may be a little off currently in Ohio. According to Bloomberg, Joe Biden's up by a significant amount, by about 400,000 votes. Only 46% or so votes have been counted thus far, according to Bloomberg. Over at Foxx, 49% reporting. Again, Joe Biden's up by about 400,000. Michigan is now reporting 3% in there, and it looks like Donald Trump is up, but it's brand new. Okay, we have Florida and Pennsylvania most of the election, according to JC. I agree with that. Pennsylvania, we got 4% reporting in. Major early votes coming in for Joe Biden. He's up just about 190,000 votes right there. Nothing reporting in New York. New Hampshire's coming in. That's going to be a Joe Biden pickup for sure. Okay. Pennsylvania, New York. And it looks like North Carolina is flipping back over, and it's now tilting Trump. So North Carolina was tilting Joe Biden like 5 minutes ago, and literally it just flipped back over. So the election needles for North Carolina are looking good. All right. All right. Faith sending me a message over here. So, okay, let's dive back into the chat. Let me take a sip of this drink here. We've been going for about an hour and a half here, folks. Everybody staying hydrated. Everybody have their energy going good, because we got another round of polls coming up here, or that are closing soon. Take a sip of that beverage and let's stay hydrated. Oh yeah, delicious. All right, so we have some more people on Twitter that we need to take a look at. All right, so the poll watch, thoughts on Florida, we already covered that. Shut down DC, let's see what they're doing. So Michelle Malkin, you may remember her. She is sort of a big person on the right-wing side of the political commentary. And this is what's going on, it looks like, in DC on Election Day. Let's listen in. All right, so dance performances down there. Okay, let's see what else is going on in Shutdown DC. They're in McPherson Square, dancing, doing spoken word poetry. Oh, look at this little guy. All right. So they're having a good time. Looks like they're partying out there in DC. And a lot of the cops are out there. We bring the peace. The PD brings the violence. We need support down there. BLM Plaza looks like pulling up. Okay, so Gigi is saying, if I were you, I wouldn't play music in the Twitter videos. You might get copyright claimed. Yeah, that's a good point, Gigi. I didn't really know that there was going to be music playing in there, but it's a good point. We got to be cognizant of the copyright stuff. Okay, so they're saying DC police are surrounding the Long Live Go-Go at 16th and K. And so some of the pictures from their Twitter looks like, yeah, we already covered some of this stuff. So not much new from them. Let's bounce over. Let's take a look at Kate Bedingfield. All right, so Kate Bedingfield is the actual campaign manager, deputy campaign manager for Joe Biden. So we wanted to take a look at, what she has to say. She is not talking much today right now. Not saying much of anything. All right, let's go back and look at some of the needles. Where are the needles at? All right, North Carolina is staying pro-Trump. Whoa, Florida. Florida is in the can now. Very, very likely Trump. Looks like that is about to be called by the New York Times. I'm going to guess that they're going to do that here shortly. Florida is probably going to call, or the Washington Post is going to call that. 88% reporting in. Trump is up by over 200,000 votes now. So so Trump is getting just a bigger and bigger margin as the night goes on in Florida. Pennsylvania now is at 5%. Trump's still getting blown out there. 51% over in Ohio. And Trump is down by about, looks like over just under 400,000 votes there. And 51% reporting in there. Let's go see if we can find some other needles. So if we go back on the New York Times, yeah, so Joe Gasparos has told you West Panhandle is one giant military base. So Florida, it's looking like Trump +2, 90% of the votes reported, looking like a 95% Trump. North Carolina, Biden +5, but they're saying that's 63% Trump. We've got Georgia, looks like 86% Trump. That's big, folks. That's good for Donald Trump. If he wins Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, he's doing well. I mean, he's winning the states that he needs to win, if that is to be believed. Okay, so back over here at the needles. So Georgia, North Carolina, they're saying a 66% Trump. All right, Leo Song with the super chat says, "Can I get a hoo-yah?" So I'll give you a hoo-yah for Leo Song. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. We got Toan Tran who says, "Let's go Trump. I love me some riots in the morning. Goes good with bare arms." Kim Possible says, "No way. Remember Florida in 2016, 2018, the election director? Trump 2020, baby. Where's my hoo-yahs at?" From all the people in the house. We got RAS Illusion who says, "Michigan and Wisconsin are important and Pennsylvania is huge in my humble opinion." Yeah, he's absolutely right. We got Joe Gasparo who says, "I'm a criminal defense and divorce lawyer in Jacksonville, Florida. By the way, I love your channel." Good to be here, Joe. Good to see you. I love, fellow colleagues in the criminal defense world. We got to stick together, and I appreciate you being here. So let's keep poking around on Twitter. Who else do we have? So Pete Buttigieg, I wanted to see what he had to say. He said, "In line, please stay in line. Make sure your voice is heard no matter what. Today should be a national holiday." Pete Buttigieg has been doing a lot of appearances for Joe Biden. And so he's sort of become this surrogate that has been very, very active for the Biden campaign. And we wanted to see what he had to say. And we don't see much there from him. What is Mr. Joe Biden saying? Nothing at this point in time. It all comes down to this. "I will go vote," is what he says. Stay in line, folks. So between Joe and Pete Buttigieg, they're both telling you to stay in line, folks, please. Team Joe, New Hampshire, if you're waiting at the polls, stay in line. If you're in line, you're guaranteed your right to vote. Spread the word. So... all right, so that's that. Nothing there from him. Donald Trump, he's out doing the same thing. Vote, vote, vote. So I happen to love this video. Look at this video. 26.8 million views, right? It's Donald Trump dancing. It's just him dancing, right? Doing his little thing. It's hysterical. He should have done a lot more of this, I think, during the campaign. He would have. It's very empathetic. It's very relatable. That's essentially how I dance. Okay. I don't dance for that reason because that's what it looks like. And I think it's very humanizing. It makes him look relatable. It's hilarious. And they have a video of him doing it for 2 minutes and 12 seconds, all throughout, just dancing, 26.8 million views. Pretty hilarious. Pretty funny. All right, so the GOP is saying it's still time to get out and vote. We're looking really good all over the country. Thank you. That's from Donald Trump 2 hours ago. We have Hustle Game says he's such a Trumper, shaking my head. We have John Ragin who says, "I'm an ASU law grad, Trump 2020. Good to see you." Kim Possible says, "Sorry about that." Tron's asking thoughts on Brexit. I don't really have any pertinent thoughts here tonight. But I support less global governments, less sort of just consolidation is the word I'm thinking of. Less consolidation around the world is I think better. More local government. Lawrence Al says, "Did you vote Republican back in 2016? So normally what I do is I typically will split my ballot. I'm not somebody who is one party all the way. So I'll normally split it, and it kind of depends. And typically I disagree with a lot of the Republicans and a lot of conservatives on criminal justice issues. I just don't agree with them. I think they're totally wrong on a lot of justice reform stuff. They want more incarceration. They want more, more strict penalties. And I just disagree with it. So for a lot of our county attorneys and for a lot of our, sheriffs and law enforcement related local elections, I don't vote with the Republicans on it. I'm more of a sort of a pro-freedom, less government-minded individual. And the Democrats, at least in Arizona, are more the party of sort of humanity in criminal justice. So somebody asked, what's Jorgensen's turnout looking like? Not particularly high. Let's go over to Bloomberg and see if Jorgensen's on this list. I saw that somewhere. Where is that? All right, so here's Jorgensen, 65,000 votes thus far. Let's take a look at that again. So we hit refresh. Jorgensen is now looking at 313,000 votes. So she's got less than 1% of the total vote coming across the board. Florida, 50.8% to Trump. Georgia, Trump's looking pretty solid there. Michigan's reporting, 8% reporting in. Let's go back over to Foxx. Michigan's 8%, and Trump just really flipped that around. Pennsylvania's now at 6%. Totally flip-flop there. Okay. We see Kim Possible said, I didn't get to vote in 2016. I went missing. Dylan Schumann says, should switch to nighttime mode on Twitter. Much easier to read and see. And mine does that automatically, Dylan. I do typically go on night mode. I'm a night mode kind of man. All right. Jason Vera says, ouch. RAS Illusion Tron. I'm worried about America literally being bought parcel by China. We have Kim Possible says, so Robert, how's cinema worked out for Arizona? She talks trash on AZ, kind of out there. She is a little bit out there. You know, she is... She's not my first candidate that I would want in office, but she's been pretty, I would say pretty even keeled. You know, nothing really stands out about her in Arizona. She kind of keeps her head under the radar. I mean, she's a brand new senator, so we may see more from her. Now, the pink hair, the blue hair, all of that type of stuff, not exactly my cup of tea, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the person's politics in my mind. So. All right, so a couple other states look like they got called 8 minutes ago. New York Times called Arkansas for Donald Trump. We have Tom Cotton, who's going to be winning re-election in Arkansas as well. Phil Scott wins in Vermont, the Republican. We have... Exit 5398 says, I'm hoping that Jorgensen gets her percent to allow more than just the major parties on the next debate stage in 4 years. Would prefer Trump over Biden, I think, though. Every news outlet has different numbers. CBS has Trump with 42 electoral votes, Biden with 20. That comes from Momo Paintballs. Yeah, and that's why we have all of them open, right? They're all sort of doing their own thing, right? And one of the things that I like to look for is, remember what happened in 2000? In 2000, when it was Bush versus Gore, there was a lot of concern that different media companies were starting to announce the results of the election too early. And that was causing people to leave the polls. So this all happened, we had a very close election in 2000 where when the media was calling states, they told people to leave, or people just started leaving. So that's why you're seeing Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg and all sorts of people saying, stay in line. Do not get out of line. You cannot leave yet, because they do not want a repeat of that. Let's see what Scott Adams has to say. So Scott Adams is the founder or the creator of Dilbert. He correctly predicted that Donald Trump was going to win in 2016, and he got made a lot of people were making fun of him. I was following him at that time, and I thought his analysis was pretty spot on. Cernovich, he says, I've been hearing from Trump that turnout is blowing away their expectations, and the Philly GOP is backing that up. They said so many people are showing up to vote for real Donald Trump in New Hanover that there's a 4-hour wait at the polls. Incredible turnout in Montgomery County, and they are the Pennsylvania GOP. So Scott Adams retweeted that. Snipers keep watch from the White House roof over growing crowds below. Ooh, wow, look at that. Look at that. So the crowds are filling up over in D.C., and we go over to Stephen Cortez, who is the Trump's senior campaign advisor for strategy. So he's saying they're looking at exit polls, Florida, which has basically been called, Georgia, which is looking like it's been called, Ohio, all from CNN. So some of those exit polls are, probably moot at this point. So a lot of these people who work on the campaigns, they're not saying much today. The Philly GOP is saying the polls are officially closed in Pennsylvania. If you're still in line, don't leave. You're allowed to stay and cast your vote. So remember what we talked about in Pennsylvania. They can actually keep sending ballots, or they're going to keep counting ballots that are received for 3 more days. So polls just closed over there about an hour ago, it looks like. Let's take a look at the Pennsylvania numbers. So according to the AP, still way off. 20 electoral votes, 6% reporting over there. Let's go back over to Foxx. 6% over there. And we're still making our way across the country. So In Texas, we've got polls close at 8. So what they should be closed now, right? Yeah. So 8 is at, yeah, okay. So they should be closed. Those should be closed. Those are still coming in. Do you think the cities will be bad tomorrow if Trump is doing well? I'm going to Brooklyn and I'm worried. That comes from Austin Stansbury. So I hope not. I really hope not. I think what we're seeing right now is just a lot of people out there, kind of participating in the process, right? It's kind of a miracle that every 4 years we have an election and we bring new people into control the government. It's a pretty amazing thing. And so if people are out there just, celebrating and having fun, dancing, I don't have any problems with that. But I don't know that's going to hold, right? If this starts to flip, then things may go the other way and people may get a little bit out of control, but we'll see what happens. I'm hoping that does not happen. So we're scrolling down Twitter. Zulu says it's not 8 in Texas yet. No, is it? So this says that it closes at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that would be 6 p.m. Arizona time, and it's now 6:44 in Arizona. So Texas polls closed at 7. Okay, so that might be off. So yeah, so time zones are all off. Yeah, time zones are just off across the board. Everybody's sort of confused about time zones, which I think is to be expected. All right, so still here, we're still sort of locked at 10% now in Pennsylvania. 10% reporting in Pennsylvania. We've got more exit polls, which are usually just irrelevant. Election polls just typically just aren't that interesting. Matt Gaetz is chiming in. We got Steve Bannon. Less than an hour until polls close in Arizona. So we're going to start to see a lot more stuff coming through. Let's take a look at Virginia. So Virginia now, 34% still reporting in over there. Virginia's 35% according to the Washington Post. And isn't this weird? 35%. Very interesting. So they're calling it for Joe Biden, even though he's down by about 300,000 votes. All right. We have at R&R Law Group is doing daylight savings election suppression. Funny how we do them so close to the election. That's a great point. That's a great point. What if everybody showed up to the polls, but they rewound their clocks back, so they missed the memo? Right? That would be pretty interesting. We have Nick with a $10 super chat. Thanks, Nick. He says, I'm an investment advisor for a company competing with Goldman Sachs. My colleagues and I are scared what will happen to the markets if Biden wins. They are Democrats, by the way. Put stop losses in now, people. Very interesting. So we have a couple people who jumped in on over on the Discord. We have the Paramedic Gamer who says hello all. We have Reels who says hi. We have HMR Dropout who says, I always watch your show the next day. I am asleep when you were live. I just want to thank you and let you know I love your content. I've learned so much. Thank you, HMR Dropout. That's very nice. Okay, so I want to go back to Nick's question. So Nick had the super chat for the $10. Thanks, Nick. He was talking about the stock market, and somebody today in the live chat on the Discord actually shared a link. Let me find this. It was shared over from Learn Ashley, and where is this? I want to find this. It was a story that I read previously about the stock market, essentially predicting how all of this was going to unfold, and I want to see if that holds true. Okay, so we had the robocalls. All right, so here is this article from Fox News. It says that the stock market predicts that Trump will defeat Biden, right? So this sort of addresses the question for Nick here. And stock market predicts that Trump's going to win. And they went through this analysis. They said the U.S. dollar's ability to forecast the next president. So they look at the U.S. dollar and they say, okay, if it went up, the index increased by this percent change, then the incumbent party loses the election. So here, this indicator is saying that Trump should lose this, right? If the value of the dollar index goes down, then the incumbent party wins. So here, according to this article, Donald Trump is supposed to lose this. But remember, this is extremely close, right? That's basically zero. A lot of these others have been, a bigger margin than that. But then we have the presidential elections and recession. So here they're saying the same thing. Donald Trump's in a recession, so he should lose. Okay, recession, lost, recession, lost, recession, lost, and so on. Just back, a couple times with Woodrow Wilson and Calvin Coolidge, did they go the other way? So yes, technically Donald Trump, technically the country as a result of COVID is in a recession, right? But it's very temporary, and we're seeing sort of a V-shaped recovery that is taking place. And then there was another, the S&P said, the benchmark S&P, which has predicted the winner in 87% of all presidential elections and every one since 1984, it grew. It added 1.2% from July 31st through Monday. And they say a gain in the 3 months leading up to the election has signaled a victory for the incumbent party, while a loss signaled a transfer of power. So according to this benchmark, the S&P benchmark, it is looking like Trump should win. According to the dollar, if this is technically right, if it's anything that's in the positive, then Donald Trump should lose. Same with the recession. But these are sort of contingents. These numbers are not exactly on point. The 0.06 is really close to zero, and it's really close to being in the red. And it's kind of a recession, but kind of not really, because it's a V-shaped recession, right? The economy was booming. We were going up and up and up, and then COVID hit. We had a massive dip, and now things look like they're bouncing back. So I'll be curious, Nick, I'm not real sure what that says, on your question, but if the S&P is going up, and I think the stock market was up considerably today, a lot of people are saying that that is good signs for Donald Trump. All right. Hopping on over to the Discord. We got a link over from Gigi. He sent us over here to 538. Thank you, Gigi. He said, yes, CB says stock market's very high right now. I do have a question on the all-seeing eye in the bottom right corner. Is that the meaning? That is the channel icon. That's right. So we have the watching the watchers, the all-seeing eye. All right. So Biden is slightly favored to win Florida. So that's from no longer updating. Come visit our live blog. Yeah. So Nate Silver looking like he may be wrong on Florida. Let's go back and take a look. Florida is now 89% in. Donald Trump is up almost 300,000 votes. Okay. So yeah, Nate Silver might be wrong on that one. We will see. We have worst journalist of the year, Don Lemon, worst journalist of the year. That comes from Kildar. Kim Possible says, can we briefly rewind to mid-May? Jaden Hayden beat the old man in Michigan. The old man died in July. Whitmer ordered the nursing home infiltration with COVID-19 patients. That's from Kim Possible. Glenn Shelton said, I'm a Forex trader. Right now we're seeing the dollar strength against other currency pairs. So dollar strength against other currency pairs. Tron says this recession is self-inflicted. Yeah, and that's kind of my point on that number is that it's almost an artificial recession. And as soon as we lift the COVID restrictions, the economy, I think, will bounce right back. I am a WSB trader, so I'm a YOLO, says Kildar. Colin Eber says, I don't know with all the conspiracy theorists on shadow governments and so on if it was linked, just was curious. No, I just did the all-seeing eye because it's like it's an eyeball. It's like watching things, and that's what we wanted to do is watch, right? It's called watching the watchers. We have, what about Alan Lichtman's prediction? So Alan Lichtman, I think that was the keys guy, right? That was the keys. His 13 keys. Yeah, I think his 13 keys were just a little bit off, right? Because if you look at his keys here, he's saying the mandate key, they lost in 2018, so they lose that. Election year recession. So I think he split his keys. He had 13 keys. I think it was 7 for Biden and 6 for Trump. But I disagree with this one, right? Long term, because of the sharp negative growth this year, which was, both of these are not really good factors, because I think the recession is essentially artificial. Things were moving until we literally, locked everything down. But once all of those locks are off, I don't think that, hopefully, I'm hoping that the voters don't blame all of that, the economic breaks that were applied to the country. I don't think that is Donald Trump or his administration's fault. He's going to get blamed for it, but was he responsible for that? Is there anything he could have done to alter the course of COVID? I don't really think so. Greg in Houston says the economy will bounce back if Trump wins. Not so sure if Biden wins. Understandable. Thank you for clearing. Colin says that. I'll have to leave my job too. That's from CB. Trump way ahead in Virginia. Yeah, let's look back at those Virginia because they're still giving that to Joe Biden, which is really funny. He's up by, it looks like 300,000 votes, 37% reporting, but they're still giving that to Joe. So it must be that that they're considering all of Trump's votes already, essentially counted. They must be expecting a huge wave of Democrat votes coming in. Taxpayer Dave says, do we know how many uncounted mail-in ballots there are in each state? So I don't think we know what the total number is on them, but we do know, like Bloomberg has some numbers here where you can say, like here in Bloomberg, we're looking at, let's say we want to go over to Virginia. It's looking like they're telling us that they're estimating that it's going to be 4.15 to 4.59 million votes. So that's basically all they can estimate it at, and then they're only counting 1.75 of them. So, they're about, it's in this range. I don't think anybody can sort of predict how many outstanding votes are still out there. Or nobody's going to know what that final number is until they all come in. So they're just estimating right now. But it's a big deal, right? 38%, that's a 4% difference. That's a big change there. All right. So let's take a look at Virginia here over in Bloomberg. So about 40% of the vote probably in. Let's take a look at the Senate. So have we had anything called here? The Senate's looking pretty standard thus far. 7 seats in play there. Let's refresh over at the AP. Donald Trump, 72 to 85. Donald Trump still ahead in the popular vote. That will change once California comes in, but it is interesting to see here. Donald Trump's way up in Georgia, 30% reporting on that. Let's see what we've got. All right, so Faith just sent me the actual article. Awesome. Back over to Foxx. Pennsylvania's reporting 7% in. Super slow. My goodness, guys. All right, New York, 7% reporting. No, New York. No, that's New Hampshire. Pennsylvania, 7%. New York, 0%. Polls close at 9 p.m., so they'll be closing in about 4 minutes. Okay, so we've got if taxes are raised in businesses, wouldn't that affect employee wages? Yeah, so I mean, if taxes are raised, then look, here's the thing with taxes. So with taxes, we have well, hang on a minute. Yeah, I'm watching the chat. Okay, so if taxes are raised, wouldn't that affect employee wages? So here's the thing with taxes, right? If you have to pay a lot of taxes, I made this point on this channel many times. If you have to pay a lot of taxes, it can be very expensive. It actually prevents you from hiring employees in general. I say this every year. Every time we have to pay a huge tax bill, what ends up happening is we don't have additional revenue to go hire more employees, or we can't go do more marketing, or we can't, spread the word about the stuff and the good work that we're doing here at our firm. And so what that means is that money is just gone. We could let's say we had a $100,000 tax bill. Well, we could probably hire, 2 employees for that and do some marketing and turn that 100,000 into several jobs, go do some marketing, expand the firm, hire, help more people, which will in turn create more revenue, which will create even more jobs. But because that initial tax payment is just siphoned out of our company, it's just gone. And do we get any benefit from that? Not one that I can articulate, right? I really can't articulate it. If I fill up my car with gas, I can say, all right, I'm paying a percentage, I'm paying additional money on every gallon of gas, 10 cents or 50 cents, depending on the state you're in. Every single gallon has a tax on it. And so I'm able to then say, well, the tax is going to go to the roads and I'll see a benefit for that. But the federal income tax and all of that money that we're just sending over to Washington, I don't really know where it goes, honestly. And it's not particularly useful for our business, for our state, for our employees, or for anybody. All right. We have couple other messages here. We have one from Snoop Report. It says 100% tax equals 0% employment. MN, let's go Trump 2020. No good employee equals you pay them more. Interning, lowering job opportunities. Okay. Colin Eber says intern, lowering job opportunities and the economy, as well as possible depression period. Democrats are early mail-in voters. Trump has an advantage with the late votes. That's very true. All right. So we have a couple, let's see here, a couple other messages coming in. 100% tax isn't a thing. All right. Let's go and take a look back at Twitter and see what people are having to say on there. Okay, Foxx just said North Carolina is 89% chance for Biden. New York Times says 76% for Trump. Who is right? Interesting. All right, so let's take a look at that. So if we go back over to Fox, they're saying North Carolina 74% in. They're reporting a margin of just under 200,000 votes. So Fox is currently has North Carolina up for Joe Biden. North Carolina is an important state. Georgia's 33% in, also an important state. Let's see what Washington Post says about North Carolina. They've also got that in the blue category, 74%, a margin of about 180,000 difference there. If we go over to the New York Times, same story there. Actually, that's Virginia. Okay, North Carolina. Yeah, again, about 190,000 votes there, 73% there. So president might be underperforming in urban areas in Minnesota. Coming from Atlanta, looks like Biden is doing well in Fulton County. Trump wins Indiana, so they just announced that one over at the New York Times. Yeah, Williams says Trump is going to win Florida and Texas. I think that's looking pretty solid at this point. Florida is now 90% in, and Trump polls are closed. They're 90% reporting, and Donald Trump is up over 300,000 votes. Yeah, New York Times is predicting North Carolina to Trump, but Biden is currently ahead. So that's interesting. So let's go take a look at the needles over there. See if we can get North Carolina. So 47 to 51 there. 74% of the vote has been counted. Win probability is leaning Trump. So why are they saying that? Live forecast of the final vote. The expected margin is going to be lower. So basically what they must be saying is that, okay, so here's where you can see some of the breakdown. So this is interesting. So 85% of the estimated votes around Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, and Fayetteville. Okay, so 82% there, 82% there, 75. And then a lot of these other red counties, so those are looking like total reports. So 70% is reporting, 84% is reporting. Some of these other counties are not reporting, and they're all probably very rural counties, right? They're outside of these major metropolitan areas. Okay, we got a huge new update on some new winners over here from the New York Times. Let's take a look back at the main map. Okay, so they just announced a number of other states closed. New Mexico, they're given over to Joe Biden. No votes reported, but that's pretty standard. All right. We have Wyoming's going to Trump, and so our numbers are changing. We got 325 left. We're still moving towards an answer. Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Indiana, Oklahoma, those have all been called for President Trump. We got 65% of the votes. So the polls in Texas should have now closed, right? And they are, so 1% margin over for Joe Biden. All right, so thank you for explaining this concept. That's from Lauren Robinette, Kildare. I've got my bear arms ready for the riots just in case. Higher taxes equals more cash deals. E. Vader says that the United States of America is not the same as the United States Corporation of Washington, D.C. Two separate jurisdictions. Income tax are for U.S. citizens. Across the screen, I hope it'll be read. That's from Kim Possible. We have DAL says Trump has been spending thousands on wrapping their entire vehicles. Trump has people spending thousands to show support for him. The 96-mile-long Trump train in Arizona, it's nothing like I've ever witnessed. And yeah, Arizona's right. It's where I live, right? And so I heard about that. I had a lot of people send me text messages actually and say, "Good Lord, this whole thing's ridiculous," and they can't believe how long that Trump train really was. Okay, so we have a Republican winning a Senate seat in Wyoming. We've got a Republican winning re-election in North Dakota. Let's go over to the Washington Post. Still, the Washington Post kind of has the weakest website of the bunch, I think. All right, so Florida. Post estimates 92%. All right, let's go over to Fox News again. So Nebraska, 5 votes. Fox News is calling more 10 p.m. Eastern time. My goodness. So we still have another 55 minutes on that one. Polls are still open in Iowa for another 55 minutes. Polls in Minnesota should be closed. I think Fox has their times messed up, or maybe I have my times messed up. All right. So let's take a look at Twitter, see what else is going on there. So Julie Gunnigle, Julie's running for office here. She's our county attorney. She's running for our county attorney office. Be curious to see how she does there. All right. We've got Wyoming goes to Donald. No question about that. Biden. So this person says, an author for the New York Magazine. She says, I think Biden will have enough white voters to pull it out tonight. Trump is winning Loudoun County in Virginia by 55% with 95% counted. He lost it in 2016. Early sign that Trump is doing better in suburbs and the exurbs and not worse, as the lying media has suggested. All right, so let's go back and let's take a look. And I think it's about time for a little bit of a beverage break. Make sure you stay hydrated out there, folks, because we still have a little bit of ways to go. All right, so Minnesota just closed, and we're looking back over here at North Carolina. North Carolina would be good. I want to see an answer on that one. If North Carolina and Georgia go for Donald Trump, then I think his path gets a lot easier. Okay, at R&R, how has Florida still not been called, but Virginia is already in Biden's camp? Yeah, it's a good question, right? Look at this. Okay, 90% reporting, 5.1 million, let's call it 5.2 to 5.5, 300,000 votes, 90% reporting. You would imagine that one is easy to call. Virginia, there it goes. So Virginia wait a minute. Yeah, North Carolina, that's still open. 2.2 to 2.1. We've got Virginia. Donald Trump's up by literally 200 and almost 300,000 votes there with 39% reporting. So it must be the same type of story. Like we must be missing. Again, I'm not real familiar with North or Virginia politics. Let's see if we can tease that out a little bit. Let's go back over to North Carolina. And so we may see, Raleigh, Greensboro. Wait, is this Virginia? Where the hell am I? North Carolina. All right. North Carolina. So a lot of these rural counties just haven't been reported yet. 85% in Mecklenburg. We've got 82% in Cumberland, Raleigh, which I imagine is a big population center, 82% there. So I don't understand that one. I'll be honest. I don't understand why that one has not been called. All right. Somebody says Loudoun County going Trump is going to push Virginia to Trump. And let's take a look at Virginia. So Richmond has 10%. See if we can find some of these others. Montgomery County, Roanoke, 31% reported. Okay, so Nick says the most northern counties in VA have the highest population, and they are mainly Democrat. Okay, so the most northern. So maybe these are all going to be coming in later, and they're going to flip. I don't know. Let's take a look here if we can see anything for. Do we have any needles that we can watch? So some of these states don't have needles. Okay, here they are giving Florida very likely to Trump. They're giving Georgia probably Trump. They're also giving North Carolina probably Trump. Those are three important states for Trump. Wow, okay. What outcomes in these three states could mean for the presidential race? Either candidate can win, and it could take days or longer to know. That's according to the New York Times. Not a majority of counties being reported in Texas. Virginia has been called already. Has it? So Virginia, according to the Washington Post, has not been called. Polls closed 2 hours ago. So Trump is up. Are they calling? Who's calling Virginia for Trump? Fox News still have it in the Joe Biden camp. What's going on with this? Doesn't make any sense what's going on. All right, so here we have Virginia. Fox News has literally already called Virginia 39% for Joe Biden. Why then, when we go over to the New York Times, wait a minute, where did I just see that? Okay, Washington Post, they've got Donald Trump up, and they're not calling it. So for some reason, Fox News is saying Virginia is going to Joe Biden. Don't really know why that is. Okay, Fox News called it. Kim Possible says, yes, some states put that on the back. Okay, so Kim Possible, libertarian just means if you're not hurting anyone else, it's not a crime. Fishing without a license is a good example. Joe Gasparo says, Virginia is a blue state. VA is a safe blue state. Yeah, Kim Possible says, look how different the numbers are. Yeah, it's weird. I really don't know why Fox News is reporting that number. Let's see if we can figure it out with Bloomberg. All right, so we go to Bloomberg and we try to dial in on Virginia. They're also giving it to Joe Biden. So now we have Fox and Bloomberg that are confirming Virginia for Joe Biden, both of them. So they must know something that I, obviously am not picking up, right? And I think this is a pretty good, Bloomberg's doing a nice job. So they're showing you, I think, where these other sort of population centers are. They're going to bring in votes for Joe Biden, because you'd have to imagine that of this remaining vote, right? If right now, if they're saying 41 to 45% have come in, well, what about the other 60 something percent that is left out? And so they may be saying that those are still coming in from, they still must come in from some of the big counties where all the population centers are. And then that would mean that, they're going to come in heavy for the Democrats, and that Donald Trump will ultimately lose that. Now, I'm not sure that anybody was saying that Trump needed to win Virginia. It was really more about these states, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And then we're going to look up, as soon as the next poll's closed, we're going to look back up at the sort of the Rust Belt states, right? Specifically Michigan, Wisconsin, and then Minnesota. Minnesota is a long shot, I think. I don't think anybody was expecting Trump to win that, or maybe they were, I don't know. Arizona is going to be coming up soon. Polls close. I think the polls are closed now, so should start getting some of that coming in. I think Arizona is going to go for Trump, just based on what I have seen around here. I just haven't seen much else, much real substantive support for Joe Biden here. All right, so we go back over to the elections. Let's take a look at what let's take a look at what the Senate is doing, shall we? We got 42 Democrats, 38 Republicans. Arizona will be coming up. This is going to be a hot one. Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is that astronaut who is actually married to, what's her name? I'm blanking right now. She's a politician. She was shot in Tucson. I'm totally blanking on it. But he's married to her. and they're in a really, really tight race. This is going to be interesting to follow. All right, Minnesota's coming in, Michigan. In New Mexico, all I have seen is Trump signs. That's from Jesse M. Gabby, that's right, Gabby. Yep, Gabby. Kim Possible, yep, that's exactly right. Gabby Giffords, I think was her name, yeah. And she got shot, and she's married to Mark Kelly, and they have both been appearing on a lot of different ads all throughout the entire state of Arizona. Tonight is proof that Biden would have won in 2016. So Julie Gunnigle is running for office. She says stay in line. Biden plus 12 in Ohio, down Biden plus 6 in Ohio. Again, this will tighten quite a bit. 3 polls in our modeling show around 48 to 50%. Hey, what is Trafalgar's group saying now? North Carolina continuing to move towards Trump, 74% Trump in North Carolina now. If Trump wins Virginia, Fox News will overtake MSNBC as the biggest joke in the media. I'm not sure that that's going to happen, but it's looking pretty close. Trump lost Loudoun County in North Virginia by 17 points, or just over 30,000 votes. With 98 of 99 reporting results, Trump is beating Biden by 13 points or 9,000 votes. Clinton won Virginia by just 5 points in 2016. So it looks like Sean Davis is over at the Federalist, and he's looking at some results here, and he's saying that, I mean, it may be looking like it's flippable. But then we have somebody here in the live chat who says that no, Virginia is definitely staying blue. So Joe Gasparo, said Virginia is a blue state. Virginia is a safe blue state, and that's sort of what I was thinking. But we got 98 of 99 reporting, and those numbers don't look that big to me. Although that is one county, right? Is what he was saying. So we're talking about Loudoun County, and he's up by 13 points or 9,000 votes, and Virginia was won by Clinton by 9 votes. Okay, well, so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, as a reminder, Virginia has already been called by Fox, and they've already been called by the Washington Post. Okay, Virginia. Well, no, wait a minute. The Washington Post has not called them yet. Who was the other one who did? There was another one that did. All right, that's the Senate. A lot of confusing numbers getting bantied around here. So the New York Times is calling Virginia for Joe Biden. So between the New York Times and Fox News, they're both saying Virginia's going that way. Yeah, Manna says, I'm surprised Florida has not been called yet. Pretty close. Florida's 90% in. Trump's up by 360,000 votes. Ohio's 62% in. Very close. Michigan, 16% in. Trump is in the lead there. Trump's in the lead in Wisconsin. So Bugatti Veyron says it's pronounced Loudoun. Is that right? Loudoun? Loudoun? Did I get that? Loudoun. Okay, Washington Post has Trump winning VA. Is that right? All right, so let's go back over here to the Washington Post. And let's do a refresh over on Virginia. And they are saying Donald Trump's in the lead, but I haven't seen them call that yet. Okay, so that flipped, right? That was blue. So Virginia, Washington Post has Virginia in the red now. Wow, okay. Let's keep going through here and see what the Washington Post has to say. Nothing on Virginia. All right. Robert, if you get a chance, add this on your Twitter. Okay, please. Okay, sorry. Please don't read that. Sorry, Kim. I won't read the rest of that message. I think you have a large Virginia following. So Virginia's a pretty big state. We've got, let's go back to Twitter and see what else is happening right now. Feeling lucky, Las Vegas. We have Georgia's looking fantastic for Trump, 300,000 vote lead. Virginia. Guys, Trump lost Loudoun County by 17 points this year, winning it by 9,000 votes. Feels like Foxx and some others called this too soon. So a lot of people really, really invested in the Virginia results, because if that's a flip, I don't think anybody was expecting that. So Loudoun County is 17 points. We got Georgia, Trump's up by a significant amount. GA presidential election results, 34 to 41% in. Democrats to keep control of the House, according to Fox News, which I think that was about expected. Let's go ahead and cut this off. Fox News can now project the Democrats will retain control of the House of Representatives, and they will expand their majority by at least 5 seats. This is a major boost for Democratic House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who has pledged to roll back much of Trump's first-term agenda if he loses. All right. A Biden campaign official tells Fox News, "We said Florida was going to be close, and it is. We also said we didn't have to win it, and that remains true." Okay. Hand sanitizer breaks voting machines ballots in Iowa. I saw that article. Loudoun County. I am never going to figure out how to say that name. Loudoun County. Loudoun? All right. Let's see. Loud and Proud County. Yeah. Okay, so give me a word that it rhymes with. Loud and Proud County. Loudoun County, maybe? Like Loudon? All right. So RAS Illusion says, if that is true about the House, then Trump is out and our goose is cooked. Loudon. There we go. Crowdin, Loudon. There we go. That's exactly what I need. That's exactly how I understood how to pronounce Kamala's name. Somebody had to tell me, say the word comma and then add a law at the end of it. Comma, law. Oh, all right. And I still get that wrong. So Loudoun County. All right. So we have Fox News decision desk can now predict. Okay, so we already covered that. Let's go back over to the Twitter. Trump won Florida. They aren't calling it, but we know it though. Republican John Cornyn wins re-election in the Senate from Texas. Don't think that was a surprise. Mitch McConnell wins. Cocaine Mitch wins. He's coming back 59%. He's going back into the Senate, and doesn't look like that was even close. Did Predict It just go down? Let's see. Let's see if they did. So let's go to Predict It. We followed Predict It a lot when we were following. Wow. Okay. So it is down. Predict It is down due to technical issues. They're working diligently to restore the service as soon as possible. So if you had a bet place with Predict It, then then you may have a difficult time getting your money. So Cocaine Mitch, Kim Possible was asking about Cocaine Mitch. They were talking specifically. So when he was running for office, he had that bizarre person who was running against him. I think it was Don Blankenship. He coined the phrase Cocaine Mitch. He was trying to do the Trump thing, and he called him Cocaine Mitch during his failed Senate run from West Virginia last year. He was referring to a 2014 article alleging that drugs were found on Mitch McConnell's wife's flight or something like that. So they called him Cocaine Mitch, and then Mitch McConnell just actually started making T-shirts about it. He called himself Cocaine Mitch, and I thought that was absolutely hysterical that he just ran with that Cocaine Mitch. And then in the legal term, in the legal world, a lot of us were having fun with it, saying, yeah, that guy's just nominating and getting so many judges on board the federal judiciary that it was because of all the cocaine that Mitch was doing. Kim Possible said, "We love you. We need an 800 number so we can call into Happy Election Day." So we were trying to figure that out over on Discord, and I think Faith may We may have some of that set up. I don't know. We can try to do a live call. If you're on Discord and you want to try to go live, we can try to figure that out. Just let me know or hop in the waiting room on the Discord server if you're watching that there. McConnell slaughtered it. We have Arizonans, 8 p.m. So we got, looks like 36 minutes left before the Arizona elections will, the polls here in Arizona will close. We've got Texas staying red, according to Ian Miles Cheong. It might go blue in a few years. What's going on in Virginia? Yeah, let's go back to Virginia. A lot of stuff is here. When are they reversing Virginia? Trump has a solid lead with 1.8 million votes counted so far. There was only slightly less than 4 million cast in 2016. There's tons more to be counted in Fairfax, which is a stronghold, but super strange they called it this early. All right. MN Let's Go Trump says, Robbie, I'm happy just listening to you. No need to call in. What's Discord? Okay, never mind. Just make sure everyone in the room has push to talk, yo. Yeah, I would mute the channel for sure. Okay, so Fox. Okay, Robert Geller. We've got just disagreement amongst the media. We've got Fox News still saying that Virginia is going to Joe Biden. That has not changed. 41% reporting in there. If we go back over to the Washington Post, we'll see here, Virginia, they've got slightly red with 400,000, looks like 250, maybe 300,000 vote difference there with 40% counted. Predict it. Their website's down. Cocaine Mitch. Don't need to hear from him anymore. Let's take a look over at Bloomberg. Bloomberg, they still have Virginia going over to Joe Biden. So it's looking like their numbers haven't changed. Something's going on in Virginia, right? The polls have been closed here for a while and nothing has changed. So Joe Biden is still at 784 to 1.13. Yeah, total sort of weirdness going on in Virginia. Let's take a look at what the AP results say. Over in Virginia, same stuff, same story, same numbers. Florida is now at 91% reporting. Let's see if we can get back to the New York Times needles. Take a look at some of these forecasts. All of these are still looking good. Quite likely Trump, probably Trump in Georgia, very likely Trump in Florida. So all of those are looking pretty good for the Trump campaign. Now let's see how the Midwest is doing. All right, Fox is still having North Carolina as 91% likely going to Biden. New York Times has it as 92% likely for Trump. All right, so let's take a look at that. So North Carolina, yeah. North Carolina, according to Fox, is, oh, that's really close. 91% likely going to Biden. New York Times has it as 92% likely going for Trump. Okay, so let's take a look at North Carolina. Over on Fox. Okay, let's see what they've got. So, yeah, here we go. Their probability meters are saying that, well, I think this is for the national. So, 81% reporting. There's a difference of under 100,000 votes. So, there's 19% more that need to be reported. Probability dials on here. Probability meters. Check out Texas. All right, we're checking out Texas. Let's see what that looks like. All right, so Joe Biden's up. Wow, 72% of the votes. That is close. 72%. That is pretty close. Let's go over to Bloomberg and see what they've got. Bloomberg has, yeah, so their numbers are even closer. So over on the Washington Post, we were looking at, yeah, a 0.6% difference. Seeing the same thing over on Bloomberg, a little bit smaller, 0.5% difference. And it's looking like a lot of these, Harris County, Travis County. So these must be, again, the population centers. And a lot of these other, rural areas don't look like they've been reporting yet. So once those rural areas start coming in, it may change. What's down here? Hidalgo, El Paso. Yeah. So you expect the population centers to just go Democratic. That's typically the case. And then once these other rural counties start filling in, then I think Trump will pull off Texas, but we will see. I know they were working hard to flip some of that. So in Texas districts, different districts. All right. We already have enough problems with Corona. Zulu says no one is having a civil war. Yeah, I don't see any civil wars brewing. Let's go check on Twitter and see what people have to say. You love to watch it. This was 65-35 earlier today, I think. All right. Andrew Sullivan. We've got some information here from a Miami Democrat. Says we must have gotten obliterated by Hispanics. Defund the police killed us, says a top Miami Dem, citing a BLM backlash, waving Che Guevara flags, even though it was by just a few, gets lots of attention in a community that sees him as a symbol of totalitarian butchery. I assume worst case was plus 15, defund the police. Yeah, so that's a private text message from somebody. All right. So, there's going to be a lot of mea culpa, right? A lot of people are going to be pointing fingers after the end of the day if it doesn't go the way that they want it to go. We have USA Today saying that this is the latest update. 176 more for Trump, 148 more for Biden. Donald Trump is now the favorite to win on the betting markets. Wild if that is the case. So let's take a look. Looks like predicted is still down. So the betting markets are not available. If we go over to 538, let's see what they're coming up with. Biden is favored to win the election, according to them. 2020 election. Let's see. Where are their updates? Last post was 1 minute ago. New York Times Needle now has North Carolina at 88% likely for Trump. If all three Southeast states tracking go to Trump, that would move national. Where'd that go? Where the heck did that go? Why do they do that? All right. Let's start back at the top. Biden's lead has shrunk to 3.5 in Ohio, where Trump now leads. One positive for Biden. Cleveland and Cincinnati haven't come in yet. Things are really unclear at the moment. It's a really distinct year, somebody says. Big question tonight so far seems to be, does it feel more like 2016 or does it feel more like 2018? ABC News projects Republican winners. We may be in for a close election, somebody says. Lee Drutman, entering this really scary area where all the litigation and election rule changes and USPS controversies could wind up as being potentially decisive, or at least could wind up being perceived as having decided the election. If so, I'm very worried about what we won't end up with as a result of that widely viewed as legitimate. I'm worried about what might happen next as a result. Wow. All right. So, yeah, it is. We spent a lot of time on this channel talking a lot about the election litigation, spent a lot of time talking about it, and it may come down to that in some of these states. We have Jacob Edkin, who says, dude, you are so underrated. I really appreciate what you were doing and the superb information that you provide on nearly a daily basis. Keep up the great work. I know it's going to pay off soon. That comes from Jason Edkin. Jason, my friend, thank you so much for that nice compliment. Such a nice thing to say, and it's a nice super chat. I really appreciate that. And it's not just me, by the way. There's Miss Faith back over there, and we've got a new moderator. A couple people have reached out and said that they want to help support the show. We've got a Discord. We're building. We're trying to we're trying to have more of these conversations. We're trying to get more people involved. I think these are super important issues, and it's very humbling for me to be able to be a part of this. It's not so much about the work that we're doing, but it's about the conversation that I think is taking place. And I'm just so grateful that so many people care about this stuff. It really keeps us both motivated, and we're both having a lot of fun. So thank you so much, Jacob, for that. Yeah, Bugatti Viren says, big ups to Faith. She does a great job. She helps me with all my show prep. And Gigi says, I think it already has been paying off. YouTube subscribers have been growing quite fast. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun, and people are responding to it. Basically the way I wanted to structure this show is I'm so sick of hearing sort of the same talking points everywhere you go, right? Every single media site that you go on, you can sort of, or even like a lot of the podcasts that you listen to, a lot of the media out there, it's like you can predict what they're going to be saying before they say it. It's very routine. It's like they just have the same talking points over and over and over again, and they're not doing any actual thought or discussion or reasoning, and it's a little bit frustrating. So thank you for that. I do appreciate that. Okay, so somebody said they wanted to take a look at Texas. Let's take a look over here. Texas is now flipping. So as we were saying, it's going to look like a lot of these. Yep. So some of these outlier counties are all coming in now. Remember, when we just checked this, they look like that, right? So 0 votes out of 27. So right here on that one, if you look, 0 out of 27,000 estimated votes. So that hasn't been counted yet. And all of these rural areas, those are all going to come in for Trump. It's going to be red across the board. The big population centers like, Dallas and Houston and El Paso, those are always blue. Dallas right there. They're always going to go for the Democrats, but all of the rural counties, those are going to come back in for Trump. So I fully expect Donald Trump to win Texas. I don't think that's even going to be an issue, just like we fully expect Joe Biden to win California, right? It's almost never an issue. All right, so New York just got called. That's over for Joe Biden, of course. Pennsylvania is still up in the air. Looks like Joe Biden's way on top over there with only 13% of the votes counted, according to the Washington Post website. If we go back over to Bloomberg, they're saying that it's actually a closer margin by just a little bit. There is still a lot more votes to come in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is such a mess. I'm so irritated about Pennsylvania. This was the one that they could have had the Supreme Court come in and give us some clarity on what that was going to look like, but the Supreme Court refused to do that. John Roberts joined with the liberals and decided to not answer the question. So Pennsylvania is going to be accepting ballots for 3 more days. 3 more days after today. So very, very frustrating on how that one's going to go. Now, when we go back over to, let's take a look over at, let's go over to Fox News again and see what their presidential election is looking like. Pennsylvania, 14%, still over for Joe. We got Ohio, 67% reporting in. That needs to go over to Trump if he's gonna win. Michigan is now at 19%. Donald Trump's on top. Wisconsin's in 16%. Donald Trump's on top. Minnesota's 10%. And Donald Trump's down by just under 100,000 votes on that one. So pretty interesting. All right. So MN Let's Go Trump says, yes, you need a Biden supporter to be on with you who also isn't easy to tell who you support. Yeah, it would be good to get one on. Charles Reed says, just saying there are 3 states that Joe is losing and still being called for him and 0 going the other way. Trump is winning Virginia's popular vote by large margins, according to Paulini Casey, but they're not calling it for him. Yeah, so 43%. Polls are closed in Virginia. 1.15 over to 0.8. Donald Trump is way ahead, but they're not calling Virginia for him. North Carolina, according to Foxx, is still going over to Joe with 83% reporting, but the other states have basically called that, or the New York Times was saying that North Carolina is quite likely Trump. So major differences there, right? Between the New York Times and Fox News. Okay. Kim Possible says there's always Juan Williams. What the heck? Pennsylvania has to be one of the worst states to live in at this point. That's from John, Titor. We've got Andrew Everett who says, I bet 80 to win, plus 137 yesterday for Trump. If I bet that same 80 right now for Trump, it would be plus 30. Yeah. And Andrew, what website are you on? Because PredictIt is down currently. I'm wondering what betting market you're on to see if we can pull up some of those numbers and see what that looks like. Because on Twitter, they were saying that the betting markets have totally flipped. We have betting markets just moved Pennsylvania into leaning Trump column. Markets versus experts round 2. That's according to Naval. And so I'm curious what the election betting markets are looking like. right now. So Black Chip Sports is what he said. All right, so let's take a look at Black Chip Sports. And let's see, it must be this. Well, if somebody has a link to a good one and they want to throw it in the Discord, let me know, so I don't waste everybody's time on here. All right, so let's take a look at Nate Silver, see how he's doing. So he was summarizing all of these different polls. Well, not a lot of good information there. We're going to get out of that one. Over on 538, we've got 7 new posts. Looking like ABC News is saying Donald Trump will win South Carolina. Florida was kind of an early indicator for Trump, but the Biden lead in Ohio makes it tough to tell. So let's take a look at Ohio. In Ohio, very, very close. Oh, my goodness. Look at that. 49.4 to 49.3. We're talking about a margin of like 4,000 votes, 5,000 votes. The difference right now in Ohio. Super, super close. 64 to 71% votes in there. Ohio is going to be one to continue to watch. Now let's see if we can see what has come in thus far. And it's looking like a lot has, right? So that county looks like it's missing basically some votes there. Don't know much about Ohio, geography, but it's looking like a lot of this stuff is coming in. That one looks like it's missing. And we've got a couple outliers. So if those come in and they come in big red, then that may just flip Trump on top there. Very, very close. So 65, 72% of the votes in. It looks like, across the board. So the Democrats are leading on the House. 2 even. No, the Republicans are sort of cleaning up on all of the other districts. So the Republicans look like, they've got, that's pretty split, actually. This is pretty split. Interesting state. It's going to be curious to see how Ohio plays out. I didn't even think Ohio was in question. Donald Trump won the state by 8 points in 2016. If it's close, Ohio may not declare a winner. The state will be counting mail-in ballots until November 13th. Ugh, why do they do that? Ridiculous. Okay, I live in Franklin County. That's from Luke M. He says Ohio is pretty lefty. Biden can have Minnesota, but Trump, please have America. All right, let's take a look back at the main. We're going to have a number of additional polls closing in about 19 minutes. So, and I think Arizona's already closed. Yeah, so somebody was asking about what about outliers? When we're talking about Ohio, Franklin County, right? Is that what are the big cities in Ohio? Cleveland, Cincinnati, where are those? Probably in part of these big bubbles here. But then some of these may just not have been reported yet. Or they may still be coming in. Right? So this one. See that? How many votes have been counted? 5.89 out of 5.64. So that's probably about done, right? Here you can see maybe about half of those are in. And so that's how this works. So those outside lines are sort of the higher end of, like, that's how big the bubble is going to fill. So that's how much left, that's how many votes are still left. So you have some of these other bubbles that have nothing in it, right? Where is that? That one's, pretty empty. That one's pretty empty. That one's pretty empty. Empty. That one looks like it's pretty full. So you can this is actually very interesting data. You can see where there is still gaps. What is still left. That one's pretty full. So it's looking pretty tight. I mean, this is not, these are big Joe Biden counties or precincts here. And if those fill with more blue, then Ohio may flip towards Joe Biden. Although it just flipped literally as we were watching this. Literally just flipped. So it went from now Trump's in the lead by 0.7. So, ooh, man, very, very close. Okay, we have, if Fox News calls Florida, then both candidates will be at 129 electoral votes, according to Fox. So that's over here. Colorado was just called. They're putting that in the Joe Biden camp. We got 100 to 129. That's right. So if, according to Fox, CNN walked back their call in Virginia, interesting. Look at that. Okay, so those numbers just changed a little bit. They're actually tightening up a little bit, it looks like. 47% reporting. Pennsylvania still 16%. That hasn't really moved. Ohio has now flipped by 25,000 votes, 70% in there. Michigan's up to 20%. Trump's on top. Wisconsin's up to 24%. Trump's on top. Minnesota is now up to 23%. And Trump is down by about, looks like 230,000 votes. So it's a pretty big gap there. Apparently, a lot of the early vote from Virginia has not been counted, according to Fanrick Nale. That says that that will almost certainly lean heavily Democratic. Yeah, and that's probably right. There's probably a good reason why they're calling it, right? Maybe these are all the day of in-person votes, but that may all change down the road. All right. So over on the Discord, we see Yeehaw Boy says, yo, Virginia needs to just be called red at this point. And Lefting Fighter 33 says, you should start a podcast. Well, we do a live show on here. You know, one of the things was, should we take that live show and actually strip out the audio and just put it on a podcast? We thought about doing that. We may end up doing that at some point. Okay, so CNN backstepped according to Kim Possible. And, you know, I haven't even gone to CNN. I don't even think I have CNN up. Let's go to CNN.com and let's see how they're doing. Tight races in the battlegrounds is what they have to say. Let's take a look at their maps. Anything good? Not really. Doesn't look particularly interesting. All right.
One of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they're doing not as well as they'd hoped is because they're really...
Get rid of that. All right. So, okay, we got some more colors here. This one's colorful. All right. Yeah, no, not a fan. This data's not any good. I like, so Predict It looks like they're still down. We have Alan Lichtman's keys, which I think are probably wrong. Over on 538, let's see, they've got some new posts. All right, so we got some big numbers here. Here's how the House balance of power shifted. ABC News projects Republicans, these are all House races, looking less and less like we'll see a Democratic blowout tonight. This has consequences, even if they win. Got it. All right, plain and simple, there is no way that Biden has the support to win this election. Time to stop the media. Who is that from? Oh, all right. Okay. So at R&R Law Group, definitely strip out of the audio and put it on a podcast. It shouldn't be more than a couple of hours of work a week and should gain a bigger audience. Yeah, so we can definitely do that. I mean, that's not an issue. It's pretty easy to do that. MN Let's Go Trump says, do the podcast. I can listen when working. Yeah, I can definitely do that. What about the House races? Is Pelosi and Waters losing? So that comes from Fiona Fairchild. Yeah, Fiona, it looks like the House is going to stay with the Democrats. So they actually talked about that already. The balance of power, I think Fox News has already called it. We saw that over on Twitter, and they've already indicated that they're going to win the House again. All right, so we have a Biden's fan here. Come on, Biden. I cling to hope. That comes from Kerr, HAPUC. Can you pull up Fox for an update? That comes from Kim Possible. Sure can, Kim. So here is what we've got on Fox. Let's just do a quick refresh just to make sure. We have some colorful language calling me something. That's fun. Okay, so this is back over on Fox. So Virginia, they're still giving over to Joe Biden. North Carolina, 49.7 to 49.2. Super close on that. 86% reporting. Let's corroborate that with Bloomberg. So we're looking at North Carolina. Let's go back over to North Carolina. Over here. Let's see what they've got. So they're saying same thing, right? Look at that. We're looking at 20,000 votes, 49.6 to 49.2. And that is just really close. 92 to 101% of the votes. That's in North Carolina. So then why is the New York Times here with their election needle? Okay, see, those numbers are just a little bit off. So New York Times is saying North Carolina is quite likely Trump. Here, North Carolina looks like, according to Fox, they're giving that, well, Joe Biden's up right now. And then according to the Washington Post, Joe Biden is up right now. So the New York Times they must know something. And look, that just changed, right? It went from quite likely to pretty likely Trump. So that literally just changed as we were watching it. And here, this number is going up. This was at 70% about 30 minutes ago, and now it's up at 83%. So North Carolina, according to the New York Times, is going to go over to Trump, even though Fox and the Washington Post, their data just doesn't support that. Not quite yet. Bloomberg is following that along also. Pretty interesting. All right, let's take a look at Ohio. Okay, so John C. says, CNN reporters are already blaming losses in Florida on misinformation campaigns. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that going on. A lot of that. Watching Fox TV, Trump's building lead in Ohio. All right, so we know North Carolina. Let's take a look at Ohio. Ohio is super close. Oh my goodness, look at that. 64%. Ohio here, we're looking at Trump. Trump is now on the lead, and he is actually increasing that lead in Ohio. Live election over on the New York Times website. Let's take a look at Ohio here. So Columbus, 59% are in there. Dayton, 70% are in. Akron, 58% are in. Those are all big Democrat strongholds. 52% in. Ohio in general has 64%. So we have some of these other sort of outliers, 70%, 85, 84, 80, 44% out in Williams. Looks like a smaller county out there. So these are all just still trickling in, and it looks like Trump he's up by 0.3. No, Joe Biden is up right now in Ohio, according to the New York Times. Do we have any meters here? Doesn't look like it. Georgia tracking the vote. Florida is going. Arizona, polls closed, so we should be counting those any minute now. Colorado has been called. Virginia has been called for Biden, according to New York Times. Luke M. says, I waited 2 hours to vote in Columbus, Ohio. That's wild. We have UZIJN, who says, at R&R Law Group, hi, I'm not from the U.S., but I listen to your live streams ever since Kyle Rittenhouse, so I'm learning a lot about U.S. courts and politics. Thank you for your time, and thanks for having me. Hey, thank you, Uzin. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you dropping off that nice comment, and we're glad that you're here. Glad that you're learning some stuff, because it's interesting stuff. Ohio is red. That comes from Martian. Trump 2020, good for Ohio, smart people. And let's see. Okay, let's go Ohio. So Ohio is still coming in. That is such a close one. And we zoom out of there. They still have Joe Biden up by 0.3%. Over at Fox, they have Donald Trump up by almost 2 percentage points. So pretty big difference there, right? Fox News, 50.3 with Trump. Over on the New York Times, Joe Biden's up. So they've got some different numbers. Let's try a refresh, see if that changes anything. Nope. I think it updates dynamically, so I don't need to do that. So interesting. We got some different numbers there, but those will probably line up pretty soon. Let's go back over to Twitter, see what is going on. My best guess is that the Fox needle is a county model, much like the New York Times needle in 2016, the kind that we believe would be too far biased to, if your needle doesn't know that the vote left is election day vote, it's going to be wrong. Okay. Ilhan Omar kept her seat in Minnesota. We have Trump is now ahead in Ohio with 72% counted. Yep. So that's the numbers that we saw over on our numbers. Okay. Lawrence says, why don't we go to sleep and wake up tomorrow with an answer? We will do that soon enough. We'll go to bed soon enough. But we got a little bit more time here. All right. Okay, folks, the absolute best place to keep track of the election is on my site. All right. Let's take a look at this person's site. Okay. Election Ellie data is from Betfair. Let's take a look at Betfair. What is Betfair? Okay, betting markets. All right, so this is what I wanted to take a look at. So we have the next president is going to be Donald Trump. That is looking like, wow, 142. Where are the charts at? Okay, I'm definitely not familiar with this website, so we are just poking around blindly. All right, let's take a look at this. So this looks like a graph. Please log in to view the market graph. All right, we're out of this website. Sorry about that. All right, so election here. Trump probability according to this person. Man, this is looking like pretty much like a red sweep. Except these two. Those don't look good. Wisconsin. If Pennsylvania goes with Trump, then I think he's good with North Carolina, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Iowa. I thought he needed Wisconsin, though. I think if he picks up Pennsylvania, then he may not need Wisconsin. I could be wrong. All right. So we'll leave that one there. Romney had lost at this point. Republican Greg Murphy wins re-election. Chinese yen is tanking. We've got, if Trump loses Ohio, it's over, according to Sean Duffy. But I don't know that that's going to happen. Because if we go back over here on Bloomberg and we look at the Bloomberg Ohio numbers, looks like his margin is increasing, not decreasing, right? Last time we saw it, he was down by like just a few tenths of a percent, and that number is increasing. So that has actually gone up. He's now at about 110,000 vote different than when we just checked. So XFIL says you cannot sleep until the election is decided. That's right. We're going to keep on going. All right. Tahitian says, Robert, sorry I had to go earlier in case you already answered this, but in the case of 269 versus 269, who do you predict the House and Senate will vote for? So in that situation, I believe it goes over to the House. The House is in control by the Democrats, and so they are certainly going to select not Donald Trump, right? That will go over to the House, and they'll decide the election. Kim Possible. Okay. Is it illegal to make cash bets on the outcome of an election? Asking for a friend. So this is not legal advice, but there are websites that will allow you to place bets on them. So Predict It is one of them, and it looks like this Betfair one was another one. And so I think a lot of those actual websites are offshore, meaning they're not local U.S. companies, but that is, you're free to use them if you'd like, free to not use them. I think there was a law that made it illegal, but I think that they basically don't enforce that anymore. So a lot of these sites popped up. There was, I remember back 10, 20, I've never seen anybody prosecuted for placing a bet in my practice. Doesn't mean it's not illegal. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but I just haven't seen it yet. Okay, MN, let's go Trump. 2020 says Wisconsin has Trump. North Carolina, again, needs to be checked, according to Rabia. Let's take a look at that. All right, so North Carolina. Ooh, wow, yeah, it's getting close. All right, so let's back out. North Carolina, according to Foxx, is, wow, within 0.2%, 49.5 to 49.3, 87% in. Let's go back over to the New York Times. North Carolina, they've got at Joe Biden's up by 0.6%. If we go back over to the New York Times, they still have North Carolina as quite likely Trump, 94% Trump. So what is the difference there? Dang it. North Carolina here on Fox. But the New York Times is really putting that as quite likely Trump. Wild. Yeah, different percentages. All right, we have some people saying Trump wins Michigan. That comes from Charles Reed. I predict Trump's going to win. That's according to Frankie Alfaro. Didn't that 2018 SCOTUS case make online betting legal? Yeah, it might have, Gio Gasparo. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that case. You could totally be right. Thank you for mentioning that. I didn't even know that that was an issue. I just haven't seen anybody prosecuted for it. We got a super chat from Discover My Business, $2. He says, hey, each website has different percentages. Isn't that interesting? Love how lawyers talk. I'm not giving advice, but yeah, I know. We have George Soros calling the shots on Foxx. North Carolina had mail-in votes to start. Election day votes added on. Those should favor Trump. So that comes from JD. Yeah. We have... So there are some moderators in the chat. So if somebody's asking who's deleting messages, we do have a moderator, and I actually two moderators. I think Faith, and we have another moderator who's joined the team. North Carolina had mail-in votes to start. Ryan S. says, I live in Huntington Beach, California, waited 45 minutes to vote, finished around 5 p.m., and it was getting much busier when I left. Noticed lots of Trump support out here in Orange County. And Hank Hill is saying that there are other people deleting their own messages. Yeah. Bugatti is saying, thank you, moderator. Frankie Alfaro says, I don't care who wins. Can people just open gyms and mandate masks? Yeah. I was very upset when they closed the gyms. I was about ready to throw down on that one. All right. Winner. Oh, hey, look at this. Lindsey Graham reelected to the U.S. Senate in South Carolina. This was a really tough race, or supposed to be a tough race for him. Doesn't look like it was. He won by almost 100,000 votes. 54 to 44%. My understanding is that this Jamie Harrison fellow actually put up a really, really good campaign. I think he raised like $80 million. Lindsey Graham was on Fox News, and he was on when he was doing the Senate confirmation hearings with the Senate Judiciary Committee with Amy Coney Barrett, he was like begging people to like pay attention to him. That's kind of how I was watching it. And he was begging for money. I mean, I think when he was on Fox News on Hannity or on Tucker's show, he's saying, please send me some money. All right, Pennsylvania, we're looking here. Donald Trump is up on that. Wow. Okay, so 722 to 678. He's up by almost 3 full percentage points there. 50.9 to 47.8. That's according to the New York Times. Over on... Let's see here over on Fox News. Yep, that also flipped. So 48.5 to 48.3. Super close. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow. Super tight on that. All right. Trump is running away with the popular vote, someone says. That's Gigi who says that. We got another super chat from Xfiel. He says, I, for one, welcome our new insect overlords. Got to be kind to the insects. That's why you never... smush insects, because you don't know what is on the other side. Kim Possible says, I know, right? Lindsey on the Russian probe, though, he's crushing it, was at least. Thoughts on a global reset? That's from Bugatti Veyron. I think the New York Times gaskets changed. Let's take a look over there. Okay, so if we go back over to the New York Times, presidential election, let's close out of this. Let's see what their North Carolina needles look like. Quite likely Trump 1.7 in North Carolina. Trump still ahead in Georgia. Probably Trump leaning. Very likely Trump in Florida. That's over on the New York Times. Let's take a look at what they're saying about Pennsylvania now, because they haven't shifted colors. But Donald Trump, that lead is getting bigger. 725 now to 679. 20% of the votes recorded in. Okay. Bugatti. Okay, let's see. We've got Charles Reed says, Rob, Guyette noticed all major cities always go blue. Do you think that is legit? Yeah. Do you think it would be more close from the riot damage? You know, the big cities, I don't know why they just tend to be liberal. They just do, right? Everywhere you go, you just look at it. The bigger cities get, the more liberal they become. I think it's because I think it's because it just attracts the kind of people who are looking for more social services, and they'll vote themselves more social services. So let's go back on over to Twitter and see what's coming in. Arizona's first results are in. Biden leads Trump 54-44. Kelly leads McSally 55-44. PA Trump takes the lead according to political polls. Trump wins Kansas. Biden's up big in Maricopa County. That's my county. Tucker notes the difference between what we're seeing tonight and what the pundits and media's figure said would happen is significant. Mark Kelly's in. All right, so we got some pretty big votes coming in on Arizona. Let's take a look to see if any of these other people have them, because Arizona is supposed to be pretty important this go round. And we got nothing being reported on any of these. So on Twitter here, it's looking like Mark Kelly is up. I wonder how much are reporting, how many are reporting. We have Trump winning that county in Virginia. Good sign for North Carolina and PA. We have, let's see what Trafalgar is saying. So this guy, the Trafalgar group, this fellow actually predicted everything in 2016. He was on the money. Trump won Florida. Please see our final projection map. So this guy 3 hours ago, we were projecting a Trump win in PA, but this projection is based on absentee ballots with verified postmarks and matching voter signatures. That's pretty interesting. All right, so let's take a look. This guy got everything right in 2016. I think he got 3 states wrong, and it's because he didn't poll there, is what he said. I listened to him previously. Pennsylvania, he's putting in Trump's camp. North Carolina, Virginia, he's saying goes over to the Bidens. We've got Wisconsin, Minnesota. So this is kind of falling into play. PA is still up in the air. Ohio's looking like it's going to be right. North Carolina is looking like it's going to be right. Georgia, Florida. So all of that is pretty standard. So, according to this, if Trump picks up PA and Ohio and North Carolina, this is looking pretty good. Arizona, all of these are pretty much the same. Nevada, I'm not so sure about if I agree with that one, but Arizona is, I think, going to go red. So that's looking pretty good, right? Florida, if that goes to Trump, Georgia's looking like it. South Carolina's looking like it. People had a lot of question marks about those 3 states. Ohio just flipped. Pennsylvania's looking pretty good for Trump. Let's see how that continues to fall out. All right. This was 19 hours ago. Man, he had a big prediction on that. We'll see if he's right. Let's go back, check the top of Twitter, see what else we've got going on. What a difference an hour makes. Trump now ahead in Ohio and looking good in Wisconsin. Now Trump must be considered the favorite to win this almost all non-delusional. Somebody's expecting riots to start in an hour. All right. Congratulations to Democrats for sending $100 million to South Carolina, dousing it in gasoline and setting it on fire, all so they could watch Lindsey Graham coast to re-election by double digits by the glow of their burning cash. Oh, man. Oh, no. All right. We got BBE556MM with a super chat. He says, Counselor, great show. Have a bruisey on me. Mark from Wisconsin. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you chiming in from Wisconsin. While we're talking about Wisconsin, let's take a look over on New York Times. We got 29% in. Donald Trump is up by, it looks like 32,000 votes. Is that right? Yeah, about 32,000 votes. And so, a long way to go on that, but it's looking like a good start for him. If we take a look over at the New York Times, wait, did I just do that? Yeah, New York Times. We'll get rid of that one. Let's take a look over at Fox News, Wisconsin. He's also, Donald Trump's looking good there. They got 37% reporting, 51.3 now to 47.3. Cheers over there in Wisconsin. Michigan's also looking pretty good. Polls closed over there, but 31% are in. Got some numbers crawling in over on Arizona. Nothing yet from the New York Times, but over on Fox News, they do have some stuff. Let's see. So Yavapai County, not a lot of people there. Maricopa County's coming in. looking like that's going for Biden. I would expect Arizona to look pretty Biden-y for a while, but then I think it'll probably change and go in the Trump camp. Iowa's got some numbers reporting only 1% in. CBS is refusing to accept Trump. Let's take a look at CBS. CBS, let's see what their CBS News is looking like. 2020 elections. Full election results over here on CBS. We haven't been paying any attention to CBS. Okay, so presidential results. They also have not called Virginia yet. They've got Ohio as a toss-up still. They've got Pennsylvania as a toss-up still, but they're showing Trump in the lead. Trump in the lead in Ohio. Trump in the lead in Virginia dramatically. Updated 6 minutes ago. 53% is now in Virginia. Florida leans Republican. They haven't called that, but that's 94% in. And then a lot of these other states are still pending. Yeah. So, you know, it's interesting how some of these organize their data. I think by far the best one thus far is Bloomberg in terms of the actionable data. I mean, this is just really, really good. Because we can see, I don't like how this is structured necessarily, but I can see what they're doing, right? So each one of these blocks is an electoral vote. Is that right? 3, 6, 9, 11. Yeah, Arizona's got 11. So each one of these blocks must be an electoral vote. So you can kind of see the relative importance of each of the different states, which is cool, right? It's a good way to look at the data. And then they split it with the Mississippi River as if that matters. Okay. Well, it doesn't mean much yet. Trump is leading with over 10% in Rhode Island with 34% counted. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. So Trump is up in Rhode Island. That would be pretty wild if he won that, right? Because Joe Biden is from Delaware, which is right here, which is just right around the corner from Rhode Island. So he's part of that upper northeast, segment of, New England, the northeast part of the country, part of New Jersey. These states are all crammed together. So you expect Joe Biden to have, to perform well. And it's looking like they've already given that to him. So I think that ultimately will flip. Okay. Snoop report says Biden won the polls by a landslide. Yeah, he's killing it there. Sir William says, I'm an MA, always pretty blue here. Trump is leading in North Carolina. Did anyone see the Amish Trump train in Pennsylvania? Yeah, I did see that. Amish Trump train, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I did see that. It was pretty amazing. Let's see if we can. Yeah, this was posted today. All right, let's just see it. Let's get to the good stuff. There you go. That's the one I saw. Those Trump flags. Everybody's getting in on it. That's the Amish just representing out there with with dual signs and rolling horses and a horse and carriage. What a great country, isn't it? Right? We just have, everybody just supporting how they want to support. And it's very cool. We have a Native American with an American flag. It's pretty interesting. Let's see more of that Trump train. Just rolling right through, going right past the gas station, right? We don't even need gas. We have horses. We're not stopping to fill up. We're just going to keep on moving by. They need a hay station for the horses to fill them up with some hay. All right, so that's the Amish Trump train. Pretty good stuff. Trump is assembling a pretty amazing coalition of people, right? A lot of people of Jewish descent are supporting him. Donald Trump specifically tweeted out a video on Twitter today about there was some people in Nigeria who were throwing a rally for him. Let's take a look and see if we can find it. So he posted that. Yeah. So Trump retweeted the Amish video, right? So that's part of his coalition. Here's in Nigeria. We've got their version of a Trump train going on over there. Trump signs, American flags. Pretty good stuff. just across the board. All right, so let's go back. Let's take a look at what is happening. It's now 8:13 in Arizona, and so at 8 o'clock, there was a whole slew of additional polls that closed. It's looking like in Arizona, we've got 72% of the votes being counted. Wow. And Joe Biden is up by 200,000 votes, which is not what I would have been expecting with 76%, 70% in. Trump is down 10% there. Let's see what Twitter has to say about that. Stock market, okay, 90% chance Republicans hold the Senate. So that's according to Fox News. Republicans are going to hold the Senate. We all kind of thought that anyways. Now that has already also been called the House of Representatives. Fox News is called for the Democrats. So the Republicans will hold the Senate. The Democrats will hold the House. According to the Fox News, it's looking like they're still saying that Biden's going to win the presidency. We have Lindsey Graham right now, who's I remember this picture from the Kavanaugh hearings. Remember this when this lady was screaming at him and she says a "Stop Kavanaugh" sign, and he's just blowing past her and adjusting his tie, just like, "Excuse me, ma'am, I'm on the way to vote for the next Supreme Court judge." Pretty funny guy, actually. Barra says he thinks Trump will grow to about 2%. Early returns Democrat Mark Kelly is leading Martha McSally here in Arizona on the Senate race. We've got some more bad things happening in Philly. Dem election officials have avoided transparency, accountability at every step. So, Pennsylvania is going to be a bloodbath, I think. It really is not looking too good. Trump now up 30,000 votes in North Carolina with 90% in. So let's take a look at North Carolina. Wow. All right. Wow. Okay. So the Washington Post has now flipped Virginia over to Donald Trump. They've actually colored it red. I did not see it red before. Was it red before? Donald Trump, he's up by almost 200,000 votes with 56% in. Now that just changed, 54% in, and he's up again by about 200,000 votes. That's in Virginia. 13 electoral votes. We've got Charlottesville reporting in. We've got Richmond, 36% in Richmond. So those are going to come back, and they're big population centers. So those, you would presume that trend is going to continue. So you see that trend right there here. Okay, it says 10% of this precinct has been counted. Only 10%. And currently it's a 70-30 split. So you have to imagine if the other 90% of those come in and it's also a 70-30 split, that this is going to flip pretty dramatically, pretty quickly. Okay, here, same story, Roanoke, 37%. Down here in Virginia Beach, we've got 29%. So I think the reason why they're not calling it is because a lot of these 1.3 million votes that are in Donald Trump's camp are from areas where 100% has been counted. So we'll basically see here, turnout has exceeded expectations across the board. Wow. So Virginia, I mean, the fact that Virginia's up, it's fighting, they're fighting for it is pretty interesting. Looks like Washington Post just erred on us. We got Hillary won Virginia by a margin of 5.3 votes. And here with 56 in, Trump is up by 8 points. So that is looking wild. Very, very wild. What about Loudoun County? So I don't know what county that is or where that would be. Let's take a look, see if we can find. There it is. Loudoun County. I forgot how to say it already. We got 31% of the votes have been counted in at that point, 55-42. So that margin is looking really good, right? For Donald Trump, if you have another 69% come in at that same margin, and those are big numbers. See that 37,000 to 28,000. Those are pretty big numbers. In Richmond, we're talking about 8,800 versus 3,400, right? So not huge numbers there. Same over here in the Charlottesville County, looking at like 19,000 votes total. But up in Loudoun County, we've got closer to almost 80,000 votes there. So 80,000 versus like 20,000. These are a lot smaller precincts. And some of these still just aren't reporting at all. So, that's looking, that ain't looking bad for the Republicans and for the Trump campaign. Okay, let's go back over. Let's see what we're reporting at in Arizona. Let's see if Arizona's tightening up a little bit. 71% reporting in. Donald Trump's down by 200,000 votes. Polls should certainly be closed now. Montana, 19% reporting in. And let's take a look at the total numbers. Gosh, look at these. 36 million to 38 million. Donald Trump is still ahead, even in the popular vote. Okay, we got Joshua Nicklin. He said, I switched over to the mainstream media for a minute just because it's so propagandized. Why can't they just be honest and stop lying about their pseudo-objectivity? So glad to be back on here. It's good to have you here, Joshua. Yeah, it is. It's all a bunch of nonsense on the mainstream media. It's very frustrating. It's actually difficult to watch. All right, let's see what Washington Post has to say. Okay, so those numbers adjusted a little bit, and those numbers are a little bit off, right? 36 million to 34 million over on Fox News. We got 38 to 36. So Fox News is like 2 million votes ahead on either side relative to the Washington Post. 38 million for Trump, 36 million for Trump on the Washington Post. So their numbers are a little bit off. We've got some New York Times numbers in from Arizona. Let's take a look here. So Maricopa County is in, we got 70% in Maricopa County. Maricopa County is really the big county here in Arizona. All of these other counties are pretty small. Tucson always goes left. Santa Cruz, same thing here. That's right on the border with Mexico. These are pretty much consistent left counties. Same up here in Coconino County. We've got Flagstaff. We have Northern Arizona University up here. Typically, college, younger people, pretty fairly liberal. Then in Maricopa County is where it's kind of the big one, right? Here we're talking about 798,000 versus 656,000 votes. Up in Coconino County, we're talking about a total of, maybe 45,000 votes total. Or closer, higher numbers as more come in, but very, very big difference. In other words, all of these other counties don't really matter. The only county that matters is Maricopa County, and in Maricopa County, I think is going to go red, but maybe not for long. This may be the last year that happens. We will see. All right, the swing states that will secure another term for Trump usually does any candidates in the past that I've seen. Okay, Maricopa County is Republican. Somebody says we have Mayscat 44. Who says, I'm in Rockbridge County, Virginia, 81% Trump, 17% Biden, but we're fairly rural. Kenneth Slayer says, watching Louder with Crowder at the same time, it's like watching Carl Sagan versus Robin Williams doing election reporting. So I have a ton of respect for Louder with Crowder, man. I watched him. I watched him as a kid, as a young man. I mean, he's about my age, but I was in construction and I was going through law school when I was watching Louder with Crowder do his thing. And he started off making these videos that I thought were really weird and like kind of quirky and kind of goofy. And I'm like, who is this kid? And who is this guy? And nobody's ever, I'm ashamed to admit that I was like a little bit judgmental back then. I was like, this is weird. I've never seen anything like this. And I'm so thrilled with his success. He's been just grinding and working his butt off. And he's kind of carved out this little niche of the conservative quarters of being somebody who is both funny and insightful, and he's got good points, and he's got a whole team built around him. And I thought, man, what a cool story, from somebody just making some videos to turning it into this like big, almost empire of content. Very, very impressive. And there's a lot of people who've done that, right? Tim Pool has done that. A lot of people on the left have done that. And it's very empowering that almost anybody now can just start a channel. And if they produce good content, they can influence things. It's very cool. And so I'll certainly poke around Louder with Crowder and some of his stuff as we wrap up tonight and I sort of decompress tomorrow. X5L says, curious, what sort of construction did you do? I did swimming pools. So I built swimming pools. So when I was in 5th grade, I started cleaning pools with my father, actually cleaning them. even younger than that. I remember cleaning them a lot younger than even 5th grade, I think. I was helping him carrying around chlorine bottles and clean pools. And then his company started making or building swimming pools. So I would actually do everything. I would go out to the, homeowner's site and I would measure everything. I would, measure the whole yard. And then I would design the pool on a computer. Then I would quote the pool. And then I was the general contractor. So I'd actually go out and build the thing. And I was actually, digging trenches and gluing PVC pipe and digging. One summer, I got 2 friends and we dug an entire swimming pool by hand on the side of a mountain. We couldn't get a backhoe, or we couldn't get a, any heavy equipment back in this person's yard because he was on the side of a mountain, and we dug a pool by hand. We literally were digging up, we were pulling buckets up and of dirt, pulling them up and throwing them out and hauling them out with wheelbarrows. So I spent a lot of time in the Arizona sun doing a lot of swimming pool construction. I learned a lot. It was very, very valuable. All right. So we have another link over here from Ma the Foxx. He says, how long will vote counting take? Estimates and deadlines in all 50 states. And so, this is great here. We have a good table of data, and Arizona, they're saying it's going to lean Democratic. When does the last poll close? Eastern time, 9 p.m. So 7 p.m. So those should be coming in. The big ones that we've talked about on this channel, let's see if they're up to date on them, are Pennsylvania, North Carolina. So North Carolina, they're going to count postmarked ballots by November 12th. So an additional 9 days, right? So if we poke back over on North Carolina, we're seeing here, and I've talked about this a lot on this channel, that Donald Trump is up currently by a pretty massive margin, actually not that big. So 583 to 622. So that's looking like about 50,000 votes, right? Let's say Donald Trump wins by 50,000 votes in North Carolina today. Well, they still have all the way up until November 12th in order to get more ballots. Somebody can find more ballots and get those in. And if they can close that deficit, if they can close that gap, if they can go back here and flip that, add, say, 60,000 votes instead of the 50,000 deficit, and they all get postmarked after the election, well, then North Carolina might flip. It's the same story with some of these other states. What about Ohio? All right. Ohio, ballots cast before Election Day will be reported by 8 p.m., and they're going to still keep collecting ballots as long as they're received by November 13th. Ridiculous, right? So same story there. If it's a very close election, then they still have time to actually go in and flip those states, which is crazy. So here we have, that's a much bigger margin, right? So that's about 250,000 votes, it's looking like, or at 300,000 votes right there. So, are they going to find 300,000 votes to go and flip things in Ohio? Probably not. I think Florida closes the same day. Let's take a look at Florida. So Florida, people are asking, are these states going to, are we going to flip them, or can they be flipped later? Can postmarked ballots arrive later in Florida? No, right? So Florida will probably be done and sealed. Pennsylvania, though, is a different story. Pennsylvania will be November 6th. So the Supreme Court, we've covered this case a lot with Bukvar and all the shenanigans going on there. But this was the case where John Roberts joined with the liberals and actually found that they're going to just let the lower court stand, the lower court ruling stand in the state courts. They're not going to interfere with that. So again, with Pennsylvania, they have another, by November 6th, they have 3 more days after today to go in and, do what they can do, do what they can do to change the numbers. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania. 30% in. Gosh, Pennsylvania's a mess. All right, 1.12, 32% reporting in. All the polls are closed. Every other state has, bigger numbers than that. North Carolina, 91% in. Florida, 91% in. Georgia's 58. South Carolina's 47. Pennsylvania's still at 32. New York's still at 35. All right. Yeah. Crusades O'Clock says these late mail-in ballots are prime for fraud. Somebody says check the BBC. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. And here is what we've got with the BBC. See what's happening in the battleground states, live updates and results. All right, Biden projected to win New Mexico. Not a surprise there. Mitch McConnell's winning. Trump is going to address the nation tonight. Is that right? So Kim Possible, if you have a link, the link, you can just throw the links in the chat and I'll try to copy and paste them, or throw them in the Discord because they actually work in the Discord channel. Trump wants to project strength, set his own narrative tonight. Senior Trump official said. President told CBS News, President will speak tonight, even if it's not to declare victory. He needs to set the narrative. So that'll be interesting. A number of senior advisors say there is frustration over Democratic talk of the red mirage, referring to the idea that the early projections of Trump winning are misleading. So I saw that from Kayleigh McEnany. I think she posted something about that. Kayleigh, nope, that's not right. How do you spell her name? That's it. All right. So Kayleigh, quite likely Trump for North Carolina. That's according to the New York Times. It's time to call Florida. How long will it take for the media to acknowledge it? Predictions. She posted a while back that there was basically a press release that she put out talking about this concept of the red mirage. That a lot of the talking points that we'll hear in the coming days are about this mirage, right? That the Republicans it's gonna look like this right now. They're saying it's gonna look very red. Everything's gonna look red. However, when we actually count all the mail-in ballots, when everything does come in after the fact, then it's not going to be a red mirage anymore. All of this stuff is going to start to turn blue. So they're going to say, yeah, we can go find another 300,000 votes there. We can go find another. That's 100. That's a lot. Pennsylvania. That's a big margin to close. That's a pretty big margin. If that stays, if that holds, that is interesting. All right, back over to the BBC. Don't know why this isn't looking so good. I don't know why this stuff is not pulling up, actually, on the BBC. What's happening in the battleground states? Let's do a refresh here. All right, how's Prop 207 looking in Arizona? Let's find out. So let's see if we can get our Secretary of State up. Mr. LO5 says, looked up BBC on another monitor just in case. That's exactly right. For a $4.99. That's exactly right. I did just in case. And he noticed that. I got to do that. I got to do that from time to time. You never know what's going to pop up on these live streams. All right. So Arizona election results. Let's take a look. And we'll see what is going on there. With Prop 207, is Ohio going to win Trump? So according to the BBC, he's up 51% right now, 74% counted. That's pretty good. I think Ohio is looking pretty good because they have close to 227,000 vote deficit that the Democrats would need to make up. Pennsylvania is looking also, pretty good. Now, that being said, it's a much lower number reported in. So only 31% in Pennsylvania versus 74% in Ohio. 33% in Michigan. Trump's up considerably. 35% in Wisconsin. Pretty small margin there, though. Only about 15,000 votes there. So that is certainly going to be close. Minnesota is looking up for Joe Biden by a substantial margin. That's looking like about 280,000 votes with 34% in. All right. RAS Illusion says, I'm calling it, and still your president, Donald Trump. All right, let's take a look at Arizona Secretary of State. See what we've got going on with the elections. All right, let's see if we can find this. Miss Faith, can you see if you can find that the Prop 207 results for Arizona and just send that over to me? Martian MI says Biden is losing big time. Joshua Nicklin, just to clarify my earlier comment about the mainstream media, when Biden is doing good, they're like, of course, America doesn't want Trump. When Trump is doing good, they're saying, what are these voters' values? Yeah. Biden for the rest, Trump 2020, Andy NGO reporting fights breaking out in front of the White House. All right, let's take a look at that. We had Henry Olsen and Robert Barnes retweeted that. Robert Barnes is another attorney who I follow. He actually does a lot of the Viva. He does a lot of live streams. He does a lot of content with Viva Frey and some of the other big attorney YouTubers, much bigger than this channel. He's got a huge following, and so I always follow him and see what he retweets. Henry Olsen says, hang on to your hats. I have a spreadsheet that lets me calculate the estimated election day vote out once all the early votes are reported. In AZ, I estimate there are 950 to 1 million votes left to count. Based on that, Trump needs 60% of these to win. Interesting. So that is pretty tight. Trump is up 347,000 votes in Georgia. Let's take a look at Andy NGO and see what he has to say, because he does some pretty awesome reporting on this stuff. Looks like he's got a book out. I didn't know that. All right. So here, fights are breaking out at the BLM Plaza in Washington. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. All right. So where are the police at? Let's turn that down a little bit. Okay, so things are getting a little bit rowdy over there in D.C. Breaking out at BLM Plaza. I didn't know there was such a thing. Someone hits a person in the head with a metal bat. 9 minutes ago, we got a Portland person on a bullhorn gives instructions on how to break windows. They say leave small businesses alone, but that other businesses are fair game because F capitalism. Content warning. Content warning.
Protest. All I would ask is please do not bust out small businesses' windows.
All right.
Leave those alone.
Yeah, don't bust up the small businesses. That's good. But accordingly, they can bust up the big businesses, I guess. All right. So a large crowd of BLM protesters gathered in Southeast Portland. Portland has just been a mess for, I don't know, what is it, like 200 days now? Ridiculous. Police intercept Portland Antifa. Joe Biden. Okay. So, we're going to continue to see this stuff, I think, percolate all throughout the day. Cassandra Fairbanks over at, where is she at? The Gateway Pundit. She says, I feel much better than I was earlier. Nate Silver comes out. And so what is Nate Silver having to say? Nate Silver was pretty bullish on a Biden victory. He says Trump's in a better position than he was at the start of the night. Biden's not going to win in a landslide, but there's still not a ton we know outside of Florida. And the data we have is fairly mixed and not necessarily suggestive of as large a polling error elsewhere. All right. So, okay. So Missouri just got called for Trump. Iowa's at 20% reporting. Minnesota's in. Joe Biden's up dramatically in Minnesota with 36 in. We've got Iowa now, 20%. That's also a battleground, Iowa. We've got Wisconsin. Trump is up. That margin's holding 36%. That really hasn't changed. Michigan, Trump's, way up. So 34% there, and he's up by over 200,000 votes in Michigan. So that will be curious. Let's poke around Michigan and see what that looks like over on Bloomberg. So if we go back over to Bloomberg and we take a look at Michigan, what do they have reporting? They're saying same margin, 55 to 43. So what is that? 12 points, which is a big deal. And let's see what's reporting in. So some big gaps here, right? Out of Wayne County, Joe Biden, we got 31 to 34% in there. So another, potentially 500,000 coming in. And those look like they're splitting in favor of Joe Biden dramatically, right? That's up about the same margin there. So that could close the gap very quickly. That one there, and in Oakland County as well. We're talking, the margin there is 23,000 votes, and that's only 59% in. So those two could change that. But then you're also looking at these where it's like 80 to 20%, right? A lot of votes have not been counted there. These are all smaller total vote counts. but there's a lot of them, right? There's a couple big, population centers again, where there's a lot of votes that are all going to go Democratic, but a lot of these red circles here also have a lot of room to fill. And presumably those are almost all going to go in the Trump camp. So I'm not sure that just a couple of these smaller precincts are going to be enough to flip this over to Joe Biden. I'm just not sure that that's going to be the case. All right. So Ms. Faith just sent over here. We've got some polling results from Arizona in 2020. We're trying to legalize marijuana, and it's looking like at 4.7% reporting that it's on the yes, which is good. But there's a lot of room to go. 0%, 35%. That's Prop 207 for you there. Somebody was asking about that. Okay. So Gigi's wondering if Nate Silver is having a meltdown. Well, I don't know if he's having a meltdown yet, but if this continues to trend, it may not look good. ABC projects New Hampshire for Biden, which is right. The narrative here is fairly dumb overall. Trump's in a better position. This means Biden up 145,000 based on early absentee in Maricopa. Biden leads. Mark Kelly leads. Trump won here narrowly. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We will see. Arizona is apparently very important. I love the needle, but analyzing anything based on election night returns is tricky because we've never had this huge election day versus early split along partisan lines. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of justifications. So if we take a look back over here on Foxx, I think we're going to see some numbers. Yep. So 129 to 109. Votes are still rolling in. Trump is now still ahead in the popular vote, 40 million to 38.2 million. Somebody was asking about Montana, the Montana marijuana ballot initiative. That's also looking good. Like that's going to pass. 17% reporting in there in Montana. Montana constitutional amendment, 79, 76, yes. Allow marijuana legal age, 64% yes. But a no on the revise the concealed carry laws. So marijuana is looking good in Arizona. Marijuana is looking good in Montana, which I think is very important for criminal justice, right? We want more of that. So we'll put that in propositions. We'll put Montana initiative in propositions, and we'll continue to follow those along. All right, let's check back in at 5:38. This is Nate Silver's home. He says, the Washington Post election night model is now up. It shows Biden is running ahead of Trump in both suburban and rural counties in New Hampshire. So they're really focused on New Hampshire. I don't know why they're talking so much about New Hampshire, what the deal is with that. I think that's pretty much a foregone conclusion. All right. Let's see here. We have, at the moment, give it a few hours. When PA, Florida, and Texas go to Trump, his 109 will drastically increase. Chaotic Link says, call Florida red already. We have Charles Reed says, Oakland is one of the top 10 richest cities and a lot of government crime. Most of it likely will turn red. It will be a battle in the country if Trump doesn't win. Ladies and gentlemen, please share our good friend stream on your Facebook, Twitter. Thank you. That comes from BBE556MM. Thanks, BBE. I appreciate the shares. Luke M is laughing. Who lives in New Hampshire, he says. Student does calculus says, hi, I'm 19 in college to become a high school AP math teacher. I support Trump. I love listening to your content. It's extremely informative and non-biased. Please keep it up. Thank you, Student does calculus. And I will tell you this, I don't know anything about calculus. So I assume that you're 19 and brilliant and you're going to be great as a high school AP math teacher because calculus is one of those things that I didn't even dabble in. Not my forte. So hats off to you for being able to tackle that. And thanks for being here. Best of luck to you. Elias Diaz says, you think that the Dems should have ran someone else other than Biden. Who would you have liked to see? So I absolutely think they should have ran somebody other than Biden. Now that being said, I don't know. Well, we're going to see if he wins or not. So this could change, but you know, this is if Biden doesn't win, I think it's because he's such a such a bland candidate, quite frankly, right? This is somebody who's been in office for 47 years. Many of us are wondering, does he even know where he is anymore? There's been a lot in my mind. A lot of people say that this is not legitimate or this is not a valid critique, but there's a lot that I have seen from Joe Biden that I specifically, I have questions about his cognitive abilities. This whole election has reminded me of, and this is why I think that Trump was going to win, is because it reminded me of the election from 2008 when it was Obama versus McCain. Okay, Obama was the candidate that had a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of momentum, big, huge crowds, adoring fans. He was, changing things. And John McCain, as credentialed, as accomplished as he was, and you can argue that point, somebody who's been around for a long time, he was boring. He was bland. He was sort of like the fall guy in my mind. And so in 2008, I was actually studying to take the LSATs. I went to law school in 2009, and I was watching the election, and I had no doubt in my mind that it was going to be a blowout. And I could feel it in my core that essentially John McCain was kind of the fall guy for the Republicans. And that's how this election has felt this entire time to me. I don't know if it's going to actually play out that way because we still have a lot of election left to go, but it was just very, very basic, very bland. Somebody who you could just kind of, throw in there and say, this is tried and true. Nobody's going to get excited about it, but it is, it's somebody who's, going to be the most able to sort of collect all of these various coalitions, and they're going to be able to fit them in under the Biden umbrella in a way that they couldn't do with some of their other candidates. Now, personally, I like interesting candidates. I like people with big ideas, people who have a lot of integrity, who say things and stick to them. And I did not see much of that in the Democratic field, personally. Now, I'm not a Democrat. I am not particularly a Republican either. I like freedom. I like less government. I like more civil liberties. I like less government, less taxes. And so the Democratic Party is not an ideal home for me. But if I were to, be supporting somebody over there, it would have been somebody like, Andrew Yang, somebody with big ideas, new ideas, a fresh perspective. I like that in leaders. And same with Tulsi Gabbard, right? These people have new ideas, and they have sort of they're not just like a Democrat where you can just say, oh, you're a Democrat, so therefore you must believe in all of these issues, right? I'm not that type of voter. I'm not that type of person. So if I agree with some things with Republicans, great. I disagree with a lot of things about Republicans, and I agree with a lot of things. And same with the Democrats, which is why when I vote, it's not typically straight ballot, because I think parties are a little bit too entrenched in their philosophy, and I don't think that really serves America. And it's very boring, right? Why would you want to be a part of the party that you're just like a sycophant and you just do whatever they say? It's a very bland way to live. Yeah. So somebody else agreed with on Yang, said he's brilliant. Yeah, very new ideas. Joe Gasparo says, I don't think he's the fall guy. I honestly think he's the best that they got at this point. That's from Joe Gasparo. Yeah, Gigi says, Rob and Faith are simply amazing. Also, in our law group, if you need help with calculus, I'd love to help you. So, I now ask Faith to do all of my calculus. Okay, she helps me with the PowerPoints, and any calculus problems, they go over to Faith. USA, and thanks for that compliment, Gigi. Appreciate that. California will swing the popular vote with illegals. That comes from Snoop Report. The Dakotas are red. Trump can't fix his soul. That comes from Good News Press. Yang or Gabbard would have won this if the toxic DNC and the media didn't rule it out for the electorate. Yeah, it is. So the other thing that would really anger me, if I were a Democrat and I was watching this thing unfold, I would be so concerned that the Democrats didn't inform me, or the Joe Biden campaign didn't inform me about this Hunter Biden laptop stuff, that there's a lot of political baggage that the Biden campaign really tried to keep under the radar, but they knew about it, right? Everybody knew this stuff was existing. I can't imagine that the Biden campaign, when Rudy Giuliani said, hey, we have this hard drive we're going to just reveal to all of America, I can't imagine that they were all like, oh, darn it, where did that come from? I'm sure they knew about it. I'm sure they knew that this was going to be a problem, and they didn't tell anybody during the Democratic primaries. If this would have come out during the primaries, I don't think Joe Biden would have been the candidate, not even close. And so to me, it feels like a total kind of a bait and switch thing, right? They give you Joe Biden, and then all of this really sort of damning information comes out, and now it's too late to change. And so if I were a Democrat, I'd be furious. If my candidate had all of this baggage and they specifically didn't tell me about it, I would be furious about that. And I would feel totally betrayed by the party. Okay, let's do a quick Twitter check because it's coming up on the 9 o'clock hour, and then we'll see if we have some new numbers. Sank is starting to hit the vodka right now. He's always suspected he's stupid, but now he knows. Now we know. It's all over but the cheating now. With a lead this large, it'd basically have to be a coup for Trump to retain power. It's not at all credible to say that somehow Trump could win this big a lead for Joe Biden. And no, it's not like 2016. This lead is way, way bigger. Okay, so I don't even know what that means. All right, interesting. Bro Science is going to win bigly tonight. I'm not a professional pollster, but in retrospect, maybe running a man with dementia wasn't the best idea. That's from Dave Rubin. Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego is leading. I went into tonight giving Biden a 55-45 edge over Trump, but we knew this was going to be close. Fun night. Florida governor not happy. President real Donald Trump is up by almost 400,000 votes with more than 90% of precincts reporting. Why haven't the networks called the race? It's a done deal, and the refusal to recognize the obvious speaks volumes about the lack of objectivity of these outlets. Yeah, it is interesting. Where is Florida? Why have they not called it? 94% of the votes in. Donald Trump is up by just under 400,000 votes. Let's see what Bloomberg says. Florida here. All right, so we've got a lot of these big counties. Miami-Dade, we've got Palm Beach, we've got Broward County, okay? And all of the votes are basically in there, 99 to 109%, 98 to 108, 99 to 104. This one is split almost exactly right, but basically everything's in. Almost all the votes are in. We have some additional votes, looks like here, 97, 100, 100, 98, 100. We may have some outliers out here in Bay County, which is for Trump. Duval County is basically all in. That county is split. Pinellas County is split 50-50. So he's pretty much in, I think, on Florida. Unless they can close that gap with about 380,000 votes, I don't know that that's going to happen. This looks pretty much like a done deal in Florida, but nobody is calling it yet. All right, Samesky Tattoos at Culture Tattoo. So Samesky Tattoos at Culture Tattoo with a big, nice super chat. He says, a big thank you for breaking down your views about politicians with the new ideas. Both the reps and Dems seem to be in a circular argument leading us to nowhere. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I get really irritated by both parties. I mean, to me, it just feels like a game of ping pong, right? One party has the ball. They just hit it over to the other party. The other party says, all right, I'm just going to hit this one back to you. And it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And we're playing the same game over and over again with nothing actually changes. Okay, Left of You says, by the time Biden retires in Florida, he'll have forgot they didn't vote for him. TDS is the only reason Biden was viable. That's from Greg in Houston. Media wants the drama to launder the most possible dollars. Yeah, that's from RAS Illusion. And so we see here Texas. That is up for Donald by about 430,000 votes in Texas. 83% of those in. We've got 75% in for Joe Biden in Arizona. This is a pretty big deal. He's up by 200,000 votes in Arizona. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to close that gap. We will see. So RAS Illusion says, I think it's a done deal at Snoop Report. It's looking that way. One thing I got to know, Donald Trump is not going to raise taxes. I think Donald Trump is going to win because people don't want their taxes to get raised through the roof. I agree with that. All right, so look at this. So we have, looks like they're charting out a pathway to the 270 over here on the Washington Post. Very interesting here. Look at this stuff filling up. Okay, Florida. If they give that to Trump, they give Georgia. He's up. He's up by 3 in Florida. He's up by 11 in Georgia. He's up by 11 in Michigan. He's up by 1.1 in North Carolina. He's up in Ohio by 7 points. Up in Pennsylvania by 13 points. Up in Rhode Island by 4. Not sure that's going to stick. We'll see. Texas, he's up. He'll win that. Virginia up by 13. So Virginia is very questionable, right? If he doesn't win that, then it's going to push him back this way. Arizona is looking like it's not going to be on this side just yet. So this is a pretty clear chart. Pretty clear path to the 270. Let's see what else we have. Cerno, I am so happy right now. More calls about Florida. The fake media is refusing to call Florida, Ohio, and Georgia so they can maintain a phony lead for Biden. Wow. All right. So we have back over in Florida on Bloomberg. Let's go back to the main Bloomberg, see what their numbers are looking like. So 108 to 131. They've still got Virginia for Joe Biden. And that's a pretty decent margin of about 150,000 votes in Virginia. About 60% of the votes are in, and they still have that as blue. Pretty interesting. Okay, let's see here. Sounds terribly messy. I wish there was more peace being encouraged. The WAPO website looks kind of bad, according to Gigi. Did you see that video from John? You can make your own electoral map from Momo paintballs. Fake news, really, from MN Let's Go Trump. We've got, couldn't have Gabbard. We'd be in dire risk of averting war. Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. The emails, laptop, okay. We've got, hopefully the same thing doesn't happen when Bush ran, doesn't happen again. Yeah, so like a Supreme Court split. It's not looking like that. I mean, if over on the Washington Post, if this is, what did I just do with that one? Okay, if this trajectory is looking good, then we're not going to need the Supreme Court to be involved. Arizona, still maintaining that lead. According to Bloomberg, let's go over here. Let's see what has not come in yet. Okay, so we've got Maricopa County is almost totally in, and that's split by about 10 points in favor of Joe Biden. Some of these other counties are pretty much in. I don't think Arizona is going to make up a lot of these votes. Pinal County, that's 2% in favor of Donald Trump. So yeah, Apache County, what do we got? 30,000 votes there. Those have not been counted yet at all. So still 30,000 votes on top of that. Even if all those went to Donald Trump, he doesn't flip that. We've got it looks like about 500,000 votes still outstanding in Arizona, and Donald Trump is down about 200,000 votes. So he would need to basically secure about 60% of those. Yeah, that's exactly right. 60% of those in order to win Arizona. So Arizona's looking tough. It's looking tough. We'll see if that changes. So Kim Possible, what's up with all the comments being deleted? Yeah, so the idea here is that, only negative comments are being deleted. We want to encourage free discussion, but I'm trusting the moderators to keep control of the chat, of course. All right. So yeah, so Ma the Fox is a moderator. Yeah, Ma the Fox is moderating. He says possible spam, inflammatory comments. I don't have a lot of experience moderating a channel, so I'm not sure what some of the tools are. And there's some auto deletions and things like that. All right. Jonathan Himes with a super chat says, hearing the RNC spent $100 million trying to beat Mitch McConnell. Wow, the RNC did? This country could use that money for something better than smear ads. Am I right? Gross. Yeah, so I'm not sure if the RNC spent that money. I think that was all just sort of a lot of money coming in from Democrats all around the country, and I don't think it was the RNC particularly. Hey, Greg in Houston is going to bed. Bedtime for me. He says, I hope to wake up to good news. Good night, all. Good night, Greg in Houston. We hope you wake up to some good news tomorrow, too. Thanks for being here tonight. We're going to see how much longer we keep going for. Okay, Luke M says, I hope I don't age like Mitch McConnell. Don't California my Arizona. That comes over from Charles D. Bernie would have been the one who could have won the Dem party. Moderate Dems. I've seen a few Trump 2020 getting deleted. Biden probably forgot what he was running for. If your candidate is winning your state, chug a beer. Yeah, it's kind of getting close to that time, right? Okay, so Arizona is still at 73 to 80% in, and that gap is not closing for Trump. So that is still looking like it's going to be going over to Joe Biden at the moment. Florida is now at 94%. Let's see what Bloomberg says. Florida is now at 98%, according to Bloomberg. And they're actually over the expected numbers. So I don't know why that is not being called right now. I think Florida should be called right now. Georgia should be called right now. Well, maybe not. They still got, yeah, maybe not Georgia. That one can still wait a little bit. North Carolina is almost all in. Wow, look how close that is. That is a close one. This is tricky, fellas and boys and girls. This is tricky. Here we have North Carolina. That is less. It looks like that is 70,000 votes. Okay, 50 to 48.7, super close. So 70,000 votes there, and we've got about 90. How much is in right now? We've got 99 to 109 in. So almost everything is in. It expected the high turnout election count. And by the way, they're going to be collecting ballots for another 9 days. Another 7, what is it, 7 days? Let's see here. So this is, let's see when North Carolina stops collecting. North Carolina, they're going to be collecting postmarked ballots by November 12th. And pretty wild. So in other words, if they can flip that, if they can go in and they can take this difference here, is this, yeah, North Carolina, this 50,698 minus 628, so that's 70,000 votes. If between tomorrow, and this is everything in, right? 99 to 109% in. If they take all of that in and they wait until November 12th and they find a bunch more ballots and they come up with 71,000 ballots that support Joe Biden, then they can flip North Carolina after the election, which is just wild. We have a very, very nice super chat from Rob Guyette. Rob says, well, Rob, if I must fall asleep to another man's voice, it'll be yours. Thanks for making this evening more bearable. Good night. Good night, Rob Guyette. Appreciate you being here. And I hope that you doze off into a sweet slumber and rest well, my friend. At R&R Law Group, how do you explain these? They got 99 to 107% in, exactly the 107. So I think what those numbers are is they're just making predictions on what the total turnout will be. So like, for example, if they look back at 2018 and 2016, then they will, they'll have an idea of how many votes they're expecting, how many should be coming in. And so they'll probably, estimate, maybe they'll add 10% to those total numbers. And then they'll say, well, that's what we expect, right? It's a high turnout year. Everybody's really fired up. So they'll make a prediction on when it should be closed. And so it's anything over 100% looks like it's exceeding their expectations. All right, let's take a look at some of the other numbers because it's looking like Fox News is now saying that they are going to be giving a lot of this stuff over to Joe Biden. We can see here, well, I see it on a different screen over here. Yep, there it is. That California, with their 55 votes, is going to go over to Joe Biden. So these numbers are going to fill in pretty quickly over here. Oregon is going to go over to Joe Biden, and then we're going to have Washington, which will yep, there it goes right there. Literally, as I'm hovering over it, it goes up to Joe Biden. So those are all going to close pretty quickly. We're not going to need to even wait up for any more information on that. We're just going to keep an eye on some of these states. These are the ones that matter. Florida, 97% in, and Trump is up by about 380,000 votes, it looks like. Georgia, 65% in. Donald Trump's up by 300,000 votes over there. North Carolina, 94% in. Donald Trump is, those numbers are holding steady, about 70,000 votes. He's up. Virginia, Donald Trump is still up, but they still got that colored blue over there for Joe Biden. Maine is the real deciding factor with 4 votes for the win. The big 4 up in Maine looks like, I think Maine splits theirs, right? So half of those will go to 2 different people, I think. All right. We have Ty N says he does have a pretty soothing voice. That's very nice. Thank you. You should consider voicing audiobooks. You have a great voice for radio. The other person will be sleeping soundly to your voice. I appreciate that. RAS Illusion says, you are a class act. I'm happy with my decision to spend election night with you. Good night and Godspeed. Thank you, RAS Illusion. So grateful that you're here. You're a regular here. I love having you here. I love having you be a part of this stuff. USA Libertarian says, Joe Biden can sniff victory. Oh, man. Fox News 207 to 119 for Biden. So Joe Biden's up. We figured that was going to be the case. They haven't awarded Texas yet. They haven't awarded Florida yet. They haven't awarded Georgia yet. They haven't awarded Ohio yet. And those are all looking pretty solid for Donald Trump. We have Jonathan Heim says, I should be in bed, but I can't turn this stream off. Yeah, I feel the same way. It's 9 o'clock here in Arizona, and it's getting close to my bedtime, but we're just going to keep on cranking through some of this stuff. Let's see. Can you explain how this can all go down? Should we know the president tonight? That comes from Sean Davenport. So I really don't think that we're going to be, have final decisions tonight. I think it's going to be too close to call because, well, let's take a look over here at the, okay, so the New York Times updated theirs as well. Still no calls on Florida. Still no calls on Georgia. Virginia's also going over to Biden. North Carolina's in 97%. Now remember, North Carolina, they've got a long time to count ballots. They got another 6 days to count ballots. I think it's 6 days. Let's recall. North Carolina, no, they got 9 days. So by November 12th. So in North Carolina, they can just keep counting ballots. Just keep going and going and going for another 9 days. So this is very, very close. Okay, this one is concerning. It's so close. It's like 70,000 votes, and they can count ballots for another 9 days. So that is very important for Donald Trump to win. Same with Pennsylvania. Okay, now this is a bigger margin. They have 3 days after today, so the ballots will stop being counted in 3 days from now. But it is going, but that's going to be a harder margin to fill unless this number changes. Now, apparently only 41% have come in, and the margin here is pretty big. It's over 400,000 votes. So if they can close that gap in the next 3 days, then maybe they can flip that. Or if the other 59% of votes that come in, if those are heavily favored for Joe Biden, then of course that's going to flip that. Ohio hasn't been called yet. 84% in there, 40% in Michigan, 43% in Wisconsin. So I'm not sure that we're going to have an answer tonight, but it's not looking like it's going to be a blowout one way or the other, right? It's a lot closer than anybody, I think, was expecting. Well, anybody in the mainstream pollsters, anybody in the mainstream media, they were all expecting, I think, a landslide blowout, and it's pretty dang close across the board in some of these states. So Joe Biden's getting a lot closer to that 270 number, but he's got some pretty a little bit of a hurdle in order to get there. Now let's see. Back over on the Washington Post. So here you can see some of the states that Biden needs to win, right? So now they're calling them for him. Arizona's on that list. They put Wisconsin over here. Virginia, they gave that over to Donald Trump. So even if you took that out, even if he loses Virginia, he's still going to be over the 270. That might be pretty close. Arizona for Joe. Iowa for Joe. He's up big. Minnesota, he's up big. Nebraska splits their districts. He's up. So these are all small pickups. But what is missing here? All right. Carl Silito says Florida was just given to Trump. All right. Let's see if we can figure that out. Yep, that's right. There it is, right on Fox News. So that gap is closing a little bit. Still waiting on North Carolina and Georgia. Nebraska's splitting the middle. Arizona. No changes there. Come on, boys. What are you guys doing down there? All right. What else? Let's go check on Twitter and let's see what everybody else is doing. I think Nevada and Arizona are gone for Trump, whether legitimately or because of election meddling. All right. I think that's probably true. Arizona is not looking good, which is a bit of a surprise for me. I would have thought that Arizona would have been more in favor of Donald Trump, but I just don't know quite yet. All right. Faith has some updates on the Arizona election. Let's poke in. Joe Biden leads in the early returns. Voters legalize marijuana. Arizona voters approved a ballot measure to legalize marijuana, according to the AP. Wow, that's a pretty big deal. They will also allow people previously convicted of marijuana crimes to have their records expunged by courts. So, hey, if we have represented you on a marijuana case and you want your record expunged, contact us here in Arizona. We'll help you with that. All right, Democrats have a slight lead. Okay, so that passed. Let's take a look at what happened in Montana. Yeah, Montana is probably going to legalize that stuff too. Marijuana is going to get legalized there. Let's take a look at some of the marijuana stuff just in general. So Leafly is the cannabis website. Let's see what we've got here. November 3, Arizona. Cannabis is looking good, approved. Mississippi, medical marijuana is being approved, 74%. Montana, we saw that. I don't think they have updated numbers on that. Psilocybin out of Oregon, is that going to get approved? We're going to see. Mississippi. So South Dakota, looking like they're going to be approving it too. So marijuana is looking up across the board, which is good stuff. 13 victory for Arizona, becomes the 13th legal adult use state. Wow. More than 3. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. No more, in Arizona, pretty wild for our laws in Arizona made marijuana a felony offense in Arizona. Okay. Felonies are prison. Not good. All right, Rob, can you examine Minnesota? Yes, we can. Let's take a look. All right, let's go over to Minnesota, and we'll poke around there. Okay, so here is Minnesota, and all right, yeah, a lot of missing information here. So Donald Trump is down, it looks like, what is that, 240,000 votes. And according to them, we're at about halfway through the game, right? And it's looking like it's been, as these have been coming in, it's been largely Democratic, but it's coming sort of, it's going down, which is sort of the same trend that we're seeing across the board, right? We've seen a lot of the early ballots and all of the early stuff that is counted first has traditionally come in heavy for the Democrats. But as it sort of trails off throughout the remainder of the night, things go more Republican. They actually trend back down underneath this chart here. And you can see here in Minnesota that a lot of this, they just have not been counted at all yet, right? So here in Hennepin County, which I'm going to guess that's a big population center. Some of these are big population centers. And then these are the more rural areas. A lot of that's been counted, right? 743 out of about 743 have been counted here. And those are going majorly in favor of Joe Biden, 70 to 30%. But what about all of these other different precincts? Okay, if all of these come back like this one, then these are a lot of little votes that might go in his camp. Here's 21,000 votes that haven't been counted, which will probably be red. Here's another, 600 votes. This one's 62 to 35. Still has some room on that one. But a lot of these, 10,000 votes here. We've got, that one's mostly done. So there's still a lot of blank spots, right? There's a lot left to count here. And you can just see where they're coming in from. So the major population centers looks like they've been counted. Here, this one's going up to Trump by about, looks like 6-7%. That's about halfway in. So we're probably looking at another, 70,000 votes for Trump there. All right. So that one is coming up. Now let's compare that, let's say, with like a Florida, which we know is basically like done at this point. It's been called, and it's at literally, 98. It's over 100%. And you can see sort of what the trajectory looked like, right? So it started real heavy for Republicans. Then throughout the day, it went up for the Democrats, and then it sort of teetered back down towards the Republicans. And so you can kind of see this wave, right? A lot of this may have been early in the early voting this morning, which then was sort of, matched by Democrats showing up, and then they kind of trailed off, right? I don't know how this is correlated, but it is interesting. And so we may see a trend sort of like that, right? Something that's very heavy Democratic now, it may actually flow underneath there. So we'll see. Still a long way to go in Minnesota, but if that flips, then that's going to move it from this camp over here. And it may not, right? And it looks like Donald Trump doesn't even actually need it. So pretty interesting. All right, let's see what other questions that we have. We got psilocybin should definitely be legal. Yeah, I'm actually interested in some of that plant-based medicine and how it deals with trauma. Should be interesting. Trump should win Ohio. Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Trump there in Ohio. Let's go over to Bloomberg on Ohio. Let's see what's left. Yeah, so you see this trend. This is kind of the same trend that we were looking for in Minnesota. And this is actually a better comparison because it's in the same sort of region, right? So it starts off heavy Democrats, and then it really starts to drop down. Now, if this trend continues for the remainder of these votes, then this margin may actually increase, right? So this is why I think Ohio is looking very good for Donald Trump. You can see what the vote has looked like over time, and it's getting more Republican over time. So I think that margin will actually increase. If this trend and these numbers are right, I think they got to give that one over to Donald as well. And they have not done that yet. So very, very curious. Florida, somebody asked, they have, Florida went over to Donald. That's been called by Fox News. Nobody's calling Ohio yet, even though Donald Trump's up by, I think that's going to get called tonight. I think Ohio will get called. I highly doubt that North Carolina gets called tonight. I think that's just too close. And that's an important one. Georgia, 67, up by about 300,000 votes. It's going slow. Yeah, all the late ballots are going to be Democratic for sure. Trump won Florida. Texas is 74% in. Trump is up by about 400,000 votes. Polls are closed there. He'll win Texas. Looking like he's going to lose Arizona, which is surprising to me. But maybe not. Maybe not really that surprising. Nevada, polls should be closed. Montana, well, that's pretty close. Iowa at 66%. All right, so we're gonna keep going on for a little bit. Let me check on Faith, see how she's doing. Okay, wow. So Gilbert, she just sent over this article. Gilbert will ban. So a different city in Arizona says that they're going to ban recreational marijuana sales if Arizona voters approve. We'll see about that. If Arizona voters approve a prop, then a town in Gilbert is actually going to. Looks like they're going to pass a local ordinance which will prohibit recreational marijuana retail establishments and testing facilities in the town. All right, how about that? So Gilbert will go against the will of the people. Pretty interesting over there. All right, let's check over on Twitter and see what the latest is. Democrat Doug Jones is unseated by Alabama's Republican political newcomer. Interesting. So is that a flip? Is that a flip in the Senate? I think that might be a flip in the Senate.
Stop.
Let's see here. Yeah, so Fox News can now project Republican Tommy Tuberville will unseat the first and possibly only Republican pickup of a Senate seat tonight. So the Republicans may actually increase their lead in the Senate. Interesting. All of the remaining North Carolina counties are the ones won in 2016. Will be fine there, likely winning by 50,000 to 70,000 votes. So that's coming out of North Carolina. And let's take a look back there because I didn't see that. North Carolina, if we're poking around and we want to look here, all of the outstanding stuff. Well, there's not much outstanding stuff. I mean, all this stuff is pretty much split. And we're looking at 100% to 110% of the votes. So if it's split about evenly, wait a minute. Yeah. So if it's split about evenly, 50 to 48, I mean, it's like just over 1% difference between Trump and Joe. And again, it's about 50, 70,000 votes there with almost everything in. So if it's let's say it's a 50-50 split, they have 9 days to get more ballots in. Are they going to be able to basically, of 140,000 new ballots that they would need to come in, then they would need to secure more than half of those in order to win. Very interesting. Yeah, so Snoop said 110% of the vote. So I think voter turnout exceeded what they were expecting. And you see the same trend. A lot of Republicans early, then it trended up towards the Democrats, and now it's trending back down towards Republicans. So, these numbers are the estimated total votes. So if they looked back at 2016, 2012, and 2008, and they saw how many people voted in presidential elections, then they can estimate what they think is going to come out. Their estimates were obviously low. Voter turnout was higher than their estimates. Okay. Mark Marquez says, look at the counties map on Foxx. All right, so let's go over to Foxx. And we take a look at the counties, maybe in North Carolina. Yeah, so here you go. So 62% in there, 92% in there, 75% in there, 79 in. Okay, very good. So thanks for that heads up there. So he must be saying that all of these remaining that are not 100% are going to be coming back for Donald, which is pretty wild. All right. So I mean, to me, this is looking pretty good for Donald Trump thus far. If we look back over here at the Washington Post, it's looking like if all of these leads hold, then he is going to secure another term. It's looking like that. He's also winning in the popular vote still. Now, California has not come in yet. I mean, tons of votes here. 9% in. I think this may flip it. But what we're talking about in terms of a Biden sweep is just not materializing, not even close. So it's looking like Minnesota is going over to Biden. So they've already got this thing mapped out mostly on Washington Post. So if Virginia flips, which a lot of people are saying that it will, if this does not go in Trump's and he wins Wisconsin and Michigan, he can lose Arizona. He can lose Nevada, and he may squeak it out, which is just wild. All right. Arizona is pretty wishy-washy with Trump, that's for sure. Is Florida a mirage? No, I don't think so. Florida's up by about 380,000 votes with 94% reporting. Ohio is at 92% now. So let's take a look over there. Ohio, according to Foxx. Foxx is pretty quick with their numbers. Ohio's at 92% in, and that is a big lead. I think Ohio is ready to call, honestly. 400,000 votes for Donald Trump is significant at 92%. That's probably okay to call. North Carolina, I think, is probably still too close to call, but it's looking good. 94% in there. Looking good for Donald Trump in Georgia. Is looking like he's up another 300,000 votes there. Only 70% in, though. That's pretty close. Yeah, they already called Florida for Trump. Texas is going to go to Trump. They can just chalk that one up. Take a look at these different counties on Foxx. Over in Maricopa County, they're saying it's 0% reporting in Maricopa County. No, that can't be right. All right. Georgia says Trump too. Wow, I mean, what a day. What a day. All right, so let's wrap this up. Let's crank out just a little bit more time on this live stream, and then we'll let everybody wrap up here. Good news for the Trump campaign in Ohio. Okay, 98% Trump is up. Heavily white working class that shifted from Obama to Clinton. Urban-rural divide. Congratulations to Bill Cassidy. Arizona just legalized recreational marijuana. It's good news here. Tonight, a Trump victory would have one master only. No one else can claim credit. It would be Donald Trump. That comes from Mike Cernovich. We have Antifa is losing their minds over in D.C. Let's check in on some of the reaction. Burn down the American plantation. Okay. Tim Mobley says, such an undercover Trump chump. Come out of the closet, R&R. Haha, thanks. It's good to have you here, Tim. Appreciate that. Thank you for being able to do this stream sober. Yes, thank you, true. Yeah, I am. I do not drink alcohol. So that is part of the reason I'm sober. Too bad they don't believe in voting. We see, where is, D. Dudar says Arizona is a shocker. I would agree with that. I'm actually quite surprised by that. I was not expecting that. The information here it looks like it's still a little bit off, because this one says 75% reporting in, 77% here in Maricopa County. And that number's tightening a little bit, 798 to 656. But those numbers haven't changed. It's been 75% for a long time. AZ on the wrong side of history, all because Trump hated McCain. We have Bugatti who says, Robert, Faith, and Mods, you all rock. Thank you so much for the amazing watch this evening. Thanks, Bugatti. Thanks for being here. And thanks for all your participation in it. Very fun. Very cool. All right. Let's go back to the tweets. My brother and I are saying the same thing. They call states for Biden and Trump, but the percentage shows otherwise. Every state expected to be a Biden win has been called almost instantly. States where Trump clearly has a lead and will likely win, the media refuses to call: Texas, Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia. So Georgia, I would say, is still out, right? It's only like 70%. North Carolina is close, but they're collecting ballots for another 9 days. Ohio, I think, is ready to go to call. Texas, I think, should be ready to call also. Yeah, Trump's lead in Ohio is over 400,000. I don't think that is going to change. Fox News already called it for Florida. We already knew that. Nate Silver has been pretty quiet on Twitter for the past hour. Not a surprise there. AZ just went to Biden on Fox. Very interesting. There it is. Yep. Thank you for notifying us on that. Arizona went to Biden. Wow. I would have been totally wrong on that. Totally wrong. I didn't even think that. If you look around Arizona, there are Trump signs everywhere. I mean, the public-facing Trump support is so overwhelming that is surprising to me. Okay, R&R Law Group, they just calling California. It just turned 8 p.m. here. Yeah, California's for sure going to go that way. Jay Shoptaw says, great broadcast, Rob. Thanks, Jay. Thanks for being here. Mr. G, 6,000, has been watching you daily since I found you. Thanks, Mr. G. Appreciate you being here. Newsmax called Ohio for Trump. You're probably more right. Let's see. Maricopa County said they're not announcing their results until tomorrow or possibly later. Very interesting. I did not know that. All right. Carl Silito says, thanks for a great show. Arizona and California come in on Fox, both going to Biden. Arizona got all the California tax refugees and turned it blue. I'm not particularly happy about Arizona turning blue, quite frankly. I have a sneaking suspicion that we do have a lot of California people coming over, and I don't like the idea of high taxes, more regulations, more government. Basically, I don't want Arizona to look like California, because I've been to California and I'm not a real fan of it. And it sort of feels like we're sort of trending that way, which is concerning. Yeah, everybody wants to leave California, and they want to bring their politics with them outside of California. They leave California because they hate the high taxes, and then they come here and vote for high taxes. It's ridiculous. All right. Let's see what else we have. So they think this was too early. Fox calls Arizona for Biden. Okay. Had Trump legalized marijuana, he wins Arizona. Yeah, the marijuana stuff, I think that the Republicans really should have taken the lead on that a long, long time ago. I was a little bit surprised that they didn't. I think the Republicans would have had a major win if they would have come out and said, listen, we're for freedom. If you want to use marijuana, go use marijuana. We're not going to incriminate you for that stuff. I think it would have been a major win. It would have captured a lot of the youth vote, and it would have been a big deal. But they didn't do that. There's too many people in the conservative party with too many Republicans that they're just tough on crime, no matter what. They're basically, whatever the cops want to do, they are in favor of that. All right. Mana says, I thought the California residents were going to Texas. Some of them are. Joe Rogan did. California is like a virus in a cell. It replicates until it is too full, and then the cell bursts and the virus spreads to other cells. I've heard that there was a lot of people moving from New York to Florida as well. Maddow is calm as Trump wins. Legalizing marijuana isn't so bad to do. They could have pulled so many votes. Yeah, that comes from Pete the Pickle. Most of California residents who are moving to Idaho are conservative, at least. Luke M. says marijuana, yes. Mushrooms is a whole different beast. Luckily, Ben Shapiro got out of California. Yeah, Ben Shapiro, that's from Kim Possible, went over to Nashville, right? As I believe is where he went. So this chart's looking pretty good here, folks, if you're a Trump fan. Not looking so good if you're a Biden fan. You also have to believe all these old boomers who don't believe in marijuana and probably will lose their vote. So it's a double-edged sword. That comes from Ricky McDonald. And I think that is probably once the... I think that is exactly right. I was laughing at Joe Gasparo's comment. He said, we have a home in Florida for you, Rob. Once Californians completely ruin your state. I've thought about that, right? Florida's not a bad spot. The reason I like Arizona is because there's no humidity here. When I go over to Florida, it feels like I'm walking through a bathtub. When we have here, Momo Paintball says shrooms aren't that bad. We have Rudy Rhodes says, so basing the numbers off of the Foxx map, Trump is sitting at 291 and Biden at 195. Yeah, and so this is the Washington Post map, and they've got this sort of fleshed out. They got to start pulling some of these things back in order for this to change. It's looking pretty good. Now, here we see that the popular vote is flipping, right? All of the California votes are coming in. So you noticed all night long that Donald Trump was ahead in the popular vote. The only thing that has changed now is California is coming into play. So we've got look at this, 5 million votes now coming in for Joe, 2 million coming in for Trump. And so not even going to be close. Anybody who was saying that California was going to flip was crazy. But popular vote is going to swing the other direction. Never trust a lawyer says, thanks, Rob. Faith, you rock. Thanks, Never Trust a Lawyer. Appreciate that. Why did North Carolina get an extension of vote counting from the Supreme Court? That comes from LE. It's a great question. Well, it's because they sued for it, and the Supreme Court didn't act on it. They didn't do anything about it. They just said, we're not going to rule on this. And it may be ripe for another challenge at the Supreme Court, which it probably will be, right? The Democrats, I'm going to guess, are going to file lawsuits in all of these different states, or they're going to invoke the current lawsuits that are already in play. So if you want to follow along on some of the election stuff, the election lawsuits, this is a great place for that. So if you go to the SCOTUS blog, they have a whole section on election litigation here. And let's take a quick poke around some of this stuff. You can see here, Pennsylvania, the Democratic Party versus Bukvar. We spent a lot of time talking about this in Pennsylvania, but you can see here that all this stuff has been going on over here. We've got back in July, the Pennsylvania Democratic Party filed a lawsuit. They applied, for all of this stuff. They started the lawsuit by the DNC, the Pennsylvania party sued. Then it went up to the Supreme Court. Republicans filed a stay. So they said, no, we don't like that opinion. Can we please stay it? They went up to the Supreme Court. There's a lot of back and forth in the Supreme Court. Then, starting in October, when we started covering a lot of this stuff, they were, a lot of this stuff was still being filed. So the Supreme Court got involved. The Republican Party then took this lower level case. They filed a petition for certiorari with the Supreme Court in October. Then they filed, the Democrats, or somebody from Luzerne County, filed a motion to recuse Justice Barrett. Amy Coney Barrett just got seated. Then Amy Coney Barrett came back down and didn't actually even involve herself in the case because she had not read the briefs yet. Then on October 28th, we have some additional, motions being filed. Here, the there was a letter from the Chief Deputy Attorney General of Pennsylvania saying that any ballots that come in after Election Day, so any ballots that come in tomorrow, are going to be segregated. And denial of, then they appealed it again to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court denied it. So this may all go, in other words, this procedure, this process may continue to move forward, and the Pennsylvania ballots may be litigated. That issue may be litigated in front of the Supreme Court. We've got, in Arizona lawsuits. We've got New Jersey or New Georgia. We've got lawsuits in Georgia, Tennessee. A lot of these states aren't going to matter. Washington's not going to matter. Texas doesn't matter. Alabama, not particularly important. But Ohio, right? This lawsuit is going on in Ohio. We've got another lawsuit that's taking place here in Wisconsin. Maine's up here. Florida lawsuits, New Jersey, Nevada. There is a North Carolina case somewhere through here. Where is it? Georgia's requirements, Arizona, Pennsylvania. So there's just a lot of lawsuits all over the place. So, for some of these states that you don't have a clear answer on tonight, we may be in the middle of lawsuits for the foreseeable future. Now let's go back over to the Washington Post and see where they're at. We've got Michigan, still 45%. A lot of this stuff isn't changing. I think we may be getting close to the end of the broadcast here because these numbers just aren't changing, unfortunately. All right. Interesting. We have Samesky says, watched a girl leap off a building on shrooms. It looks pretty good for Trump, but realistically, it's pretty close. That's from Nobleness D. So what's up with VA? Still called for Biden, but Trump is in the lead with 64% of the vote counted. Yeah, so we're seeing some sort of mixed numbers here out of Virginia. So according to the Washington Post, they have not called it yet. They've got 64% of the votes in. Donald Trump is up by literally just under 100,000 votes, and they're refusing to call it. We go over to Bloomberg and we look at North Carolina. Let's go back over to where are we at? Virginia. So they have it as blue. Okay, so with the Washington Post, it's red. With Bloomberg, it's blue. Now they have the same numbers, but they're looking at this chart here, right? So right now we've got about 1 million to 1.5 million votes that have not been counted yet. We've got about 30% of the votes still coming in. And it's looking like it's trending from Republican towards the Democrats. So if this line keeps going up, then it's going to be, this state could flip. Now, again, when we go back over on the Washington Post, it may not be necessary, right? Because if Virginia's in this box right here, if Trump loses that and continues to win Wisconsin and Texas, which is this huge block right here, he doesn't even need Wisconsin and Virginia. If he wins Texas, Pennsylvania, so let's say Pennsylvania goes away. And so if he loses Pennsylvania, that's 20 votes. He's going to need Virginia and Wisconsin. Same with really any of these other states, right? North Carolina's close. Pennsylvania's just not even close right now. That's crazy. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Let's go back over to Bloomberg. We'll look at Pennsylvania over here. Let's see what those numbers look like. All right. So we have Pennsylvania here. Gosh, they're still at like half of the votes. It's crazy. All right. And look at this numbers. Just ridiculous. So in Pennsylvania here, we have 48 to about half the votes have been counted. Donald Trump is up by literally 500,000 votes, and half the votes have been counted. Now, this is trending way R, right? Republicans plus 14. And we look around, Allegheny County is missing a ton of votes. Look at that. And that is splitting 80-20 for Joe Biden. Only about 18% of those votes have come in. So if that trend holds in Allegheny County, that's not good, right? That's probably another 100,000 votes that are come in for Joe Biden. Same over here. Another 75-25 split with another third of the votes coming in. So if in Pennsylvania, if these blue circles fill with more blue, there's a lot of space there. There's a lot of room left to close that gap, which is probably why they're not calling it. And there's not a lot of red circles that have a lot of room to fill. Okay, a lot more empty space in these blue circles, especially here, Bucks County, although that one's about split 50-50. That one's also about split. This one's not. That's 75-25, and there's a lot of votes there. Same here, 75-25, 85-15. That's more evenly split. So there's a lot of potential votes out there that could come in and make Pennsylvania a lot more competitive. But as of now, it's not particularly it's a mess, right? This is a mess. This state is going to be a mess. Half the votes are counted. It's really close, and they're probably getting close to being done for the night. So Ty Sheen says GA has stopped counting votes until tomorrow. So has Philly. They are trying to muddy the waters to prevent Trump from declaring a victory. Check out Yoder ESQQ on Twitter. Let's take a look at this fellow here, Mike Yoder. Georgia is red. So he's an attorney. Hey, another lawyer. Cool. Mike Yoder, Dillon Law, constitutional attorney. To those calling me a privileged white boy, it's kind of sad you have to even pin that, but let's see what he is saying. Georgia has stopped counting ballots until tomorrow, in addition to Philadelphia. Wow. Trump up 12% with 42% reporting. And the definition of treason. Did you see an Iowa lead of 2%, 2.5% for Trump? No, I did not see that. Let's go poke over there and let's see what that looks like. According to the New York Times. So he's actually up in Iowa. Is that right? Yeah, he is up in Iowa. 69% reporting. He's up by about, there it goes, 27,000 votes with 70% reporting. So Iowa, did they have that in his camp? Let me get organized here a little bit. All right. So did they have Iowa over there, or was this, Iowa is not on this list, right? Idaho is. Iowa is there. All right. So those 6 votes are already in Trump's. That's going further, right? That's going the other direction. Momo Paintball says Trump is winning PA and Georgia. John says, my sisters wonder why I don't want to move to Pittsburgh from Greensburg, Westmoreland, Indian, Somerset, Cambria. Not a lawyer, but I'm in law school, and Allegheny County VA is Trump. Interesting. Michael Bailey says Trump. Allegheny County is 100% Trump. I live there. There's very, very few Biden supporters there. Interesting. I think Hawaii, somebody says. Talia Heron says, I think Hawaii has the potential to go red based off the DNC changing the rules to exclude Tulsi while allowing Bloomberg to buy in. I know she's a big Bernie bro, though. Yeah, I mean, this is looking pretty solid for Donald Trump. I would imagine that there are a lot of people who are very seriously concerned right now. If Biden won Arizona and Trump takes Virginia, then Trump is +2 over 2016 in that exchange. Yeah, so that would be a major flip. Arizona, if you are in line, stay in line, especially rural Arizona. Suppression calls cannot swing this election. Polls have barely closed out west, push through. Unopened, here we got some Arizona nonsense. Unopened ballots considered stolen returned to Glendale residents. A win for criminal justice reform from Letitia. Recreational marijuana is in play. Fox News projects Joe Biden wins Arizona. Trump up by 500,000 in Pennsylvania with over 51% reporting. Joe Biden seeing red. We got Mike Yoder. Oh, apparently I already follow that guy. Look at that. He's 75 votes, up by 75,000 in North Carolina with 94% voting. Wow. Mark Kelly's blowing out Martha McSally, it looks like. He's probably going to speak tonight. Trump is now down in Virginia, somebody's reporting. All right, so that's a big change. Yep, there it is. So what happened there? 76% reporting in. Polls are closed. Donald, that just flipped. So let's see what that does over here. Looks like they're going to pull that one out from him. Virginia here, that's going to probably flip back over to Joe Biden, right? So it's going to be very, very close. Virginia, literally as we speak, it is changing right before our eyes. So let's take a look at Virginia according to Bloomberg. And that just moved. So you see that change right there. They're coming in heavy now. That was lower just a little bit ago. All of these different, Fairfax is filling in. Look at the voting rate on that. Over 125 to 138% coming in on those states, on those precincts. Wild. Yeah, and so they're calling it for Joe Biden. They must have known that, right? They must have known that all that stuff was out there. So it's going to look like Virginia, as everybody expected, is probably going to go for Joe Biden. And so they're going to pull that one out and flip that. Washington Post should really flip that. Don't know why they haven't done that yet. They will soon. I think their numbers are just behind. Fox News, they're keeping that in his camp. And again, Florida's over there. Texas has not been closed yet. 77% reporting, still 500,000 up there. Iowa's looking good for Donald Trump, but not that good. 82% in, and he's up about 40-something thousand votes. John Van Wagenen, it says, I've been here for 4.5 hours. Yeah, it's 11:45 here. Yeah, I've been here for 4.5 hours too. It's kind of crazy. Been going and going and going, but there's nobody else I'd rather be spending this night with than you all here. In my school, we did a fake vote in 7th and 8th grade, and we get who wins tomorrow. Good night, y'all. Good luck, Kim Possible. Good night, Kim. Thanks for being here. All right, we're going to do 15 more minutes on this thing, and then we're going to call it a night. I gotta call it at some point. So we'll do another 15 minutes, and we'll wrap up at 10. So Faith, you are going to be relieved here soon. All right. Somebody says, grab the coffee, keep going. We're going to wrap it up here soon because I think that a lot of the votes are just going to be done. You know, it's going to kind of be done being counted at this point in time. Yeah, it is flying by. It really did go fast. So Donald Trump, 114 to 192. They flipped Virginia over. All right, so the Washington Post just updated. So they flipped Virginia over to the Joe Biden camp. So you see it's getting tight now. Getting a lot tighter. Trump is having a lot less room to maneuver. Pennsylvania's critically important. Ohio's critically important. North Carolina, super close there on the 15 electoral votes. So if he loses North Carolina, which is probably the biggest risk right now, that's looking like it's about, well, it's actually increasing. 95% of the votes have been counted. Let's check Bloomberg on that one. Virginia, I think, is a foregone conclusion. Pennsylvania will follow. Florida's done. And if we go over to North Carolina again, Bloomberg's numbers. So this is trending back down towards the Republicans. 730. So right about 70,000 vote, it looks like. About 70,000 votes. So super, super close. Oh my goodness on that. Now, again, they can count ballots for another 9 days after the fact. Let's see what Google is telling us. 209 to 118. Very, very close. A lot of people are going to bed tonight and they're looking at these numbers. Looks pretty good for Joe Biden, right? If you saw this map, if you said, look at that, 209 to 118, they may be thinking this is just a no-brainer, right? We're going to clearly win if you're a Joe Biden fan. But I'm not so sure about that. So final predictions of the night. I will tell you this. I think that Trump is going to squeak this thing out. Zulu Zeit says, nice work, guys. Everything will be okay. I think Donald Trump is actually going to squeak this whole thing out. I'll be surprised if he doesn't. Here's why I say that. Somebody just said Virginia just flipped for Trump. Foxx calls Ohio for Trump, as they should. So that goes in his camp. So 148. Pennsylvania, 52% in now. North Carolina, I don't think they're going to call North Carolina. We've got Georgia's now 75% in. He's about 250,000 votes up there, which is significant. And if all of these stay in, I mean, if all of these stay in play, then Trump's going to continue to be the president. Now, the two issues that I have here are going to be around North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Remember, Pennsylvania, these are both these are going to be lawsuit states. Everybody's going to be filing lawsuits in both of these states. Pennsylvania, we have 3 more days. They're going to be counting ballots. North Carolina, we've got 9 more days that we're going to be counting ballots. So if it's 2.73, if we're looking at a 70,000 vote deficit there, can they make that up with 6% of the votes still out? I don't know. VA flipped, somebody says. So let's go check that out on Bloomberg. Check out Virginia, because that is really, really closer than a lot of people were expecting. It's looking like that's kind of going back and forth. So yeah, Trump is up again. Wow, gosh, what a night. They're still counting votes. And Trump went back up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Did you see they're going to put Rudy Giuliani in the White House to do the Hunter Biden case? I did not see that. Let's go check out Twitter. Foxx called Ohio for Trump. I think that's no question. We have election meddling. There's going to be a lot of that tomorrow. Ohio officially called from Trump. Do you trust Fox News' decision desk? Interesting. Assuming Nevada and Hawaii go blue, I count 293 red electoral votes. So this individual is looking at the Google results and coming out with 293. The Arizona count is very odd. The numbers haven't changed in 90 minutes, very unlike past elections. Fox calling the state is bizarre. Makes zero sense. Could Biden win in Arizona? Of course, but there is no defensible reason for calling that race right now, given how many ballots are yet to be counted. I'll be curious if something happens in Arizona. I'm not so sure. New York Times, they've got Virginia going to Joe Biden. Yeah, they're pretty clear about that. 1.8 to 1.6 million. Really significant margin, about 240,000 votes different there, which is dramatic, right? And that's different than Fox. So Fox is saying in Virginia, well, let's go back. Fox is saying Virginia has 1.5 to 1.4, but Trump is up. So 1.5, and then we have Virginia's 1.8. So yeah, New York Times has more numbers. So I think they have more data, actually. They have more numbers. 1.8 plus 1.6 is more total votes than they have on Fox. So they must have newer numbers, more recent numbers. And they still have Virginia still over with Joe Biden. But I think this is kind of where it's looking. So if Trump is really up this much in Pennsylvania with 50% of the votes counted, and we saw that somebody said that they're stopping the vote, they're stopping counting at this point in time. I'm leaving the country now that Trump has won re-election, somebody says. Okay, Trump seeing 2016-like numbers in Ohio. He won that. New York Times just declared Trump for Utah. Let's go back and check these numbers here. Wow. All right. Somebody says that CNN is better tonight. Have they ever stopped counting ballots until the next day? Yeah, so, this is not unusual, right? Are polls still open in Arizona? Kenneth Slayer says that. No, they should definitely be closed, but I don't know if people are still waiting out in Arizona. I don't know if that's happening or not. Yeah, Trump is up 60K in Virginia with 64% reporting. That is from Mike Yoder. And that's very, very recent. So let's take a look back over here. Yeah, and this is trending way up for the Democrats. So I'm going to guess that we wake up tomorrow and Virginia looks pretty solidly like it's going to Joe Biden. North Carolina, that margin really hasn't changed. Mostly all counted at this point. And Donald Trump's up by about, it looks like, almost 80,000 votes in North Carolina. Virginia's bizarre. Yeah, somebody's seeing that. It's moving. Fox News is trying to help Biden win. They called Arizona before left-wing media outlets. Remember that. We won Texas. They called VA for Biden, and Trump is up 60,000 votes. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. We've been following that this entire show, this entire time. All right, Biden campaign. Kim Foxx, the state, and she was reelected tonight. Oh, interesting. Kim Foxx, the prosecutor who basically let Jussie Smollett get off by not prosecuting him, and hired a special prosecutor to investigate her own office and found that there was misconduct. She was reelected tonight. So a prosecutor who has a totally different standard of justice for people who are famous got reelected tonight. Not a surprise. Cerno says Trump is proof that the way to win the Hispanic vote isn't pandering, bring jobs. Arizona could still go red. Early votes expected to go for Biden. Why zero new numbers have been published is beyond me. It's very unlike past elections. Yeah, and that is weird, right? What happened in Arizona? Normally we know, and it looks like we've been sort of paused here at 85% for a long time. Oh, that's Colorado. That's not what I'm looking for. Arizona, where are we at? What is going on here? Why does this keep moving? All right, Arizona. Click that. There we go. 75% of the votes have been counted. Donald Trump is down by 200,000 votes. There's another 20,000 votes coming in. Looks like 23% of those are going to be coming from Maricopa County. Gigi says he's predicting a 269 to 269 House vote. That would basically be the worst possible outcome. The worst possible outcome. The Foxx is here. He's helping moderate. He says, the reason is likely due to a tribal nature of voting. When people see blue, they just vote blue instead of looking into the candidates. Trump is doing good in Wisconsin with 71% in. Texas just called on Foxx for Donald Trump. In Michigan, Donald Trump is up by about 300,000 votes with 51 in. So 300,000, that's a big number. Wisconsin is close. That's getting a little bit tighter. So over 100,000, so about 120,000 votes or so up in Wisconsin. Also looking good. PA is up by, oh my gosh, over 500,000 votes up in PA. I wonder if that fracking comment had anything to do with it. North Carolina, still super close. Although that's about 80,000 there. Georgia's up, still 76%. So these numbers just aren't changing, which I think is why it's about a good time to start wrapping the show up. Now, let me explain what I think is ultimately going to happen. I do think that Trump is going to squeak this one out. I'm surprised, actually, that he did so well tonight. But if you look at the legal landscape on how this is all going to play out, let's go back over to the Washington Post so we can see what their little graph looks like. So here we have, this is what Trump needs to win, right? He's basically got the pieces in play. If he can get all of these states, it's over. He's over the 270. He doesn't even need Wisconsin. He doesn't even really need Pennsylvania. Well, maybe he does need Pennsylvania. Let's see. So if he's at here, that's 270. Well, I can't tell from here. But, if all of these states come through, the only two that I have concerns about on this list are going to be Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania largely because they're just a mess in general, and they're going to be counting votes for the next 3 days. Pennsylvania at 20, and then we have North Carolina is the other one that I'm concerned about because of the delayed votings. And so they've got North Carolina down here. which is a very small margin, but we've got 9 additional days to count ballots. 9 days, 3 days in Pennsylvania, 9 days in North Carolina. And both of these, they have to come through for Donald Trump in order for him to win. Now, if we wake up tomorrow and 49% of these other votes have come in and Donald Trump is still winning by a significant margin, I'm not sure that they're going to be able to flip that in the coming days, in the next 3 days here in Pennsylvania or the next 9 days over in North Carolina. And both of these issues, we've talked about it. If in Pennsylvania, they got kicked back down from the U.S. Supreme Court, but if this goes back up to the Supreme Court, I really think that the Supreme Court might invalidate some of these extensions. So in other words, anything that came in after the election date, I would consider my interpretation of the statute, my understanding of the different judges, and how they rule on these types of issues. I think that they're going to say that the original election rules must apply, and that those extensions should not count, in other words, because the rules were already in place and the courts modified the rules after the fact. The legislature didn't grant a lot of these extensions. They just let the judges do it. So let's wrap up with some comments. Thank you again for having us. Have a good night. That's from Uzjin. Thanks for being here. Thanks for really thank you for being here. Gigi says Philadelphia changed from 50 to 56, so it's still going. Awesome. What's the marijuana initiatives looking like? That comes from True. True, they're looking pretty good across the board. Let's take a look at Leafly over here. Definitely passed in Arizona. And it's looking like it's passing everywhere else, right? So Montana, adult use, approved, 60%. Mississippi, approved. Oregon looks like they're going to be coming on board for the Psilocybin approvals, looking like that's 58%. South Dakota, medical, approved, 53%. Across the board. I don't know what this one was in Mississippi. Fake medical use, I don't know what that is about. But just across the board, wow. That was fast. Oregon decriminalizes all drugs, legalizes medical psilocybin in a historic vote. Pretty wild stuff. Yeah, and Ma the Fox says that's why it's so important that ACB was nominated and is on the court. So Hidden Prophet says, are we saying Trump will win again? I do think that Trump is going to win again. There's big margins here. Pennsylvania now just reported 51% in. Let's take a look over here. Still really trending Republican here, right? Ours plus 15, not even close. There's some pretty big counties over here with a lot of blue space that's left. But, if they're up by 500,000 votes, Donald Trump's up by 500,000 votes. So that is a big margin to flip. It's hard to sort of fake that. So I think Pennsylvania is going to ultimately go to Trump. And if it doesn't, if 500,000 ballots come in tomorrow or in the next 3 days that flip this, there's going to be lawsuits and litigation that's going to go up to the Supreme Court. And I think the Supreme Court is going to smack this back down and say the extension is not okay. They should not have done that. Same out of North Carolina. I think I would expect the same ruling. The reason why I say that is because the Judge Roberts, typically likes to leave it to the states to review how they're going to process their elections. The states should be in charge of their own elections, unless it conflicts with the federal government. So if the federal constitution is being subverted by the state election process, the Supreme Court's not going to let that stand. And for a long time, Roberts has been just sort of deferring to the states and saying, you guys run your elections, which was a mistake. They should have heard these cases before election night, in my opinion, because what we're seeing now is sort of uncertainty for both of these states. And the question is going to become, what are the courts going to do with this? If there's let's say there's 600,000 votes that come in tomorrow in either one of these states, is the Supreme Court going to just toss out 600,000 election ballots? Probably not. But what are they going to do with it? And how are those votes going to count? It's going to be a mess. Long story short, I think Pennsylvania goes over to Trump. I think North Carolina goes over to Trump. And that's basically, I think, all that he needs. If he can still carry on with Wisconsin, if he still continues to capture Michigan, which it's, looking like it's pretty red right now, then I think we have the next president, which is the same as the old president. So it's 10 o'clock here in Arizona, which means back east for those of you in the back on the East Coast, it's midnight now. California, you're getting close to bedtime too. So let's pause here and let's just say, we did a thing here. We're on this show. We're on this live stream together for hours. We started at 5. It's been 5 straight hours of live streaming. And it's time for us to go to bed. So I want to thank you seriously so much for being here. This was fun. This was one of those things that I think I'll look back on in 10, 15, 20 years and say, that's awesome. I spent 5 hours with some awesome people on the internet talking about issues that are very important to us. We had a serious conversation about it. We tried to have an open conversation that doesn't seem to be too one-sided or the other. And we had some fun doing it, and we sort of memorialized this stake in the ground as part of this new thing that we're doing called Watching the Watchers Live. And I want to just thank you so much for being a part of it, because it's really humbling. It's very rewarding. It's very interesting to say that we can all be a part of this process. We can be a part of this conversation, and we can have these conversations out publicly and in the open. What a cool thing. And so I want to thank you so much for being here. We're going to be back here tomorrow. We're going to do the show at the same time. It's 5 p.m. Arizona time, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We're going to be right back here on this channel. So we'll know more. We'll go through some of the numbers. We'll dissect and we'll debrief all of this. And then we'll get back on track. We'll get back to the normal content that you're normally familiar with here on this channel, talking about justice reform and, bad prosecutors, bad police, bad popo, we call them, bad judges, bad politicians, and everything. We're going to do it and more. And we're so grateful that you are here. So I will leave it at that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great night. Sleep well.